So let's look the other direction. So you can see the tracks. And I'm not going to go further down because I'm not going to impede with anything. If there is something going on there, there's a reason why the state police are stationed there. They don't want us walking down there, I would assume. So, like I said from the beginning, we're not here to get in anybody's way, whether it be residents or police. So I'm not going to approach that trooper. There's no need for him to get out of the car and ask any questions. You know, it's a waste of his time, and he's looking for a murderer. So again, there was just a heavy police presence here. There's a few officers still. No, that might be a news network, but that's an officer. So let's get back in the car. Let's head back towards. Well, let me know where you guys want us to go. I don't know where the next point of interest is. Where you guys want to go? I'm checking DMs. I'm checking DMs. Let me respond to some of these DMs. Who am I looking for, guys? Who's DMing me what? That was cleared, wasn't it? Huh? Guys, I'm looking at my DMs. So where are we going? Hey, how are you? Yes.
Watching it for 3 days. Yeah, thanks so much. Thanks for doing this. Thanks. Brought you some snacks and water.
Oh, thank you.
You want me to save it here?
Yeah, sure.
I think we need the bag back.
You feel like you're a celebrity.
No,
We
no.
feel like we know you.
Like, since you've been on.
Oh, you guys are great.
Yeah, you're
Just trying to
great.
keep
We
everybody.
love you.
Oh, thank you.
Where's the
Like,
last
and
sighting?
then we heard you at the press conference. Like, there's our boy Nick. We
Oh.
hear him.
That's amazing.
We wonder
So
what you do
we're gonna.
today, though. We're not filming today.
I'm an investigator. Freelance. But thank you. We're gonna head out of here.
Oh, you are?
Yeah, we're live right now too. So
Okay.
make sure. Yeah. So sorry, guys.
Okay.
See you.
Just wanted to say
Hey,
hi.
thank you so much.
Keep going.
We will. Thank you, guys. So we're gonna head down. Where do you guys want us to go? Birmingham Road. I'm pretty sure that. So, as you guys can see, we're on Route 1 in Baltimore Pike. We're going to head out of here and go to the next area. I'm going to hop in the car just so we know where we're going to go. Do you want to grab that? Huh? Grab that. So, we're going to get out of here and hit the next spot. So as you guys saw, there was a little bit of activity here. Everybody says follow Fox. Well, that's not what we do. If we're not gonna, there's no need to get the same angle twice. So what we're doing is we're looking for activity, which there's activity everywhere right now. It's not just over here. It's pretty widespread. We are at Brandywine Creek, guys. Dillsworth and Birmingham Road. Let me see. Birmingham or Britton Lake Road? Are we going to Birmingham, Dillsworth Town, and what intersection? Dillsworth in. Can somebody reliable please let me know where to go? All right, I got a text from a resident, so I'm going to listen to the resident. All right, so we're about to head to another spot from a local resident who told us to head up that way. So as you guys saw, there was a CERT team assembled. That's where we're going. Assembled. It's on there. So as you guys know, this is Baltimore Pike. So up that way is Longwood Gardens to our left. All right, so let's see what's going on. See, people are kind of walking in the. There are people in the water, kids with their families, and it's a nice day out. So it's good that they're down there because if they see him, they'll call the police. Obviously. So right now we are on Baltimore Pike. We're going to Dillsworth and 202. All right, so my source says nothing yet. No new info. He's not captured or anything. Those are all rumors. So you guys saw a little bit of a brief law enforcement movement, and if they're preparing for something, they're not going to prepare like in the middle of the road. So I mean, for them to do that, they don't mind being filmed. And if they had a problem, they would tell us to leave. For those of you who are saying anything about filming police, so there's no need to worry about that. Right now, we're going to Dillsworth and 202, or Dillsworth Town and 202. Dillsworth Town Road and US 202. Okay, so we're going the wrong way. So hold on. Let me check. Guys, I need a better address because it's not coming up. Give me something. Give me a building that's in that area. Okay, so we're not gonna go to Billsworth and 202 then. I need to know what's. So should we start this back up after we find a location, or do you guys have anything? I'm hearing Birmingham and 202, so we'll go there. Give me a sec. Hold on, guys. We gotta. It's kind of hard to pull up over here. So we're getting some intersections that will work better. Oh, are you heading? Do you know where to go? So let me check. Should we stay on, or you guys want us to come back when we find a spot?
I don't know where to tell you to go.
We're looking for.
But I know how to find what you're looking for. Dilworth Town is
And
202 is right
And
here.
how about that? Birmingham.
Birmingham. Yeah, I know them all from 926. That's the problem. But yeah, if you go up, pull up Apple Maps. I'll point it out in 1 second. Can you put it on road? There's a motorcycle place right here. Come on. Okay.
The burglary is. It's not related. I'm hearing.
This is Dilworth Town Road right here. Actually, that's Britain's.
Yeah, we did put Dillsworth Town in, guys.
Dilworth Town here. The problem is that the perimeter only goes to the Brandywine, and we're quite a bit east of the, so it's hard to say. Birmingham Road is one of these two. I think it's this one.
Oh, it's right here.
Yeah, so we're not far. To go up, but you don't want to stay on 202 is bigger than Route 1 is. I mean, the guy's not going to be walking on 202.
No, so we're looking for that intersection for some police activity.
Yeah.
Birmingham and Davidson.
Birmingham and 202
Is that
is
far?
not going to be in. I mean, there might have been a sighting here. There was a sighting at the Walmart down
There's
there.
a sighting everywhere. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
All right.
really, when I was driving up Route 1, I came up from the other side of Longwood. The only activity that I saw in the whole drive, this morning there were cops on every side road. This evening, the ramps all the Longwood, they're all open now. There's no cops down there at all.
Creek Road and what?
The first cops I saw were at right before where you guys parked, coming up from the south on Route 1 this way.
So yeah, nothing's at Dilworth Town.
I think all the action is going to be around the same place it was last night.
Okay.
All along the creek.
Yeah.
Britain's Bridge might be on this side of the creek, which is why people are more interested in Birmingham Road. That's on this side of the creek.
Let's go to Britain's Bridge and Creek Road.
Yeah, Britain's Bridge is on the other side of the creek.
Yeah, that's not too far.
I know. I just don't know how to tell you to get there.
Yeah, no, we
Britain's
have
Bridge is closed.
a GPS.
That's fine.
Thank you so much.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
I'm going to
And
follow you.
Okay, and stay safe.
Oh, I will. I feel safer here. The other thing I wanted to ask you guys about, if you want to ask one of your contacts, I live down in Avondale, where all the mushroom farms are. We've been having
Can
people.
I give you my card? Just so you
We've
can
been
shoot me a
having
text.
helicopters circling all day long, and there's no reason because we're way out of the. We're 10 miles south.
Okay. Yeah, my cell's on there, so definitely shoot me a text, and
Okay.
yeah, we're gonna head to this before it gets dark.
All right.
in
Yeah,
case.
go. I might follow you.
Okay. Thank you. Oh wow. There's a Gatorade on our hood. So the Gatorade this managed to not fly off the hood of the car as we were driving. So we're gonna go to Creek Road and Brenton's Bridge just in case there's activity. So I'm not gonna listen to the 1,000 people on here. I'm going by text messages at this point. Sorry, she can keep up. Cool. If not, don't worry. All right, cool. So, and sorry about that, guys. We don't want to be rude to the residents, and for those from Chester County, you guys understand. We're not gonna like say, oh, we're not gonna just like brush them off. We're gonna acknowledge them. So, I can't play a scanner when I'm on live. If you guys want me to play the scanner, I'm gonna have to disconnect. So I'm relying on you guys. And she's a good contact because she has you guys heard about the mushroom farms just in case. So we're going to the mushroom farm just in case, or not the mushroom farm. I'm sorry. We're going to Brenton's Bridge and Creek Road, and we're going to want to find a spot sooner or later to actually post up at. Sorry guys, I'm just responding to text messages. One second. So we are on our way to Brenton's Bridge and Creek Road. Can you confirm this though? I'm asking a resident if they can confirm something. And I'm asking him how far we are, apparently about from another spot. I'm not going to listen to people that are saying confirmed on here. No disrespect, but some of you guys are giving good information, but a lot of you guys are from like New York or California. So I'm not going to listen to some Californian. No disrespect. You're not from here. So we're working just to, and there is, that's not up. I thought that was police activity. Yeah, so see, we have people from Australia um, and everywhere. So we're trying to make sure 1585 Birmingham. If we don't see any action around here, what we'll do is we'll go there next. We're only 3 minutes away from the current stop. So if there's nothing here, we'll go down. And now you guys can see just it's kind of hard unless the windows are open. So it's gonna be a little bit. I'm gonna show you guys with the window open. So if you're streaming on YouTube or whatever, you guys can mute it. And yeah, somebody from Maryland said he hopes they don't make it there, or she. I'm sorry, I don't know. Yeah, we hope he doesn't get out of the county. We hope he stays here and they capture him. Yeah, we're going to another spot. Apparently, Dillsworth Town was cleared, or there's nothing there. Wings and tequila. Yeah, there are more cameras. They, the U.S. Marshals alone placed several. I think it was they have like 60 out, and then another department has 30 out. The game warden came out; he was placing them. So there are probably over 100. Add them all up. Notice how the houses are lit up here. You see how people have. Whoop! There's a little deer here. So you guys see how the houses have their exterior lights on for the most part, so that way they can see. And this road actually has a street light. A street light. I haven't seen any more, but that's smart that neighbors are leaving their lights on. It's very important to leave your lights on because it gives a shadow, a reflection, just in case. If cops are swarming Kendall, well, the sources I have from Kendall, if you're watching this, so I don't have to text you, can you guys text me? The sources that are watching this that already have my number, can you text me if you guys are seeing something at Kendall? Anybody that has my number or Hong's number, don't text me, text Hong. Text us because it's hard. We're not going to go through the comments on something like this. So somebody from Kendall, please let us know if you see anything. Like not on here. I'm saying text us, and we'll go there next. Okay, so we're at this, and there's nothing. So we'll go to Kendall. So this is Creek Road, but now we're going to go to the Kendall location. Give me a second. Kendall Drive. Hold on. So we're going to Kendall Drive. It's a 9-minute drive. So you guys see state police in front of us, and we're on Creek Road and Britton's Bridge. So we're going to Kendall now. We can't go that way, so we're going to have to. So it's asking us to go towards the roadblock. So these must be newly closed roads. These roads weren't closed before because the GPS isn't showing it. So we're going to go to another spot. Is the car in front of us somebody that's watching us? Because if it is, comment and let me know what kind of car you're in so I know it's you, and then we'll follow you. No, we can't go down there. As I just said, the police have it closed off. So we're going to Kendall. Well, we're going to get as close as we can. And actually, since we can't enter there, I'm going to text. Let me text the person that we have from Kendall, which I don't have that number on this phone. Chopper left Kendall. So, I mean, guys, we're on a wild goose chase with a lot of these. We're not going to follow the chopper, but we'll go to Kendall. We'll go buy it just in case. Carco is nothing. we can't go back words. So I'm asking if there's any activity at Kendall, but I don't believe there is, guys. I'm being told there isn't. I'm at Creek. We just were. We can't go in there. No, we're not going into Kendall. We're not. We're just going in the area to see if they're there. And if they are there, we have a presence there. There's another road that is another residence, like a small community that we're welcome in. We have contacts there. So this is Delaware County, which is interesting. So it's not that far from. So now we're in Delaware County, which isn't. So it shows that actually Delco is actually a lot closer to this area than I had thought. Yeah, the spot that we left, we couldn't stay. That driveway was private property, and the police closed off both sides of the road. We couldn't park on the road. They're not going to let us park there. Yeah, the driveway said private property. I'm sorry, I'm just shooting over some texts. So we can get actually behind Kendall. So we're gonna pass Kendall. If there's activity, then we're gonna go to a development right behind Kendall where we have viewers who have welcomed us to their area. So we can, and we've been there before, so we know we can go there. So if there is anything happening at Kendall, we'll have a vantage point from another property that's literally you can see Kendall. You can development from there. We're not going to walk into it, obviously, but we're going to show you any activity that's going down. Yeah, U.S. Marshals are here. I can't speak if I've seen an FBI. I don't know, somebody that resembled. So we are on.
All right, y'all, hold on just 1 second. Let me go and see if he's lost this stream. Hey, Rapper, how are you? It looks like he has. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Just gotta wait for him to come back up. Kelly Rose, didn't you say that you were from that area? I know there was a few other people in here last night that said that they were. Alright. He is back. Well. Okay. Let me get it pulled back up for y'all now. What the hell? Hold on, y'all. 1 second. Try this again.
Just a checkpoint. So, is the picture pixelated? You guys see? Is it pixelated or is it clear? Is it blur? Okay, so that's because of the service. It's the service. It's not the camera. Yeah, it's definitely. Let's see if I can focus it on something. So that's strange. Maybe it's the humidity. So give me a sec. So we're gonna have to probably restart this to fix. Yeah, you can't focus on a live. So we're gonna start it over. It's an iPhone. I'm doing what you guys are saying. There's no refocusing. For those of you guys that have gone live on this, you can't refocus. So, and we're going 40 miles an hour, so it's not the speed. So I'm gonna have to start it either if the server. So I'm gonna start it. I'm gonna start it over just to see if we can refocus.
Alright, y'all. Hold on just a second. He did say he was about to start it over. Okay.
Now you can see the area. It's very heavily, like there's a lot of brush, and if I close the window, it's a little bit blurrier. But the area is like heavy brush, so if he is walking in this area, it's hard to see him. Yeah, that spot's going to be very dark right now, and we'd have to light it up. So, and I didn't see. I'm pretty sure we're on Baltimore Pike, so we should pass that, I believe. And we're only 2 minutes away from the area of Kendall. So if there's nothing at Kendall, we'll know in 2 minutes. I mean, I think we need to bring a local with us for the drive along. That way we know the area. So we're doing the best we can without knowing where we are. Um, we went to we were going toward the Brandywine Museum, and then now everybody's stopping. Or it's a red light. Okay, so that makes sense. So we were going to the area of the Brandywine Museum, and we saw tactical units um, coming back. If this is Kendall, we can't pull in. No, so hold on. I mean, we can pull in to make a U-turn, but we're gonna go to the community behind it. So like, turn around right here. So there's nothing at Kendall, guys. Kendall's clear. We're gonna turn around. So where is the bet? So we're gonna pull up to the edge of Kendall for a second. Brandywine Creek and Baltimore Pike, we were just there. So where else other than that? No sightings today. So we're trying to figure out the best spot to hit. I'm gonna check DMs as well, just in case some residents don't have my number. Chad's Ford Post Office. Should we go to Chad's Ford Post Office or Carco? We'll go to the Chad's Ford Post Office first, and then we'll go to Carco second. And then we'll go to the other one. So let's put Chad's Ford Post Office first. And then let's add a stop. Hold on. For Carco. And then let's add a stop for Ace. So we'll go to all of those locations. All right, so our first stop's going to be the Chad's Ford Post Office. So we're going to go there first. But this is Kendall. You guys see? No, got a little pixelated. I mean, it's only a couple minute drive from here, so we'll see if there's anything. And if there's nothing, we're going to keep going to the next destination. Yeah, we're 5 minutes from the post office. And we're at Kendall. Or we just left Kendall. So now we're going towards. We're 5 minutes from Kendall. So there's no way Carco is 2 minutes away. So this is definitely a different kind of, yeah, we're going to drive by because everybody is saying, I got a text saying that there's some activity. This is, I don't know if this is better than just staying stationary as we were before. Obviously, we're not going to be doing this kind of stuff all night driving around. We're trying to find a spot to post up at for a little bit. So if there's major activity anywhere, we're going to hit it. And it looks like there's a plane or a helicopter flying. It might be a plane that's very high. And if you don't see anything at the post office, let's head straight down again. Keep moving. We went to Creek Road, guys, and that was shut down, and there's nowhere to park. So right now we're going to go to we're 3 minutes away from the post office, Chad's Ford post office. And if there's no activity, I set it up so we could just go to the next stop and the next stop. So the second stop's going to be Carco, and the third stop's going to be Ace. So should we make Ace our second spot instead of Carco? Okay. So we're going to go to Ace. We're at the post office just about. And there is obviously no activity. We're 2 minutes out. I do see police lights ahead, but that's where we were earlier. So it's nothing different. Fox is probably there because they saw the oh, so there's police here stationed, and this is Fairville. So there's police stationed over there, and there's one cop car here. So obviously we're not going to stay around and see one police car. So we're going to hit the next stop. Let me get to the next stop. All right, we can go this way instead. We're going to go to another place. There is some activity here. We can't go over there. Reports, look at these signs, guys. So let me show you this. This is actually cool. So they have signs out. Remain vigilant. Report suspicious activity. Call 911. And we are on Baltimore Pike and Creek Road. We're not going to do it in that way. He's making me, he's saying make it. Oh, okay. And this is just a roadblock, guys. And it looks like Channel 6 is just eating dinner, maybe. Letting residents through. Yeah, it's a roadblock. Slow down. You guys see? So it's just a closed road. There's nothing going on that looks out of the ordinary. It looks like one of those perimeters. So we're going to go to the Ace Hardware, which is 6 minutes away. This is good because a lot of these spots are literally very close to each other. Yeah, whatever restaurant that was, it looks like some news cruiser. And so now either there was a trooper here earlier, and now there's a trooper on that side, and there's a trooper here. Never mind. This isn't a troop. That's not a trooper. There's a trooper there, which is another one of those little checkpoints. There's a trooper driving down that way up this road right here, where Fairville Road. There's a trooper going up that way, and there's one on the train tracks. Do you guys like us going from scene to scene, or do you want us to post up? Yes, drive. No, post up. Yeah, the river. There's um, we'd have to light it up, and if you guys want us to do that, it's going to take about 30 minutes to get everything set up, or 15 at the very least. So we'll go post at Ace and see if anything. And we have permission from Ace to be there, so we can go on that property. And it's a little bit difficult to be texting locals unless we park up. So we'll park up at Ace and we'll get on the phone with a few locals and see what's going on and where. And if any local has activity out front of their house, again, please let us let us know so we can maybe post up at your place, out not inside the house. I mean, like post up outside. So if there's any locals that are around that see activity, send us a picture in a DM, and then I'll give you my cell number and Hong's cell number. But at this point, we're asking for like a photo of the area from the ground, so that way we can check the timestamp and make sure that it's an actual resident and not somebody just trolling. And yeah, there are bounty hunters around. I mean, they're definitely not law enforcement the way these guys are marching around looking. A lot of them have been approached by law enforcement. I don't know if he's in the area. I don't have an opinion on that, and I just want to stick to what we know. That's all right. We're gonna go to Ace, and we're gonna make phone calls from Ace. I was at Ace earlier, and I had good cell signal. Yeah, maybe we can smell him from here. The guy is definitely. I mean, I highly doubt he broke into a home and showered, but watch. State trooper just drove by, so there is activity. I mean, but it's normal activity. That this has been going on now for 7 days. So, us seeing police lights doesn't really raise a red flag anymore. We've seen them from for miles on end, and they're just there at a post. So that is not out of the ordinary. The posts. You know, maybe when I park up, I'll see if I can send Hung. See if I send him a contact that might disconnect. I can send him baby Lisa's number and see if Dog would want to get involved at this point, given the fact that it's a high profile case like the Brian Laundry. It's getting up there where the whole nation is watching. And maybe I can get her on the phone. That would be interesting for a little bit of commentary, but I'm not interested in any entertainment right now. We're just looking for what's going on. Um, we don't need any like uh, entertainment. This isn't for entertainment. This is more for what's going on. Yeah, the people that want entertainment probably aren't from Chester County. We'll be out until probably 1. Chester County doesn't want entertainment. They want to go to bed and not be worried. So you can see the houses are all lit up. You guys see, and this is where we were last night. Here's our post from last night, just in case you guys remember. We were right here, at this intersection last night, which is where there was some activity. And the signal is going and coming. Yeah, see, the locals aren't looking for entertainment. They're looking for some sleep without having to jump out of bed whenever they hear a deer run by. You know, it's very frustrating for them. Look, neighbors have their lights on everywhere, and that just shows they're being vigilant. Yeah, well, the troopers going by Carco, no, they could be going to relieve officers. That I mean, there's a million things that can happen. You want to see how dark it is? Can you show them how dark it is for 1 second? And put them back on, because, yeah, okay. So you just saw how dark it gets. So we're going to park up at the Ace, and this is coming up. So you see there's a trooper here and a trooper there. Let's pull into Ace. We have permission from earlier. It doesn't matter. We have permission from management. So okay, the gate's not open. So we're just going to pull up right here. And the gate's probably closed because of um, the fluid situation here. So while Hong looks through texts and DMs, we're going to, he's going to let me know. I'm going to get out and show you guys a little bit of what's going on. Um, Beep if you want me to come back, and if you get a credible thing, something. So let's show you guys. So here we are. We were here earlier, and that's Ace Hardware right here, and that's the train tracks that run straight down. There's a trooper here and a trooper there. You guys saw that earlier today when we were here. Now, for those of you that don't know the area, we're on Pocopson and Street Road. We're looking for somewhere to go, but Ace gave us permission to use the property, but we're not going to go in this part because I don't want them to think we're stealing fertilizer. So lights are on everywhere. The businesses are lit up. The houses are lit up. Just about everything is lit up, and it's very quiet, and that's something that we've been noticing very active, very much recently. It's been very quiet in these areas by law enforcement, and they only make noise when they want him to know they are there. So interestingly, like this officer has his lights on, and I think that's a news crew over here. But interestingly, the officer here has his lights on too. Oh, that's probably because the road is closed, I'm imagining. No, the road's not closed. So he's stopping cars from going down into this little parking lot, which is right behind this train. And the post office, there was one police car posted, and across the street, that was just one of those checkpoints. There's nothing at Kendall. And again, everybody's scrambling everywhere. They're all looking for answers. So where we are, there's not much activity, but we're working to find a better. Oh, there goes a trooper going straight down. Han's in the car if you want to chat with him. So yeah, guys, we're at again, we're looking for. We're not going to be going in circles unless somebody at Kendall texts me. I have a lot of residents that live nearby. One lives in Kendall, like behind it, and another one has relatives that are there. So if there's something going on at Kendall, they're going to text me, and there's nothing. I'm not gonna. So I have two direct links to Kendall, and one of them is right behind Kendall that connects into the development, yeah, with a walking trail. So we changed it up a little bit tonight, guys. Instead of staying station area. We're kind of driving around just to um, see where the activity is. The past few days we were parked up, and that's because my at least my law enforcement sources had an idea of uh, a specific like region that they might be going through. Tonight they don't, and I haven't gotten a text saying, "Hey, head up here and post up here" from any law enforcement. So what you're seeing is activity everywhere, but that's normal. I mean, they're going to be flying around and they're going to be changing shifts. So, and a lot of them are going from place to place. So there isn't any activity that I know of, and I have a lot of residents. And you guys can see that it's quietish, but there's just traffic. This is a pretty main road, and the street lights are off. So this road has street lights. You can see it right there, but it's not on. You're welcome. The street lights are off over here, which is interesting. I'm not sure if I don't see any other street lights. So yeah, there's another one across the street that's off. So I'm wondering if they're darkening up the area on purpose. So let me walk up this way and show you guys what we have going on. I don't want to interfere with the other news network that's if they're filming, but so we have Copson and Street Road with activity. So here's 926 is over here, which is Street Road. This is the Ace Hardware. Yeah, I mean, obviously networks are going to go from place to place. They're also looking for stuff, and that's what we do. Um, in general, I mean, the media looks for stuff. It's it is what it is. We're not going to follow them just because they're going there. As you guys can see, we're at Ace, and a national network is here as well, and there's nothing going on. So they're just looking for spots for their live shot before the 10 o'clock news.
Hey, y'all, can y'all hear me? All right, y'all gonna have to give me just 1 second because my power just went out again right in the middle of the stream. I'm trying to get it pulled back up. I gotta wait for my internet to load up. Alright, so it may take it a few minutes. So y'all just bear with me. Give me just 1 second, y'all. Alright, y'all give me just 1 second. Oh, shit. Let me get Nick's stream back up.
Are those I can't tell if it's Pennsylvania plates. Yeah, it's Pennsylvania. So there's another trooper here, and that's normal. And of course, you're going to see stuff like this everywhere. There's an escaped murderer on the loose, and they're looking for him. So checkpoints are the first order of business in something like this. That's funny. They're talking about the stream. I think the one he just pointed over here as he's showing the phone to the other trooper. But like again, these troopers are phenomenal. They've been doing a great job, and they've been getting the manpower that they need. Obviously, they have people from all over the state, and there was a communication issue, which we're hoping got better since this morning's press conference. Hopefully, the colonel, the lieutenant colonel, followed through with his promise to call um, the dispatch center. I'm sure they're seeing your comments, whoever's commenting, guys, because he has his phone out, and he's just pointed over, and he was you guys can see it's the one that just pulled up in the white car. He was the one that pulled out his phone and showed the other trooper. So see, they're asking, open up all your windows for me, and now he's gonna see that he has his flashlight. Open up all your windows. Open the trunk for me. And I don't know if this guy wants his trunk searched. Oh yeah, he's all right. He's gonna open it. So you guys saw that. So he's relieving him, which is very normal. I mean, it's been happening. These guys are working wild shifts, and when I say wild, the group chat, a few of the officers have been working. They have like 80 hours overtime, and they're doing 18-hour days just so they can stay on the ground. And a lot of local law enforcement who have been kept out of the loop are working 18-hour days. Here comes another trooper, and the that just shows that, I mean, they're restless, and despite them not being in the loop, which hopefully they will be, um, they've been trying their best to do their part and protect their town and their community, which is their backyard. And police aren't sharing information that is, they're not sharing anything that can jeopardize the investigation. They're being very careful. It's only stuff that will assist the public, the locals. That's it. It's nothing about the strategy or what they're doing. It's only information that's to confirm something or deny something, and that's not against their policy. So whatever they're doing isn't against. They're not giving statements or anything. It's just, is there a hostage situation, which is of something of importance. And they would say no, or they haven't yet. I haven't heard back. But another example is, does he have a gun? No, and that stuff is information that protects the public and the locals. It's not something that'll hinder the investigation. We wouldn't ask them to give us information that would hinder the investigation, and they wouldn't give it to us even if we did ask. But we're not going to. So over here, you guys just see. So they're just checking cars, and I think that's another officer that just got off, which is in a minivan. Huh, that's interesting. So that road is now open, or not? Those guys just drove right by, and he didn't have a chance to stop them. But I mean, the investigation is very fluid. Hong, did you text and find out? Yeah, there's no update. And then text some residents and see if there's anything going on in the neighborhood, so we can also. But yeah, guys. So so it's a little bit dark. Whenever I point this way, it pixelates a little bit, but then it refocuses when I go towards the light. Um, but there are a million places to hide in these areas. Literally, I mean, there has to be a million um, under vacant trains. I'm sure this is all of this has been searched. I'm sure, and it's right in front of the police. There's a state trooper with his lights off completely, blacked out. Um, see, so for some reason they're searching the cars trunks that are going in to this area. So I'm not sure what that's about. I haven't seen that. Typically they've been searching trunks exiting. See, they're very kind to the residents. And you guys see, and it's not just looking through the windows, they are to open their windows, and the officer sticks his flashlight in his head into the car so he can see inside just in case somebody is laying down. And somebody is driving by the wrong area to be smoking what they're smoking, with the state police everywhere. But as you guys can see, so down here there's a a blacked out state police car down there. Now this, I'm wondering why they're searching trunks on the way in to this road. Um, is that a direct road out of the area? No, no sightings today. No, you're not. If you refuse to open, they would probably have you stay to see if they have reasonable suspicion. They definitely won't let you through, but they can likely wait for a supervisor to come down to figure out they can what they can do. I'm not an officer, so I don't know. But if you say no, you're not going to get through here, obviously. I don't know if they'll ask you to then wait for law enforcement. But people that are coming out of that street aren't having their trunks searched. But that's weird because people coming up this road can make a left or a right and they won't be searched. But if they go straight, they're being searched. And let's see how he searches this truck. Let's see how he does this. Just so we can know how they do trucks. Okay. Well, that was interesting. No, so the other side, they're not. That's what's interesting. So leaving that area, you don't have to search. You don't have to search the car coming. So there's a puppy in the back, not in the bed, in the back seat. So what's interesting is that they're searching them going in, but not coming out. And I think that's. I mean, this is the first I've seen of that. So I don't know what that's about, but just so you guys can see, put down the windows down, or put the windows down, sir. I'm with the Pennsylvania State Police. That's what he said. I'm not. I'm not. I'm quoting him just in case you can't hear. So he looks inside. Okay, so they've been seeing him recent. Like he's been coming back and forth. That's a resident. They recognize them. So that shows that. So they're bringing officers, even though they're from out of the area. It looks like they're posting them in the same spot for days on end, so that way they can begin, I guess, to recognize neighbors as they come through too, and it makes it a little bit easier for the neighbors to come in and out without always having to um, uh, search the entire car. They know if a neighbor is going home. They're still looking in the windows and everything, but if a neighbor has been coming back and forth for 7 days, they're not going to need to go through the trunk because the neighbor's going home. And if they have him in the trunk, or if he's trying to hold them hostage from a trunk, that's they would obviously open up the trunk. So it doesn't look like um, it looks like they're letting residents that they know just pass through, but they're still checking. So now he's crossing over. Let's see what's going on here. So he says, I'm with the Pennsylvania State Police. I have to check around your car. You see how the way he says hi, it's very energetic. It's a very energetic hi. Um, no, so we don't speak to them because at least on camera, like yesterday, you guys saw troopers come up and have a conversation. So when they started speaking, I moved away because I didn't want what they're saying. There are two helicopters, I think, or are those planes? I didn't want the conversation the trooper was having. I did tell him I'm live, so I walked away. I don't want the department to take it as a official comment or something, you know. So whenever they speak with us, I walk off and Hong has a conversation, and the only person I'll film speaking is Lieutenant Colonel because he is an official. He's somebody with the authorization to provide comment on anything on the record, and he can speak on behalf of the force. These guys cannot speak on behalf of the force, so we would never walk up to them with questions. And if we have a question, we wouldn't film it. You know, it would be off camera. It would be an off camera question. So there's a plane above us too. You guys want to check flight radar? Somebody check flight radar and let's see if this guy waits for the police. Yeah, you see, so residents already know when we see the police, let's wait. So see how this guy already knows the protocol. So he's obviously a regular or a resident. He knows not to go around this officer, even though the officer walked away for a brief minute. See, he put it in park. It's a very smart move, you know. So he doesn't want to attract attention or make them think that he is with somebody. You're not seeing anything on flight radar. Yeah, I'm not seeing them anymore either. But I did show you guys earlier. I mean, I do see some, but that could be an airline. No, that there's stuff on. You see that? There's stuff on. There's stuff on. So obviously that guy must be a resident because he knows. Let's wait for the state police. How are you, sir? How are you? Oh, so as you guys can see, um, that guy knows. Let me wait for the police. You see. So it's smart. If you're a resident or if you're going to be passing through Chester County and you see a police car and there's not an officer, obviously wait and just wait for an officer to come out because if they're parked like that, that would mean that the road isn't open to the public to drive by. He's funny. Bring it in. Just go down the list and just start texting them and check the M's as well. So yeah, residents in all of the neighborhoods you guys are talking about are telling us that there's no activity in any of those areas other than an unmarked trooper just in the area on their street, which is what they would expect. You know, you do need a presence there, but there is nothing out of the ordinary going on. So we're just waiting for. There is a plane up there, and there's a helicopter. I'm trying to think of. So what neighborhoods are you guys hearing stuff is happening at? So I can text. So what he's telling people is, "Hey, sir, how are you? I'm with the Pennsylvania State Police. We're looking for a wanted fugitive." And he's giving people at this point know who they're looking for, but he's just letting them know why he wants to look at certain stuff. So now he is searching the cars that are coming in. But it is quiet, and that's normal. I mean, you guys for the past 7 days, it's been like this where it's quiet, and then something will pop off. Um, as of right now, there's nothing popping off anywhere that's worth hitting. She's very kind, and the residents, at least out here in Chester County, are very grateful, and that's all that really matters. At the end of the day, we're only here for the residents of Chester County. That's what we came here for in the beginning. We didn't come here for um, people outside of the county, and obviously, we're happy that people are watching. But this is more informative for those that are local, just so they know what's going on in their community. You guys see. So we're still waiting to see if there's anything worth hitting. Hey, how are you?
Just knowing what's going on. Ellen lives right up the road, and I can't even open my dogs that night.
I'm gonna give you my card just in case you ever see anything. Shoot me a text.
So thank you, of course. I just had a little trip from home. I went down Creek Road, which is that road that's still there, and there was one cop by the Wyeth homestead. And I said, is it okay if I keep going? He says, yeah, but you're going to see other troopers.
Yeah.
Like every.
Really? Down this way?
Yeah.
Is it open to drive by?
They let me go through. I stopped like twice. No, that was. I'll tell you what I can do. I can do it again and call you if you want that drive. Trooper here, trooper here. Then there's a whole bunch of them.
Really? I'll drive down and see.
So by the time like it goes down to Route 1, right by the river you see, so
Really? Okay. You want to get hung like a rough address or intersection so we can put it on Google Maps and we'll drive down?
okay, do you want me to go now and make sure they're still there before you make the move?
No. I mean, I don't know. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, that would be nice. If you can, that would be cool. And then
I can scare myself again.
Yeah. And let's go over here and get hung. Sorry, guys. I'm just speaking with a resident 1 second to see if there's any updates. Hung. You want to put on Google Maps like an intersection. She's gonna go check it out, and if there's activity, we're gonna go down that way. All right, guys. So we are still at the Ace, and as you can see, it's pretty active. So we're gonna check out another intersection if there is activity. So what we're gonna do is stay here, and a resident is kind enough. She's going to check up the street and see if there's something. She did mention a little while ago she saw a lot of state police. And the rumor about a hostage has just been confirmed that it's not. So it's not. There's no hostage. That's a rumor, and that's what I mean when I text these guys. Um, okay, so and that there is no activity in Britain's Bridge either. So residents are staying in contact with us. And the hostage thing, that was a rumor. That wasn't anything to do with this, and that came from the command post. So, and that's the kind of questions I ask. I want to make sure that if there's a hostage, that's something that the public, obviously, in the local community needs to know, so they're aware of something going on in the area, and we want to be quick to stop misinformation before it starts circulating around, and that's the goal here, and that's why those individuals giving us information in the group chat are assisting. Like, that itself is not interfering with the investigation. They're simply saying no, there isn't a hostage. That's a rumor, and that's important to know that it's a rumor. Thank you.
My name's Mike.
Mike?
You guys are great.
Thank you. So a resident is going to go check out the area and see if there is activity up here, and if there is, we're going to go up that way. And she's kind enough to go check for us before we move, so we don't move for no reason on you guys. Ooh, that trooper's car is banged up. Looks like he got rear-ended. Yeah, everybody here is very kind, and it's that they appreciate, I guess, that there's a feed that they can watch, and that's our goal is just to show them what's going on, show them perimeter, show them the presence, get their answers. Sorry, I thought something was going on. Get their answers or questions answered by officials. That's our goal. So we're not going to the press conference to get a news story. We're going to the press conference to ask questions that concerned residents that are in the immediate area and even those in the outskirts have. Like, will they back down if they don't find him? The answer was no. He was very clear. He looked me in the eyes, and you guys saw it on the live. The lieutenant colonel um, said no. And when I said that, when I posed the question, I made it clear that residents are asking. So I'm letting them know that this question isn't coming from me, and it's not coming from a news agency. It's not coming from um, me as a journalist. It's coming from members of the community who want to know this because they live here and they can't go to the press conference. Um, I learned that today, actually. When I went to the press conference, I had to show my ID 3 times in 3 different checkpoints at the entrance, in the middle of the hallway, and at the door to go in. And that was with everybody. Even though we had bags of equipment, they still wanted to make sure that we were authorized as members of the media to go in. And for those of you that don't know me, I've been in the industry for um, since 2015. So I showed him my identification, and Hong showed him his, and we were cleared to go in. So we're trying to get answers for the public in areas that they can't go, and the authorities are very willing to answer those questions. The lieutenant colonel met with me for a few minutes after the press conference ended, and he answered a couple more questions. One resident said, "What could we do to aid in the search?" And his response was, "Just please remain vigilant. Don't try to apprehend anybody. Don't make chase. If you see something, call 911. Let us handle it." They want to make sure that the residents stay out of harm's way. You can, if somebody gives chase with this guy and police see the man and they ask him to surrender and they fire, they might miss and hit somebody else chasing them. That's why they don't want residents to be running and chasing people, and it's dangerous. The guy's a wanted murderer. Even bounty hunters are asked to stay out of the area. Where? Where? Who called? So I'm checking on who called us. Nope. He called. So I'm gonna give a call back to a resident. Hong's just gonna hold this. Um, Give me a second. All right, guys, I'm back. False alarm. So a resident is gonna go and check. Did you get that intersection from her? Make sure you get from her. Can you get the address?
Just texted, so I figured I was coming to write you back.
Hey, how are you?
There's nothing.
No.
Let's go. He finally got away. Um, you found a good position. You have a good position over by the creek. And the street, I knew all the people that lived on the street. That was what I was getting on. Was the name of somebody that you be my friend. Like, oh, that's what I heard him texting. And he just said, yeah, it was either you or him. Well, she was asking, oh, I sent this out. He probably did it, but I sent this out and said, the road that you're seeing is off. She knew all the people, so she was asking them directly. it all slowed down. So, and then you left. So I was like, okay, we don't have to worry about this, but they're probably friendly to it. She didn't get any confirmation from her neighbor yet. But yeah, well, you were in a good spot. You were in a good spot because you were right there at the creek crossing. Okay. Railroad tracks, which was a hard. This was if it was.
Sorry, guys. I'm just pushing the camera away. I'm having a little conversation with a local in case there's some activity in her. So I don't know what that was about. That car just drove on the wrong side of traffic and cut those guys off.
Yeah, because they're annoying.
Okay. So
I think you're best here. Creek. Oh, because that's the creek.
oh, that's
I know you do need a local on this in the car with you. This is Creek Road and that's Creek Road. Last night everything was over there, right on the other side of the railroad tracks and the creek. That's where everything was. Chandler and Brightonsburg, right here. You were just here yesterday. Foxen, and you were there, but you were on the other side of Britain. You were right there. Today, you were at the end of that road, right down there. Hanks, the abandoned house is right down there. That road, that is my creek. This is the other side of the perimeter. Here's the here.
So if I go down this road, it'll lead to where we were.
If you went here and went right, which they're not going to let you, I doubt it. That will land you at Hanks and Agave restaurant and the oh, I know. The school, and I live up there. And I'm standing right there. So the creek road right here. Here's where everything else is. Here's where we're hanging out. Here's where you live. But if you take this road, it lands you right there. There's a guy. And right here is the museum. And it's this street right here. Station Road. Has a bunch of houses on it. And she used to work right there. That house, so she knew everyone there. Used to have a business right here. So she could pass that.
Rico,
Who is that?
Chase, Ford.
What's up, Chase?
So guys, as you can see, I'm trying to find out some information from locals of where to go. So bear with me. I don't want to end the stream on you guys, so I'm trying to keep it going. That way, you guys see what we see. But I'm not gonna. I'm just speaking with a resident real quick.
You're grown and raised, and you have a 17-year-old. That's just funny. And they're like, we got fireworks you're going to throw at them. I'm like, okay. I was like, don't go looking for him.
No.
You can't kill him.
Exactly. Hit him with the car. That's about it.
Mrs. Creek. Anyway.
So yeah, we'll
that's
try
the
that.
map.
We'll try that.
Well, I don't know if that's your best play. I haven't listened to anything all night because I'm kind of done with it.
Yeah.
I'm exhausted. But that's your bearings. And did they pin it? Did they initial it here? I'm not sure. I'm sure it's over by Dillertown. Yeah, you went over there. Actually, the one just tried to go over there. I think grocery store. Right. Well, that would have been very likely because just so you know, just so you could see what happened. If you went in, if he, sorry, I've got to get my bearings, and when it turns, I don't have them. Okay. If he had made it up, where is the creek? If he had made it here, last night on the creek and going up the Meeting House Road and Britain's Bridge. It goes all the way up to here, and this side. This is right. Let me just see what that is.
All right, well, thank you so much. Shoot me a text, okay? That's funny. Her friends are texting. It looks like some of you guys that are watching know who I was speaking to. She's a local, and some of you texted her and said, "Is that you?" So you guys can see that we're at Ace. We're getting information. We're trying to find out what's going on. My source says that there is that the hostage thing that was bogus, and as of now, there are no updates. So we're trying to find a. It looks like down this road, there's going to be a large presence. I'm trying to figure out if we can get in. So who is? Um, Bear with us, guys. Why don't we follow? It turned into a party here. I'm sorry. There's like 12 residents that just pulled up, which is fine. I mean, it's great that they're coming out and they're also concerned. Um, we're going to see if we can get one of them to let us follow them to where they said they saw the massive police presence of about 40 police cars. But I don't want to start a party here because it's not going to look good. So um, no, they're concerned. There's a lot of them. So what we're going to do is see if one of these residents will let us follow them down that road and see if the police will let us follow that resident with their permission, obviously the resident's permission, to see if there's anything going on. Yeah. No, but she was saying, the other woman said that they let her pass. So if we can follow her, we want to ask her, can we follow you and take us to that location? So we're gonna ask if we can follow them. And if you sent me a pin, make sure you send it to Hong as well, because I I can't look at my texts. Yeah, that's what it looks like. We're gonna. No, I know this isn't the spot, but we're waiting to make sure that before we go on a wild goose chase that we have something. And I want to make sure that we're not just gonna drive into nothing. And like I said, if there's nothing actively going on, we will show you guys the perimeter. Well, not the. I don't know if we'll be able to show you the entire perimeter. We'll go around and show you all the checkpoints that are noticeable, and um, do something similar that we did last night. Yeah, no, Hong is the man. If it wasn't for him, this definitely wouldn't be possible. I wouldn't be able to be doing this without his help. She said, "Yeah, is she ready now? Should we go now?" Yeah, guys, it turned into a party. There's a good amount of people, so we're gonna head down that road before it turns into a block party here. Would it be cool if we follow you and see? Yeah. All right, let's go. All right, sounds good, guys. So we're gonna follow somebody and see if we can get any closer to the scene. So we're gonna head out just so you guys see. We're gonna. Oh my gosh! Hey, how are you?
Do you want any snacks or water?
Oh, you guys need anything? No, you guys are great.
We're gonna drop it off at
Are they
the
really?
command center.
We're gonna follow a resident down this way to see if we can get through.
Awesome. Well,
Yeah. Thank you guys
We'll
so
check it
much. You guys
out.
are amazing. You brought like a cases.
Yeah, no, thank you guys. You guys are really doing it.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
And I'll give you my card. Obviously, I'm Nick.
Yeah, nice to meet
I'm
you.
Lauren.
Hey,
Nice to meet you.
Look, okay, let me give you my card just in case you guys see anything.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, we'll let
if
you
it's
know.
in your neighborhood or anything, let us know. Maybe we can swing through and.
Okay. Awesome.
They're from the humidity, so it's they're starting to.
that's totally
All right.
I
Cool.
appreciate it, guys.
All right.
Thank you so
Stay
much.
safe.
You too.
Thanks for everything.
All right, guys. So we're gonna follow a resident and see if we can get any closer. And if not, it's all right. We're just gonna see the activity.
I just hope they're still there.
Yeah, it's worth a shot. We'll see if they're still there. And you guys can see how many cars just pulled up. It's literally, and it's a block party. If you guys see, it's a whole ton of people. And Hong's got a bag of stuff. But let's see. Who's this? Is that law enforcement or no? No, if it's not law enforcement, let's just follow her. So, right now, no disrespect if the person that texted me, if you heard me say just law enforcement only, I'm only looking for information from law enforcement or what's it called? Uh, somebody right here, and then I'm going to get back to you after we follow this car, just in case there's some activity there. And if there's not, then wouldn't that be something?
I'll take a little detour and then go on the road that I went before.
Okay.
And we're like midpoint.
Okay, thank you. So yeah, you see, that's what I mean. Locals are being amazing. So they're helping us show those who live farther away from, not far away, but this is good for those that aren't out driving, so they can see what's going on out here. And we're going back towards Brandywine on this road, just so you guys know. So this road is actually it's the road that leads directly to that bridge we were at earlier. Well, if they're able to get through the checkpoint, yeah, I mean that's the best way. Are your high beams up? No. Yeah, we have some bright headlights. So it turned into a little party over here. But we're trying to make sure that everybody stays home and stays safe. You guys can see the area. So we're over the body of water right here. It's very dark. And you see, look, everybody has their lights on. Businesses have their lights on. Everybody has, it's lit up. Okay, so they put physical road barriers up. Let's see if there's another way. Just follow her for now, and we'll text her. I'll text her. You guys see that area? I'm trying to show you how lit up it is.
Okay, y'all, give me just 1 second. I'm gonna see if he's lost the live stream. Okay, he's back.
So that's a funeral home. But well, I think that was a funeral home. Properties have their focus. Properties have their places lit up pretty well. That was a police station. Yeah, we're in no competition with anybody else, so we're fine. We're just showing people around, and if you guys want to watch their feed as well, obviously go ahead. So we're heading a local. I guess she was watching, and I said it would be great for a local. And actually, like 8 of you guys showed up at Ace Hardware pretty quick with cases of water and Gatorade and drinks. You guys are great. So we're trying to get as close now. Now we're on South New Street, and look how dark it is. We're still on New Street Road. Yeah, she's rather quick, but we don't want to get too close to her so you guys don't see the license plate too clearly, just out of respect. But look, you see the brush, you see the fields. No, we don't have to pack. What we'll do is run the guy down. This is like a 6-ton missile, so if we run him over, he'll wind up back in the prison yard that he escaped from. And I hope we can collect the reward then. I mean, if he lands there, I don't know how we'll prove it was us. I'm kidding, but yeah, I'm not too concerned about the fugitive, and if we see him, we'll obviously call the police, as everybody has been asked to do. And if he's in the way, if it's actually him, we'll run him over. If he's a threat, I'm not gonna run a guy over for just walking. But you guys can see how dark. So like, there's lights at just about every home. They have all of their lights on. So now we're on Birmingham, East New Street. Yeah, we're gonna end up. Yeah, but the police are searching there. They've searched. I think on this feed in the past 6 days, you guys saw more searches than anything, and they panned out to be not much of it, nothing. You know, we saw action. We saw them running or walking up towards us today with it looked like tactical teams. You guys saw CERT driving by for the past 2 nights, flying by. You guys saw a ton of police activity, which is normal, and a few officers walking through the woods is not a major development. We'll go back in that area after we do a little bit of a roundabout. We don't want to keep showing you guys the same 2 or 3 spots, so we're going to show you guys. Yeah, she's a pro. She's navigating this road like a NASCAR driver, so she's obviously, I'm sure she knows the road fairly well. See the lights on everywhere. And that's what we're hoping. If we see them, that would be something interesting. And by standing still in where 4 state troopers are searching isn't going to be much of anything, and we're not going to be able to follow the state police into the woods, you know. So we're just looking. Tonight has been probably the least activity that we've seen since we started. So it makes you wonder: is he still in the area, or is he passed out? Is he moving? What is he doing? Where is he? Um, that's a very good question to pose. We just have no clue. I'm gonna ask again any activity to my law enforcement. The chat's kind of funny. So what we're seeing is the houses are lit up. We're following a local who's going to see. Now there is some police activity up here, so she was right. And that officer is in the middle of. Okay, this is where we were earlier. Okay, this is that intersection, guys, that we were at, Creek Road. We're at the Creek Road spot again. There's another officer. So yeah, this individual, she was correct. So for those of you guys that think she was maybe mistaken, we're back at Creek Road, and there are, wow, I mean that's lit up pretty well. Look, you see this? He's lighting up the field. You guys see that? And that's Creek Road. That yeah, we're on South Creek Road. All right, we're following. All right, you need to look in there. All right, cool. Thank you, guys. Stay safe.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
All right, guys. So we're able to get through the little checkpoint here. There's another. So there's a lot of activity here. So she was right. See what I mean? So that's why it's important to get some local input.
It sounds like they're all on the creek.
Oh, and look. See the. Let me show you again. Look at the creek. Let's see if this guy lets us follow her. Yeah, you're cool. Just wave at him. So we're good. We're driving through again. Oh yeah, no, they definitely need. She's from this exact, like this is her neighborhood, so we're fine. It's not like she's going out of her way. And guys, there is a lot of act. Look, every few, maybe 50 to 100 feet, you'll see a trooper, and as you see, we stop at every single one, just to make sure that everything is okay for us to pass. Even though we did this with 4 of them just before this, it's always good to make sure that they know that we're. How are you, sir?
Good, how are you?
Good. We're good, right? Thank you. So you see how we ask, are we good? Should we stop? Do you want to look in the car? So we make sure that we're allowed to go. We're not going to just roll into a neighborhood and go willy-nilly past the police car. Even if there's 5 back to back, we'll stop at all 5 and make sure that they know where we are or that we're trying to get by. And if they say no, turn around, we obviously turn around. So you guys are seeing how heavy the presence is. Now look, they have that lit up, and there's a trooper here. He's got that lit up. It's hard to see. And there's a creek, as you guys can see the creek. There's a trooper up here too. So this road actually has the most activity as far as what I've been seeing. I'm not sure if there has been other areas right now that are this active, maybe the Brandywine, but I'm hearing there's only 4 troopers there. I mean, we've passed, whoever's keeping count, we've passed a good amount. And here's where we are going by. And look, you see more troopers guarding areas, looking around. It's a fluid scene. And you guys saw how it looked quiet at the Ace gas station. That's their goal. And then we come here and you see a presence. And there's probably a presence like this elsewhere. And I asked, you guys heard me ask the officer, do you want to look in the trunk? He was like, no, you're all right. And again, they've started to recognize us. But now we're back at the Brandywine Creek. You guys see? Or Brandywine River, I'm sorry. Now, this guy might want to search our trunk, obviously. Maybe. Because we're coming out of the area. Yeah, you want to pop the windows down? He's gonna. So this is actually gonna be cool. You guys are gonna see firsthand how they look through the car. Make sure I have my immediate ID on me. But if not, I've got my ID. How you turn the lights on?
How's it going?
How are you, sir?
Good.
Just following. Let me get you my ID.
Are you with
Yes,
her?
sir. Yeah.
Okay.
Just our media ID.
Got camera equipment?
Yes, sir.
Wow, that's cool. What do you guys do?
So we're basically just going around showing the residents the perimeter, showing them the activity so they can see that you guys are working hard to find the guy and that there's a large presence of police despite people driving by and people far away that don't see the presence. We want to show them that you guys are here. You are.
I got you. All right.
All right.
Where you guys heading?
Probably gonna make a right here or follow. I'm not sure where she's going. All right. Stay safe. Thank you. Stay safe, sir. So you guys saw that. So he did look in the back and go. And he's very, very nice. So they're very cool. And here's Action News. Looks like they finished their dinner. So we're gonna thank this resident, and then we're gonna head to another spot. That was a cool little drive-through, and we're gonna do that again. Not this road. We're gonna do another road if we're able to, so you guys can see the activity. Hong's being held hostage. I release it. And thanks her. But you guys saw the trooper, and I let him know we're live and we're showing the community for the most part around. We want the community to be at ease. We want them to understand that there's a massive search, and they're doing the best they can. And that was cool because all day you've been seeing or not all day, for the past 5 days that you've been seeing them searching cars, and now we saw firsthand the officer searching in the car, which is pretty cool to see them in action, and that was as close to the I guess experience as you can get. So we literally we passed over 10 state troopers, and she was right that there are a lot on this road, and this is that road, Creek Road, and the spot we were at earlier is actually like literally maybe not even half a mile. It's right. See the other police lights up there? I'll zoom in. That's where we were earlier. So it's cool that we just went down the road so you guys can get like a first-hand look at what happens when you try to enter a checkpoint. And you see how when we came to the end of the road, so going in, they didn't search because they highly doubt he's going to try to get himself into the perimeter, but coming out, he searched. And we didn't have to open the trunk because he stuck his flashlight in and his head inside, and the seats are folded down. We don't have any of the back seats folded up. There's a lot of equipment in the trunk just in case stuff gets very active very quickly. We're ready to light something up with LED panels. We have larger cameras. The problem is I can't go live from those cameras, but we bring them just in case we need to get a better shot. But I mean, it's cool to see it in real time and watch it from afar and then watch it from close up. So there's a large presence around the creeks and the river, and that shows that he likely is using that as a guide to try to get away and evade capture. And I think that this is pretty um, interesting compared to just sitting in one spot and hoping something happens. Now it's different if we're at a spot as we were for Lenape Road when we were close enough that if something happened, we would hear it, or if somebody was apprehended, we would hear it or see it. So that's that was a good place to stay still. Last night was a good place to stay still, and after the stream last night, we went to another spot, which was a good place to show you guys the area and show you how the police are able to blend in and hide. So we're going to continue by texting a few more residents and seeing if there's anything going on in their neighborhoods. As of now, they haven't texted me to let me know, hey, this is going on. Uh, Come to my area. You're good. And all of the points of interest, for the most part, from Kendall to the development behind Kendall to Water Glen to Lenape, all of the areas of interest, Longwood Gardens, residents that live like right behind it with large properties, they text us and they give us permission to come to their land and film, just so they want their neighbors and the members of the community to also understand what's going on and see from different angles of what's going on. And there's a lot of and there are people that have parents that live at Kendall, like somebody just said, and those people have been super cool. They've contacted us and said, although we might not be able to get you into Kendall, we'll let you know if something is happening. If our parents receive a text, or if they get a call, or if the police knock up, or if there's a police presence. The helicopter doesn't always mean that there's something going on right there. The helicopter, from what I understand, is, and this came from a law enforcement source, is that the helicopter for, um, I don't want to sound rude or anything, but it has to get a certain amount of hours in, according to what they say. So that was them maybe getting their hours in. There are a certain amount of flight hours that they need to do. I'm not sure the terminology on it. So just because you see a helicopter doesn't mean anything. And now, if you see a helicopter at 800 feet or at 500 feet, there's something likely happening. But if it's at 1,200 feet and it's making large rounds and there's no active search, as when I say active search, I mean there's no boots like cert on the ground, that means it's just patrolling to see if there's any sort of movement that they can see from up there with the technology that they have. So helicopter activity is going to be very normal in a situation like this. It doesn't mean that something is happening. We've seen the helicopter out for days on end, and it's just their job. That's what they're doing. They're looking around just in case something happens, and also getting their flight time in. And this story is becoming a not just a national story. It's actually world news. It's hitting Brazil. It's hitting Europe. It's airing in a lot of countries in Europe are covering it. It's hitting um, Asia. It's hitting like a lot of parts of Asia. So it's world news at this point. But our focus isn't to tell a story. Our focus is to show the community what's going on, what the presence is, what's happening. And as of today, there are no sightings. Today was a very quiet day, which makes me wonder, is he still within the perimeter? And that's a good question that we can pose tomorrow. Um, Maybe tomorrow we revisit that press conference and say, there has been zero activity. Is there still, do you have any reason to believe that he left the perimeter? The lieutenant colonel, when Jeff Cole, I believe it was from Fox 29, asked him, what makes you so sure that he's here? The colonel said, I cannot tell you that, just in case he has resources, essentially. We don't want to alert him of why we know he is here. They want him to make a move. They want him to come out. So they're not going to divulge much. But tomorrow, a question will definitely be, and again, you guys send me your questions, only locals. I'm not going to ask questions for people from New York or Jersey or any of that. Perhaps the Delaware border, if you live immediately within the Delaware border, like close enough where realistically he can go, you can reach out to me. That's something that I'll obviously um, put on a priority list too. But right now, our main priority is for those that are in Chester County, and specifically the area around and within the perimeter. And we're going to want to know tomorrow, you guys, are you making any progress? From what we see today, there was precisely nothing compared to the last 7 days. We're on day 7. So, I mean, for the last 6 days, there's been somewhat of there was activity just about every day. We On Friday there was activity. On Saturday there was activity. On Sunday, I believe, there was Water Glen. There was the burglaries. There was the ring camera. There was the Lenape Road. There was the Longwood Gardens. And today is actually the first day that we're on the ground and we haven't seen anything. So either he's um, laying extra low tonight, so that way they think he's gone, or he's gone. Um, so nothing can be ruled out at this point, but the police still have a very heavy presence, and you saw that presence as we were driving down that road. Uh, every 50 or so feet, maybe 100 feet, there was a state trooper. And as you saw, we stopped at every single one of them. And that's something, if you're in the area, just because you stop for the first one, that doesn't mean drive by the next one. You should stop at all of them, because if somebody doesn't stop, it might trigger the officer to pull you over and check why you drove around him. Just because one saw you, that doesn't mean the other 9 did. So it's good to make sure that you make some kind of contact. And obviously, they're not all going to search your car, but they just want to know um, that who you are or what you're doing, for the most part. And you heard, as we were going down, I was asking everybody, "Are we good to go?" Yes. We're just following this resident. That's great. Go ahead. Do you want us to open the trunk? He said no. The first one. This one did look inside. So it's definitely interesting. And that's another thing. I'm not an expert on what you can and can't drink. So I don't know how long he can survive on with creek water or river water. It's something that's definitely not sanitary. I mean, it's not healthy. It's pretty disgusting. But if you have no option, you're gonna drink it. If you're on the run for murder, and there's a river, you're gonna get in it. So he's not your average guy. He's not thinking about his health right now. He's thinking, I just have to get away. And his best bet is to, obviously, if he only has creek water, he has to drink creek water. And that can only happen for, I'm not a doctor, so I don't know how long it'll take for him to get sick, or for his body to start breaking down from malnourishment, from not eating, from not drinking fresh water and staying hydrated. you know. So tonight was the quietest night. Now, that doesn't mean we're leaving. We're going to be here again until at least 1 a.m. And I guess the plan will be, and I'll take a little vote on here, if you guys want us to we're still waiting for, if we get information about action, we're going to go there. We're obviously going to go straight to that. But we'll continue driving around certain areas, certain neighborhoods of interest. Maybe we'll take a drive tonight to Water Glen. Water Glen is now open. Water Glen is now an open road. Lenape is now an open road. So we can show you guys Lenape Road at night, which would be interesting to see the darkness and how easy it is to kind of evade detection. But if something comes in with police activity, we're going to fly to that location. So we're not going to drive around and miss something. But we don't want to stand still and show you guys this for 4 hours or 5 hours. We don't think that's going to be great. Let me
Okay, y'all, hold on just one second. Let me see if he has lost the stream. Princess Megan, you're very welcome. It shows that he's still got it up, but he keeps losing his signal. And I just dropped Nick's Twitter link, so if y'all are not following him, please go over and do so. Okay. All right. Well, I don't know how he keeps losing it. It keeps popping back up. Hey, honey, how are you? All right, let me get it pulled back up for y'all.
Checkpoints. We're gonna do our little rounds. We're gonna check around the checkpoints, see if there's any action. But this is a slow night, and there's not much going on. But we want to show the community that although it's a slow night, that doesn't mean law enforcement has slowed down their effort. They're very active. That road right here had well over a dozen troopers, and they lit up the fields, the just about everything. So maybe they do have him cornered, and maybe right now he does see the police lights, and maybe he is in one of those areas, and he's afraid if he gets up, they'll see him. So that could be something, you know. Maybe if Elmwood Drive. So if there's a resident, um, text Hong to confirm that, and we'll go that way. So right now we're on Baltimore Pike and Creek Road. The Brandywine River is right there where that trooper is, lit up straight ahead. This road right here is completely lit up by state police. And as I was saying before it cut, it's possible that they the reason he isn't moving is because they have lit up a very large portion of an area that there goes the trooper with the car that's rear-ended. So it's possible that he doesn't want to come out. I don't know if I hear a helicopter or a motorcycle, but it's possible that maybe he's in one of those areas that are lit up and he doesn't want to move. Maybe that's why we haven't seen anything, or maybe he's gone. It's just too soon to tell, and that's a question that'll be asked tomorrow. What was the development today, if any? Did you guys see anything today? And you guys have to remember, these possible sightings are coming in by the dozen. I mean, like we were laughing a couple of nights ago because somebody said they saw him at Rita's eating water ice and then getting in a Honda with a gelato or something. So it's there are funny sightings. I mean, there's sightings in Maine. There are sightings coming in from everywhere. So it's good though. It's good that people are calling the police. But when a sighting comes in, if there is a cert response or if they ask for additional units, I think that's when we're going to start heading down. Unless, let's say, tomorrow we're stationed somewhere at a good spot and there's a sighting nearby, that's when we stay positioned where we are and watch it unfold from there. So there's just so many sightings that at this point, for us to drive to each and every one of them, it's not feasible. I mean, these guys are getting so many from all over the area, and the police are responding quickly to those sightings. If it's something that they believe is legitimate, but I'm not saying they're not responding to other ones. But if you're in the not immediate area, but if you're in an area that realistically this guy could have walked to, like Delaware County, um, Delaware State, anywhere outside of the perimeter. But if you're calling from, let's say, Philadelphia, the police are still going to respond out there, but the chances are slim that they're going to find something. But that's just my opinion. Philadelphia is far. So if the last sighting here was yesterday, I want to say it was, um, yesterday, he wouldn't have gotten to Philly without hitting main roads. You can't get to Philly without hitting some main roads, and there's no wooded areas that are going to lead you from here to Philadelphia. So yeah, you see, if there's a sighting nearby, police are obviously they're responding, and you'll hear soon if there's an update, and we'll see a chopper, and we'll see a response going, and if we see that, we'll obviously head in towards that location. So right now I'm at Baltimore Pike and Creek Road. The Brandywine River is just right over there, and we just drove up this entire road from Ace Hardware to the Brandywine, which is uh, the main point of interest right now. It has a heavy presence of law enforcement from here to Ace, and then as you can see, there's some down there, and I'm just waiting for some texts. If anybody responds, or if anybody is texting Hong, he'll let me know to see if there's anything worth going to before we do a little tour, I guess, of the perimeter and also of Water Glen and Lenape Road, so you guys can see Lenape Road at night, and you guys can see Water Glen, and you can see like we'll drive by the sighting on the 1800 block of Water Glen. We'll drive by the sighting on 1800 block of Lenape. We'll drive to the sighting of um, Water Glen. We'll drive to the sighting of a few of them, and we'll show you guys that area because now those roadblocks have been lifted leading up to Carco. But across the street from Carco this morning was closed, which is interesting because that's been open um, for not open, but we were able to park there as the media. Like the media was able to park there to get closer to the command center when it was there. The I guess that was more of a secondary command center because the primary one was at the prison, but for logistical reasons they moved it to Pomarlin Fire Department. But again, if there's nothing going on, we're still going to show you guys at least the perimeter and the routes um, around the area. We'll take you from the prison all the way down to um, all the way down to Water Glen, from Lenape to Carco, and we can show you guys a little bit of so you get an idea of what the area looks like. It might sound boring, but at this point, it would be better than just staying. So there is a helicopter right there. Anybody have any idea on flight radar what that is? Is that a news helicopter? There's no, there's nothing on the radar. That's a helicopter. Wow. So yeah, helicopters going over Creek Road right now, where we just came from, where you saw over a dozen state police lighting up the fields, and um, just a heavy presence. No, that's not a drone. I heard it. Remember I said that it's either a motorcycle or a helicopter coming, and it's a helicopter. The drone has like a whizzing sound. This you can hear the chopper. You can hear it. Hong has access to my Twitter, so he'll be able to check. So those are paramedics that just went by, an ambulance and then a paramedic behind him as well. And then there's an airplane, I think, above us. Is that on the radar? That's above us now is an airplane. Yeah, so what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to go to... Is there an airplane above us? Because there's a plane up here. Okay. So what we're going to do is do a little drive around. I'm waiting to hear back from some residents to see if there's any activity, and they know to text me. As you guys have probably been hearing throughout the day, everybody that walked up to us, I gave them my card and asked them to text me. So that way, if something happens in their neighborhood, we can go there, or at least get some information for you guys to let you know. Obviously, we're not going to go in the middle of somewhere where we're not supposed to be. Now that it's circling, so there is definitely, and you can hear the propeller very faintly. It doesn't have a whizzing sound. It's circling Creek Road. This is right now. You guys can still see it flashing. And it's zeroing in kind of. It's like in it's, so this is Creek Road, where there are bodies of water that go like from creeks to, and the Brandywine River is right here. So there's like a large body of water from this, basically this stretch. So the spotlights from the chopper won't get through the brush and the trees, and that's something I was able to show you guys during the day when we were walking in the area of that creek before you saw the guys in tactical gear walking down the road. They won't be able to, if they turn on the spotlight, that's just going to alert the fugitive rather than help them, because they won't see much through that. It's a lot of brush, it's a lot of trees, and if he's been this good at evading police, he's not going to be laying down in the middle of a field that's well kept. You know, he's going to be wanting to lay down in like brush in areas that are hard to see from the sky, areas like that. And he's proven to be rather good at this point. He's evaded them multiple times for the past 6 nights and 7 days. Today he hasn't been cited, so he's been able to kind of slip the radar. So we're on Creek Road and Baltimore Pike. And that's a good question. Where's the perimeter? I don't know. It's much larger. When we started this on Friday, Lenape was open, and then we started streaming on Saturday, and Lenape was closed. So the perimeter has moved. Like today, Lenape is open, leading from the prison to Lenape is open until you get to Carco, and then the intersection after, like to continue on Lenape, that was closed earlier. And that's when I told you guys that I spoke with the clerk at the store, or not the clerk, he was the owner of the store, and he told me that um, I asked, "Are you being reimbursed in any way for closing?" And he said, "No, I was closed for 5 days, but that's not the point. Um, there's a murderer on the loose, and I'm a small business owner in this community, and I want to make sure the community is safe." Um, so his priority isn't the money. Obviously, it hurts. 5 days of not having business with the holiday weekend, it hurts, which is why I asked you guys that are local to maybe go there and get gas for the next few days just to maybe help them recoup a little bit of their loss. And that's not at his request. I'm just saying that would be nice. And the gas is not as expensive as Sunoco. So it would be nice just to give back to the guy a little bit. And the troopers, they are not they're not accepting water and stuff like that from the public unless they're in like your backyard and guarding it. That's different. But there are roving patrols that are going around and giving these guys water and food and whatever they need. And for some of them, like last night, you guys saw that there was a golf cart, like a gator, driving around delivering stuff to these troopers, to all of them. They were going around the perimeter giving them water, Gatorade, snacks, and then there were reliefs that were coming so they can go to the restroom. So the troopers are very well taken care of by members of the fire department, who are the ones that are driving around, Longwood Fire Department, and then also members of the state police are driving around in their marked police cars and giving troopers water. So I would assume that they have somebody whose sole job or purpose is to drive around to the troopers that are stationed and give them water, make sure they're hydrated, make sure they're fed, make sure they're all right. Do they need to use the restroom? And then the Longwood Fire Department is driving around with golf carts and gators, and even their fire police like trucks to deliver. I don't know if it's fire police trucks or if it's like the chief's vehicle. It's like a red utility truck that's driving around and also helping hydrate these guys and make sure that they're doing good. And it makes sense that they're not accepting stuff from the public or random people, because you never know in today's day if somebody puts something in there or something, so and I don't think they can really accept gifts. And I don't know if that would be considered a gift, but it's a safety precaution too. So right now we are on Baltimore Pike and Street Road. And as you guys can see, there's several news agencies here. You have Fox, you have NBC, you have Action News, and they are all actively reporting of what's going on, which is good. It's good to see people here and covering the story at various angles. So in a couple of minutes, we're probably going to head. I don't want to interrupt. Let me see if they're almost finished back here. So in a couple of minutes, we're going to try to head toward the prison and give you guys, unless something comes in, like I said, we're going to do a little bit of a drive. But if something comes in, we're going to go to that location. And my sources are saying that there's no activity. So that's all I have as far as that. And they debunked the rumors about a hostage and then all of that stuff. So, and that's what we want to do. We want to debunk rumors. We don't need misinformation when there's an escaped murderer on the loose and people put their guard down and then he pops up. So that's a very dangerous thing. And in something like this, it can take somebody's life. Misinformation. It's not like your average story or rumor that you're going to put out, your fake news. Something that's misinformation in this or false can wind up costing, it could wind up hurting somebody, and that's the last thing everybody wants. And obviously misinformation spreads very quickly. So the only thing I really ask law enforcement is, are there any updates? No. Is this true? Yes or no? And they're able to just comment on that. So we see, like, just a little recap from the last stream. We took a drive down this entire road from here at Baltimore Pike and East Street Road all the way to
Okay, y'all, give me just 1 second. I think he's lost his feed again. Hey, Jenny, how are you? All right. Let me get it pulled back up for y'all.
Of law enforcement um, with their lights activated all the way down that road. And there's a large body of water that leads to the Brandywine over here, um, just where that trooper is stationed down there. You can see the lights with the bridge. That's where we were earlier, where you guys saw the guys in tactical gear, and we pulled over to see if there was any activity. And you saw that there were state police hidden down the tracks. So they drove their cars on the railroad tracks and parked up, and they're all blacked out at this point, and most likely they're still there. So if he is going by if he is following the tracks, there's somebody there. If he's following the river, there are people there. If he's following creeks, there are people there. So at this point, it looks like they're really ramping up their efforts, probably because he managed to somehow slip the initial perimeter. And that makes you wonder, is he still in the area? Now, that if he's not in the area, that'll be a great relief for the residents here. But then the residents maybe in Delaware or wherever he's heading have to begin being on the lookout. And if you do live in the area, like if you're in Delaware nearby Longwood Gardens, definitely remain vigilant, because you never know where this guy is and if he's heading your way. Um, People in that area should obviously call 911 and report suspicious activity to the police, the same as here and in Delaware County as well, and even anywhere. I mean, if you see, I'm not saying if you hear branches crackling in Bucks County to call the police, but if you see something suspicious to call the police, that is something different. So we're going to head down to, let me see if I have any messages. So everybody is saying, so I'm looking through my texts. So yeah, all the residents are saying that there really is no activity. So what we'll do is right now we're going to do a little tour and show you guys um, the area, show you the prison and the route. And what we can do is start at the prison, and then we'll show you the street that he was spotted on. It's Wawaset Farm Lane, I believe it's called. And we'll go from there to Water Glen, and then from Water Glen we'll drive down Lenape to the Carco, and we'll show you that route so you guys understand the perspective. It puts it in perspective of what it looks like here at night and without a police presence. Now there might be a police presence that's just very dark over there, but it's just something to stay active. Unless, I mean, obviously if something pops off, we're going to go there, but you guys want us to stay live and show us or show you guys stuff. So I mean, we're willing to do that. That's not a problem, just so you guys can see the area. And see, a resident that is asking me about a possible sighting from earlier. So what I'm going to do is send out a text and see if it's anything accurate. And we're going to start heading towards the prison. That's basically the only activity we'll see tonight, and give you guys a little bit of a tour of the area and show you the presence around the region. So we'll start at the prison and show you guys the original trail of where he went, and then we'll go to the around the perimeter to show you guys just how many law enforcement officers and agencies are out here. So just give me 1 second. All right, guys. So we're gonna head. It's like a little tour. Show them the first street we were seen on. Something to put it in the perspective, and if anything pops off, we'll go there. And you have our son. Yeah, that was amazing. Thank you so much. And you have.
All right, y'all, hold on just 1 second. Let's see if he's got another one up. Shit. Hold on, apparently that one went down. Yeah. It shows that it's. No, it went down. So I have to give it a second to see if he pulls another one up. Hey Kelly, how are you? All right, so he's lost that feed too, so it may take it a second for him to pull another one up. So give me just 1 second. All right, Fofa, are you in here? Okay, so he still hasn't came up with one yet, so it may take it a few minutes. Laughing Stock, the last known sighting was yesterday. And I think that's what Nick was doing at the time that his feed went down was he was trying to confirm if there was a sighting today. All right, y'all. I'm refreshing to see if he's came back up. And he still has not. Laughing Stock, you are very welcome. Okay, Fofa, are you hearing anything on the scanner, or did she pull it back up? Or even on the flight radar? I know we said a minute ago there was a helicopter in the air and also a plane going over him. Okay, thank you, Taylor. If Nick comes back up, I would rather stick with him since that's who we've been with this whole time. But if he doesn't, I'll try to find theirs. Have y'all heard anything about the dogs being out today? I know that they said yesterday that one of them, they believe, suffered a heat stroke and is in the hospital. Heather, that's another reason why I'd rather stick with him. He's been out here the whole time doing this, where I don't believe they have. All right. So uh, if he don't come up in a few minutes, then I'll open up the panel and I'll just keep watching for him. And then if he comes up with another feed, because he did say he would be out there till at least 12. Okay, thank you, Fofa. Kelly, that is it's very sad. But I'm glad though that the dog is going to be okay. They did say that they believe he's going to make it. Hey, Aaron, how are you? All right, so I'm going to open up the panel for a few minutes. Anybody wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. And I'll just keep watching for Nick so he gets another stream going. Aaron, a lot of people think he's been going up in the trees. I think it was Mar that kept saying that last night. Thank you, Aaron. Let's see. He's up in the tree in the day to check the landscape and plan his twilight runs. Musical, that's what it kind of seems like he's doing. Like he's resting up during the day and kind of staying put, and then at night, it's when he's moving. But they did also say today that there's some game wardens that are out putting cameras up. I believe the marshals have their cameras out, and uh, they say the state police also have cameras up. I think there was like 30 extra cameras that went up today or over the last 24 hours or something like that, so they could kind of see where he's going to. Hey KK, how are you? Cool, I heard. Alright. Yeah. Kiki, hold on just 1 second. I'll grab it. I have it pulled up here. One second, y'all. Okay, Vicky, there you go. No, actually, there are cameras that you can get that as soon as there's movement on them, it sends it straight to your phone or computer. I think that's pretty much what everybody's going to nowadays. Alright, I'm just waiting for him to come back up. So he may be moving to a different location because I think he said a second ago that they were about to move somewhere else. So that may be what he's doing. Yeah, Daniel, he did say that if it goes down, he would be back. And usually he's back up pretty quickly. All right, so if y'all haven't done so, real quick, while we're waiting on him to come back up, hit the thumbs up. The trail's a flower or something else that shows if he's passed by, just like finding a snake's movement. Hey, Jessica Lynn, how are you? It would take a lot of flour or something like that to do that. Let's see. Sweet Melissa says someone called 911 and said someone suspicious is running through their backyard. Sweet Melissa, when did that happen? It's like a few minutes ago. Jessica Lynn, it's fine. I've been live now almost 3 hours. Wait, hold on, y'all. Getting the wrong link here. I know they kept saying something about a hostage situation earlier or something too. But I think that's pretty much been debunked. So the thing is, could legit be a child, and you wouldn't be able to tell the difference. Cola heard that is true. Hey Frank, how are you? I just heard the same thing a few minutes ago on the police dispatch, man running through backyard. I don't know, maybe the cops are going out there to check it out. So if anybody wants to grab the link and come up on panel a little bit, you're more than welcome to. Hold on just 1 second. Vapor, yeah, he did. And he did say if his speed dropped, he would be right back, but he hasn't come back up yet. Hey, Roger, how are you? KK, I know. I was reading through the BK docs today, and then my damn power went out. I haven't got to finish reading them yet. Sally Mae. Sally Mae has taken over Riddler's spot tonight since he's not in here. Lady V, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Doing all right.
Kind of exciting, though, isn't it?
Yeah, if we can just get the feed going back.
Yeah.
I don't think we've ever seen this many cars go by when we've been watching him.
It's a lot. Boy, they were going fast too.
That's what somebody else in chat said, and how fast they were going, and all the cops and all that there and everything. I know whenever he was at Ace Hardware at that intersection, they were checking all the cars going in and coming out of that little. I guess there must be a neighborhood or something up in there.
Libra Moon wants the link to the scanner.
All right, just 1 second, and let me go grab it. Hold on, just 1 second now.
I can't wait for the fall. The leaves are starting to turn color a little bit.
Here, they're all dead.
Yeah, ours had a pretty rough summer too.
Because of it being so hot and everything down here. Will B, how are you?
Hello. Can you
Hey,
hear me good?
Wilby.
Yes, we can hear you.
I'm doing fine.
Hey, Wilby.
Hey, Lady B, how are you?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing okay. I'm ready for them to catch this guy.
Oh, me too. Merp, thank you. Okay, so Merp said that Nick posted an update. He will be live soon. All right.
Have there been any confirmed sightings of him today?
No.
No, the
I'm
last
beginning
one
to wonder if he's breached the perimeter.
probably. Frank, thank you so much for that super chat. And Frank says, love to support tubers who work so tirelessly to give us coverage. Frank, I appreciate that so much. Thank you. That was very nice.
Vaporize that.
Can I go lay on top of someone's farm? I mean, if it would catch him. Hey,
well,
Kelly.
Nick's gonna run him over. So
what is it? A 6-ton missile? He said.
Yeah.
See, this is the one to the call about the thud in the house, and then possibly someone outside, not the scanner in general. Oh well, hold on then. All right, so the link that I just posted, I thought was to the actual scanner. It's just to what it's supposed to say it was. Hold on, I gotta go back now. I thought I was supposed to sing. Okay, so that was the call, the link that the last one. Let me go back and grab the link for the scanner. Just a second. Here we go. Right there. I've got so many links and everything else everywhere. All right. There is the link.
Nick has got to be tired.
Oh, I know. Avery, thank you so much for that super chat. And she says super chat train. Thank you, Avery. That is very nice of you. All right. And I just posted the link to the scanner in the chat. If anybody wants to go listen to it. I cannot pull it up on here. I can't. Some people, the system that they use, they can. Oh, I don't know what that background noise was.
That might have been me. I moved something.
Oh, okay. But I can't pull up two things at one time on StreamYard. I wish I could. That way we could listen to both of them. But Daycare Mama, how are you? And I did see that JLR did say that he actually had Nick on his panel earlier today after the press conference, and he said that he was going to be going up that way tomorrow.
Did you guys hear the story about the man who heard something in his basement the other night and opened the door and turned the light on, and then the guy was downstairs and hit the light switch 2 or 3 times himself?
Yeah, I heard something about that.
That would have been kind of scary.
Yes. Glowbug, thank you so much for that super sticker. That is very nice of you. Thank you.
Yeah,
I heard about that, which is, because this guy can just pop up anywhere and you don't know where he's going to come out. Like, he may be at your house tonight, he may be at somebody's house tomorrow, or in between. OCD Shaggy, thank you so much for that super chat. That is very nice of you. Thank you. Glowbug,
Glowbug.
thank you so much for gifting those memberships. That is very nice of you. So yeah, this little dude. I mean, y'all saw the video how he scaled the wall. Like he was up that wall and over that roof, and just like I
He's
think
a little
somebody said,
monkey.
yeah.
I didn't get to see it. I was like
Oh,
working
hold
like
on.
10 hours today.
Wait, I think I shared the video on my Twitter. Give me a second. Because they played it today at somebody had posted it last year.
Oh, Krista Costa, what you do is you need to go up to where Glowbug is at the very top, and you see that little gift box there. If you press on that gift box, it will bring up accept gifts, and you say yes. You got to catch it while it's there, though.
Okay, has it pulled up yet? Yeah, it has. Alright, so let me play it. Oh, now, Lady V, watch how he's going to be up in this little area right here. He's right there. But watch how quick this little dude goes up this wall and how he does it.
Oh, good Lord.
The walls in there were just far enough apart for him to scale up it. And if you
Wow.
watch through the door, you can see him whenever he jumps over the wall and takes off. And you'll see his shadow where he jumps.
Didn't they put razor wire up there?
Finally.
Oh, so they finally did?
I think they did. They made some kind of adjustment, but I did not read that this is like the second or third.
Yeah, there was another guy that was in May or March. I can't remember.
And this guy over here in the bottom right corner, it kind of looks like he's over there to keep watch of what's going on. But they did say that there was also a basketball game that was going on, so they think that he possibly could have been standing there for the basketball game as well.
Whatever happened to prison uniforms?
I don't know.
I mean, you know, it wouldn't have been. He's got like a t-shirt, and pair of pants, and white sneakers
white
on.
shoes on. Yeah. And he's got something wrapped around his waist. I don't know what it is.
Yeah, I
Avery,
can't see either.
Avery swears it's a fanny pack.
It's a prison fanny pack.
It's a fanny pack.
Well, shit, it's not going to show it. I was trying to get it. Well, no, it's not going to show it. But there's something right there.
Yeah,
wrapped around his body. I can't tell what it is.
I wonder if it could be like a towel or something that maybe
he's bringing with him.
Just in case he ran into razor wire. Because I heard they did put razor wire up there after the last escape this year.
Well, there is a new warden, from what I understood. The other one has resigned, and they got a new one. I think, I guess today was like his first day on the job or whatever.
Poor guy.
Wait, pull up Brian in his post. Okay, hold on. Let me find it real quick, Fofa. And he said that he was going in and making adjustments to things that need to be changed around there.
But he's going to be doing a lot of that.
Okay. Oh, yes. Brian Entons is way better. Let me pull this one up.
God forbid if this turns into something where he does harm to someone before he gets caught.
Oh, God. I hope not.
Let's just pray that doesn't happen.
All right. So, see, there you can see it good. He's got something.
He looks like a 15-year-old kid.
Yeah.
I bet it's a towel or something.
Probably got his honey buns. Because he realizes.
Actually, you know what? It kind of looks like a back brace.
Kind of.
Looks like a towel to me, wrapped up with. And I'm thinking whatever he had in commissary, he could carry with him. Because if he realizes he's going to break out, he's got to have something to eat.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think it's a towel.
Oh, no, Fofa. I was saying that it looked like, which I can see it better now since I have it pulled up full screen. At first, it looked like somebody had photoshopped it, like paint it. You know how they'll do like the paint with they're covering something up. At first, that's what I thought it was, but now that I can see it full screen, it's either a towel, a sheet, maybe, I don't know, pillowcase.
A sheet?
Maybe, you know, to
Yeah, it could
help
be.
him get out or something that maybe he could tie and climb down.
Some kind of buffer between him and the razor wire, possibly.
That's what I think.
Something, yeah.
I tell you what, I just do not understand. He looks like he could be going to Walmart.
I think this dude is just. Let's see, that says it was a screenshot from the feed.
Wow.
There's
And
a
he
longer
just-
video, I think, that lasts about 4 minutes, but I have not watched it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, well, when I saw this on Twitter, it said
Uh-huh.
something about there was a longer video that was 4 minutes, a link to it or whatever.
Yeah, see, this is the only one I've seen, and this the one that they had played at the press conference today. And see, once he's up and out of view, then the little dude over here on the side kind of disappears too. I mean, he just, like, those two walls were just the right amount apart, the right distance apart from each other for him to scale up it like that, which is crazy. Glow bug and damn spider monkey. That is just crazy. Hold on just a second, y'all. Okay. He was up and out. I think somebody said 11 seconds is what it was. Just crazy. All right, let's go see. Does anybody know if Nick is back up? Snack pack Spider-Man. I mean, and this little dude could be anywhere at this point. Hiding anywhere. And that is a scary thought.
I tend to think he's close to having gotten out of the perimeter of the search.
Well, you know,
I don't see him by tomorrow.
I'm thinking possibly train, something like that. Because, you know, there's that train that comes through there. I believe it's once a day or every other day, something like that. I'm thinking he could have hopped the train. I did hear a rumor that there was a guy with a backpack, I believe on Route 1, that got into a green car, but that hasn't been confirmed.
Too.
But that hasn't been confirmed yet. And I only heard it one time, and then that was it. I hadn't heard anything else.
Merp said he's live now.
Okay, let me go back and check it.
Sorry, I got choked pretty bad.
You okay?
I hate that. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, so Taylor says she heard that as well. But I haven't heard anything else about it, though, since that. I literally heard it once, and then that was it. There was no confirmation of that, and I figured if it was if that was confirmed, that they wouldn't be out like they're doing now.
Does anybody know how fast those trains go? Ours goes pretty fast through town. I mean, you're not going to be jumping it.
I'm looking at a thing on Twitter. It's for those not familiar with the area. Here's an updated map showing locations of confirmed sightings.
Oh my goodness.
All right. Wait. Bofa said, hold on. Shoot, I'm missing her comments. See, it was on the scanner, and the press conference said that it wasn't him about the truck. Okay, thank you, Bofa. And I didn't get to watch the whole press conference. I caught, what I got to watch of it was the very end of it.
And according to this, what I'm looking at, it's Bob Sage, and it was a response to Nick the Hat or whatever. There's 5 that they have numbered. of confirmed sightings.
So
They
just
said
5?
Nick
This
is
is just
live.
what I have, and I'm not sure when it was put out. It could have been.
Oh, okay.
They're
Avery,
saying
Yes, it September 6th. So
they're saying
yeah.
Nick is back.
Okay, yeah, I've got it pulled up. He's driving right now. I'm just gonna make sure that he's not gonna lose his feed. Avery, thank you for that super chat. Marina's been hold on, I gotta find it again. Marina has been in back for 77 years.
77 years. Oh my.
All right, hold on. Let me get back over. Okay. All right, Marina, can you hear us?
You're muted, Marina.
Yes,
Marina.
No, I know you guys are. I wasn't expecting you. I didn't expect you to do that. Can you hear me?
Wait, I can barely hear you.
Barely.
Okay, wait, she may have to cut
she's
herself
muted
up.
now, I think.
Yeah, I could hear her talking.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I
Very
can hear you
well.
now.
Yep.
All right. Okay, so I do have Nick's live pulled up. I'm just waiting because he is driving, just to make sure. Because I know the last time he was driving, he had his window down and like the wind was super loud coming through my headset, and he was going in and out of signal a few times. I just want to make sure wherever he's going first, so we don't lose him.
What do you mean, what's Nick's handle? It's Nick the Hat.
Yeah, hold on. Let me grab his. Oh,
I kind of got on here to actually ask for kind of like a run because I have glanced at like your live recently and like I literally saw like police cars and stuff just like eyeing someone. Are we going to catch it? But I don't really know. It's like a rundown of what's happening.
Marina, take a breath. Start over. Finish each word.
I need to.
Rundown of what is actually happening because I just know that there's a pursuit of some criminal.
They've been running around in circles for about 5 days.
Yeah, well, I think now it's like day 7 or going on day 7. This
is day 7.
This dude escaped from Pennsylvania, a Pennsylvania jail on the August the 31st, I believe it was, and they've been chasing him ever since then.
Oh man!
And he's wanted. Well, he was just convicted and sentenced on August the 16th for murdering his girlfriend. And he did it in front of her kids and was sentenced to life in prison. And he was at the jail waiting. It was like, I think it said 4 weeks before they were supposed to transfer him to a prison. And while he was waiting for transfer, he escaped.
Yeah, okay. And I just saw in like the recent video, you just like literally just a couple of minutes ago, that you showed him like trying to scale a wall. Was that him?
Oh yeah, no, he didn't try to. He went
did.
over. He went up it over that little
and he
door.
succeeded.
Literally like a little monkey going up and over it, and he was gone. And they haven't. I mean, they've had a couple of sightings, since he's been out, but every time they set up a perimeter, it's like he's slipping through it.
So do people think he has help?
That they don't know. It was asked today, from what I understand, about a cell phone, if he has a cell phone, and I don't think they answered that question in the press conference.
Okay.
Let's see, let me find slippers.
Yeah, that was a pretty sad press conference. Marina, honey, when you talk like that, it sounds like you're like going in and out. Like you're
when I talk like
up.
what?
When you talk really fast and you don't finish each
Yeah,
word.
no, that's okay. All right, thank you, Lady B. I need to remember that. Thank you.
I'm just saying because it makes it hard to understand.
No, I really appreciate that. Actually, Thank you. I love criticism. No, don't be sorry.
I didn't mean it. I didn't mean it like that anyway. Bad.
No, I know.
Okay.
I'm literally thanking you because I am gonna try to start doing some stuff. So I do want to speak well. So thank you. I appreciate that. I need that reminder constantly. So don't worry.
Okay. You're welcome. I just figure you want people to understand you when you're talking. So.
All right. So let me get Nick's thing back up here now. Let's see. And I gotta find Slipper's thing again because she just had some information. Where did it go? I gotta find. All right. So Slipper said that the Border Patrol tactical group will be out tomorrow in 4 Blackhawks. But Slipper, where did you hear that information at?
Scarlett, not to interrupt, but Nick is back up.
Yeah, I'm about to bring his live up now.
I'm sorry, I didn't know if you knew or not.
No, you're good.
Did she say they were going to have a Black Hawk out there?
There's supposed to be 4 of them, I think is what she said.
Wow. Well, those things, man, you can't even hear those babies.
That's the military.
Okay, thank you, Slipper. It's the Border Patrol.
Okay.
That's gonna have it. All right, let me get his glove. So he's still driving, but it looks like his stream is fine, and they're going back towards the prison. It looks like. So let me get it pulled back up here.
Excuse me.
30 federal troops coming in tomorrow, and broader controls. They're sending several Blackhawks in more, according to Nick.
Right. Do I have that full screen now? Is that? Oh shit.
Okay, just look around, you guys.
All right. So while it's playing, I'm just gonna mute out.
Kill the lights. You see that? Let me open the window so you guys can hear. Now turn the lights on. And they're asking you to go slower. I'm asking a neighbor real quick if there's any police activity. Okay, so right now we're going to the prison. And it's literally day and night. You have the high beams on, right? Let's hit the high beam so they can see a clearer image. Now this is Parkersville Road. I'm trying to get the. I'm guessing we can't really. Let me see if I can show you guys where we are. So we're on Parkersville Road, going towards Chester County Prison. So we're just going this route right here. I just went live, so you guys didn't think I was you guys wanted to see us driving regardless. But sorry, there's a mosquito. The right go to the prison and show you guys. You guys see how dark it is? Well, now. It's light because of us. We're literally, I mean, every house is lit up that is in the area for the most part. I mean, I see, now they're all lit up so far that I've seen. I haven't seen one without any lighting. And I might lose you guys. I'm in the middle of nowhere, and if I do, I'm coming right back on. And you guys can see, look how dense the area is, guys. Look, that's Google satellite, and that's what the helicopters would see. And that's interesting. So the road coming in is closed, but obviously he let us drive by because this part isn't closed. Are we on line to be? Oh, so this is where we were stationed. Let's stop here for a second. This is where we were stationed at on Saturday, I believe it was, or Sunday. It was right over here. And let's go to the prison real quick, and then we'll come back and show around. And we can show you guys the storm drain probably tonight, or not the storm drain, the culvert. See, I'm learning the terms from you guys. Hillcopson. And Hong is spelled Hong, just so you guys know, because everybody's spelling it. I should have said that from the outset. Yeah, and the Blackhawks, I'm sure, have much better capabilities than the other choppers. Now, this road right here is where, now this is right here is where the helicopters, after this hill, is where they were landing. The shots I have of them landing, I'll show you guys exactly where that was. It was right up here. And this is that retirement home that's right near the prison. So I'm gonna have to keep it like this because the windshield makes it a little bit blurry. But like,
All right, y'all. Sorry, but while he's got his window down, I have to keep the volume down because that's super loud. The wind blowing.
The National Guard helicopter was landing. And through those trees, I see police lights, which is interesting. Maybe we'll see them. Oh, and there's some deer. So that's why a lot of branches crackle and stuff around here. So it is normal. But again, if you see deer, or not if you see deer, if you hear something, call the police. Not if you see deer, call the police. It could be a deer. It could be the suspect. It could be nothing, but it's worth reporting. So this is the prison. And remember how I told you there's a path, a trail? That's the trail. There's a trail right here that is around the prison. Hold on, let's see if we can light that. So we'll light that sign up on the way back. It says danger, do not cross, because there's a jail right here. This is a walking path right in front of us that surrounds essentially this side of the prison. The prison is right here to our right. So I'm going to show you where to, let's go past the prison and we're going to turn into that first road. Here's the jail. It's right here. Okay, so we're going to show you now. This is where he escaped from. Now we're going to the road he was first seen on right after his escape, which is literally just up the street. It's not too far. And that was a police officer driving by. But you saw how without the high beams on, how it looked like a layer of darkness just right above us. As soon as you turn off the high beams, it's even dark. Now look, these woods aren't heavy at all over here. These are normal. And if he was in something like this, they would have found them. But he's not. These are not the type of woods that they're looking in. I mean, they have searched them, obviously, and they would be grateful for him to be in one of these woods because it's very easy to spot somebody. You're going to make the first right. I can turn off the GPS in this. So like he would have cut across all of this land right here. So we just left the prison and this is where he's headed. He would have cut through this area. Let me stop for a second before we go. He would have cut through, I don't know if we could zoom. So he would have cut through, that's the prison, and that's where we're going, which is his first sighting. You guys see? So he would have ran through here. All right, so we're gonna head closer. going to be able to show you guys on the map the creek that is behind this development that leads to the Carco gas station. I'm gonna show you on the map that section once we get to the spot. So this would have been through the roof. Now here's the right here. Let me show you the street sign.
Okay, maybe it'll come back up in a second.
Showing people the area so they understand how hard it is to search. Oh, that's not police. That's actually smart. That's a little light that these guys have. So let's go to the end of this development, which is where he would. This is where he came to first. Let's see if it's going to show a body of water. And you see the houses are lit up. Well, not this house. I mean, that one's pitch black. But this is so close to the prison. Now, let me see if there's a. Let me see if I can show you the body of water from here. 1 second. I've got to zoom and see. So it's not visible. Hold on 1 second. Let me see if I can. No, that's a little lake. Where are we at? So we're here. 1 second, guys. I'm trying to show you. All right, well, I'm not going to spend time looking for that. So there's a body of water on Google Maps. Look for it. There's behind this development, there's a body of water, a creek that leads to the Carco. Now let's go back to Carco from here. So he would have taken the body of water. For those of you that are watching, go on Google Maps and look up Wawasset Farm Lane, and you'll see the body of water that leads from here to the Carco. And then we're going to show you the same. It'll show you the same body of water that it splits, and it goes to Water Glen as well. So the officer was saying that they have brought in the federal government has brought in a team called, let me pull it back up. My memory is a little bit bad right now. Border Patrol Tactical Unit. So the Border Patrol Tactical Unit arrived tonight. 30 members have arrived, and they are here for high-risk incidents. They brought 4 Blackhawks with them. There's been no activity today, so everything that everybody's been reporting and saying there's.
All right, y'all, gotta give it a second.
So here's this road that's going. We're going back toward the prison, so because we can't drive through the body of water, so we can show you guys the route to Carco. I'm texting somebody back. 1 second, guys. So this is we're going back by the prison because we're not going to drive through the guy's yard and into the creek, and we're going to show you the route to Carco from Lenape Road. And let me see. I'm going to pull up the address of the vicinity of where he was spotted on Lenape. and we'll put that in after Carco because I want to show you the weird route this guy took. So he went from the prison to that development we were just in, and from there he went toward the gas station, which is Carco, taking a body of water most likely because it leads directly to there, which is using our common sense in this makes us believe that he is using bodies of water for a path. And that has come to fruition because at every sighting, there's a body of water that leads there from the last sighting. So, residents in Delaware that are directly in the vicinity or in the immediate vicinity or even out of it, if there's a body of water coming your way, be vigilant and obviously call the police if you hear anything or see anything. No, there's nothing that they know of that was found today at all. And he was exhausted. So they were in the woods all day, but they were his team was out there placing cameras. The Blackhawks are going to be used for the manhunt. They're looking for an escaped murderer, and now the U.S. federal government is ramping it up. U.S. Marshals are part of the federal government, and obviously they're calling for backup. They called in for 30 individuals from the Border Patrol's tactical unit who deal with high incident, high stakes, high risk situations. And this is now considered, I'm assuming, a very high risk situation. So you see that right here, that's the town hall where the press conferences were held on Thursday and Friday, right here. This is where we were stationed on Friday looking for any activity, and the media was also stationed here briefly for the press conference before they left. And to our left is the development. So what we're doing now is we're going to Carco, which is where he was spotted at second. And then we're going to go to Water Glen, which is where he was at third, and then Lenape, which is fourth. And we're going to avoid the Longwood because we're not going back up that way tonight. It's a little farther out, but just so you guys have a perspective now of the area that the perimeter has been lifted for the most part. I'm not saying there's not troopers. I haven't seen any, but that's because maybe that's their goal. When we pull into Water Glen, maybe we'll see troopers there. There's a car behind us. Yeah. So we're gonna let the guy behind us get in front of us. But you guys see how dark it is. Oh, and that's an officer, I think. So it's an unmarked one. So let's see. So we're going to Carco. Oh, if it's that close, we'll go.
All right, let's give it a second, see if this one comes back up.
Law enforcement or military. You guys can chime in on that.
It must be really bad cell
And
signal
that
out
might
there.
be the address that he was seeing. I don't have it in yet because we want to do that on the way back so we can show you the weirder route that he took. So this would be him now.
Is this place out in the country?
That's what it looks like.
The roads hardly look wide enough to.
I mean, that's how our roads here look. Okay, so he must have lost his speed. Hold on, y'all.
It's kind of funny you don't see any law enforcement.
I think that was Wasn't that one that just passed them?
I think so, but I mean, compared to what we have seen during the day, where there's just they're going back and forth and whistling in every direction.
Right. Okay, I think he's back now. Well, he was back. All right. Once it gets back up and it's steady, I'll pull it back up.
I had to run inside really quick, so if I miss anything, just let me know.
Okay.
But no, I already ran inside. Sorry if I missed anything in the last 2 minutes.
Hold on, y'all. I gotta refresh Twitter to see if this one has went down. All right.
Lady B, my son starts daycare tomorrow.
I've got it showing it live on the one I'm looking at.
Yeah, it's
That's
just
very cool.
excuse me. It comes back up for a second and then it starts buffering.
Circling, the little circle.
Yeah, it's not a steady stream right now, so I'm gonna wait till it gets steady because that wind blowing, I have to keep going up and down with the volume because I know everybody with headsets and earbuds is like super loud.
Yeah, that wind is killer.
Yeah, he's not getting a good signal.
Which, once he gets back maybe closer to town or wherever it is that he's going, it should be better. Avery, I agree. Avery said, I'm starting to think that they've lost him.
Yeah.
I mean, there hasn't been a whole lot of activity today just by, Nick hasn't sit in, in one spot today. He's kind of been like he'll go to one spot, stay there for maybe 45 minutes to an hour, and then go somewhere else trying to find where the activity is.
And the fact they haven't any confirmed sightings today, that worries me.
Right.
Sharon, that's what I was saying. Why aren't they in prison uniforms? Why is he in, he looks like he's going to Walmart or something. It's ridiculous.
Let's see. All right, he's at a gas station, so let me. Well, they're back in the car. Never mind. I'm gonna pull it back up anyway, so maybe he can get up. Well, never mind. He's buffering again. It is like horrible cell service out there. Like really bad. Okay, something about he had it back towards the prison. I did hear that part, and then it went back down. John, that is true. It's jail, not prison, but they still should have some type of uniforms on. That, if something like this happens, it's not like he's in plain street clothes.
Yeah. Well, I've never been in trouble with the law, so I don't know firsthand, but I always thought if you were in jail or prison, you had some sort of a uniform.
Right. I know that like the parish jails around here. Okay, this one must have went down because it's starting over. But the local jails around here, that's what they have. They have like a certain type of uniform they have to wear.
Well, it's only logical. Maybe they couldn't just excuse me. My throat's still a little Yankee from choking. At least they wouldn't be able to just walk off so easily.
Right. Avery, not that I've seen anywhere that he's been caught.
Well, if that's the uniform there, he's wearing white. Let's see. He's wearing blue gel pants and a white shirt. But there was the other guy in the picture. He had gray sweats on.
Yeah. Unless that's another type of uniform that they have there for maybe out on the in the yard or whatever.
Well, they need to say like prison issue or jail issue or something.
They need jumpsuits on.
Yeah.
Okay. He's still in the car. He's still alive, but he's still buffering too. The shoes got me. Just saying, wasn't the shoes what were they like the Velcro kind?
I think so.
That's what it looked like.
They probably
That's what it
were.
looked like to me.
This string reminds me of the American Online days.
Like way back in the old days.
Welcome.
It does kind of, doesn't it?
Hey, Scarlett, really quick.
Uh-huh.
Could you resend the link in a second? I have to get off. I have to fix my tablet.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
All right, thank you.
All right. So being on the map in the area, going to the railroad for connection, data. Yeah. Okay, so I
Family
think...
Lady Nick is buffering. He had to start a new live.
Okay, I think he's got a pretty stable connection now. I don't see him buffering. Let me get him back up.
Now you guys saw Matt yesterday. It was either, I'm losing track of days. So it was either yesterday or the day before. Let's go down this too, just to show them that. Let's show them all of Waterglen, because I don't know exactly. So this is Waterglen, and you can see that the lights are on, and it's a very quiet neighborhood. You can hear a pin drop, and the police were swarming this area, and now they appear to be gone. So now we're going to go to Lenape Road, where he was seen on, I want to say Monday night. Guys, I'm losing track of the days because it's been so long. But then so he's been captured on, not captured, he's been spotted on Lenape. So now we're going to go to Lenape.
I'm really afraid they lost him.
If they don't get a sighting of him tomorrow, I would be highly, highly afraid that they've lost him.
All right, so first we're hitting Lenape, and then we're going to go to Longwood, just so you guys...
Thank you, Wildcat. I see people has their trash out. They should have canceled the trash pickup. I've seen somebody else had posted that in chat earlier. They should have canceled that. All right, let's give it a second, and I'll see if he comes back up.
Big Al said he was hoping the coyotes found him.
Made him into a snack.
I keep hoping he'll run out in front of Nick.
Oh, with the 6-ton missile?
Yeah.
Musical, yeah. I mean, he could be going through people's trash. I mean, I know it's nasty, but people throw food out.
People do it all the time.
Right. I mean, desperate times call for desperate measures, and he could very easily raid a trash can and get food, clothes, or anything like that.
Absolutely.
Florida Blind Sun, how are you? So he's still kind of going in and out a little bit on his video. Trying to wait till he gets a steady stream. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, you would just think they'd have some sort of outfit that would scream, like they're in jail or something, I just don't understand that
Right.
attire.
Now, as soon as I get it full screen to bring his stream back up, then it goes to buffer again. Let's see something here real quick.
I was doing that on my way home. Every time that I picked my phone up, it'd start working, and then every time I set it down, it'd start buffering, and I thought it was me. And then you came on and was saying he was having issues.
Yeah, it's just I think the area that he's in.
Where are you?
That's causing to do it. Okay, I think we can hear him good now.
Here, he went to Longwood, so let's go to Longwood. Go because we're losing service pretty bad. So now we're going to Longwood Gardens, which is 7 minute. It's a 7-minute drive. And keep in mind now, there's a creek here, and there's a helicopter to my left. If somebody wants to check flight radar, there's a creek here that leads to Longwood Gardens. Essentially, it leads to a development right next to Longwood Gardens, where the trail camera picked him up. And here is this is the way to Longwood Gardens. And you see the houses are lit up.
Does anybody know, is this like a fairly wealthy neighborhood or more middle class or?
I mean, the houses are like super nice, but I don't know.
It looks like houses with a little bit of property, some acreage.
All right, Diego, can you hear us?
I hear you. Everybody keeps talking about they should cancel trash day. I hope he crawls in one of those trash cans because he will not survive a compactor. There's no way.
Yeah, that is true.
He will get dumped in the back of that truck and maybe 2 cycles and he'll be dead.
Well, we don't want that though. That's
we
the
didn't.
thing.
I'm cool with it. Saves us tax money.
That's right. It'd be justice, I think.
Well, but we wouldn't know that happened.
Oh, they would figure it out.
Yeah, they'd figure it out. They would find him.
They figured out at the dump.
Towards Longwood Gardens. I mean, I'm sure he didn't.
Okay. If he ever gets back
he was
on
going
buffering and he ain't got wind blowing, I can up the volume.
Now, what's interesting is I didn't see one state trooper in that Water Glen development, so they must have a.
It's just that wind going through his mic is like super loud.
I'm sure they know what they're doing.
That video connection is thirsty as hell too. It's going to be really hard for him to stay connected in those rural areas like that.
Yeah.
Especially if he's bouncing between towers.
Right. I mean, he just said that they were going to another area, so I'm hoping that it will have a better signal.
Yeah, there's gotta be dead zones like that, right?
Philly said that area is a wealthy area.
Yeah, the houses don't look cheap.
No, that one that he passed a minute ago looked good. It was like really pretty.
They all look like they have plenty of land around them too.
Right.
They're not right up on each other.
Well, in my head, I kept picturing a fairly decent neighborhood, but then I was like, well, I don't know that for sure. I don't even know where I got that idea, but.
It's a lot of grass to mow.
Can you guys hear me okay?
There's a lot of places to hide if you look.
Yeah, Marina, yeah, we can barely hear you.
I gotta say, big props to this guy, man. He is like on this shit.
Oh, he's been on top of it, like from the jump. and the news media I don't think is liking it, but the community around there is loving it.
Well, the news media hates it.
Well, but
And
They don't
he
want
was
anything to
out
do with the
there.
truth right now.
But they weren't even covering it until what, a couple of days ago? They were
Yeah.
barely covering it.
Yeah. So that's why I'm sticking with his feeds. Even if they
Yeah.
go down, I'm still going to stick with it because he's been out here since the beginning.
Absolutely.
Mainstream news is going to spin it however they want to spin it, too.
Right.
I mean, they're going to show you what they want you to see. He's showing you everything.
Right. And I just think that, you know, he deserves the views more. And plus, he has said that, you know, this needs to be put out on YouTube and the YouTubers can use it and all that. And
where are you pulling it from?
Twitter.
Good for him.
So that's all he's
Good
on.
For him. He's getting paid on this one.
He just got his blue check mark.
So he's got 30 days after the mark before he starts generating revenue.
Because if I'm not mistaken, when I started streaming him day before or night before last, he didn't have his blue check mark, and then I believe it was yesterday he had it. And so, you know, he as of right now isn't getting anything for this, but
I mean, it's 30 days. 30 days after the check before you start getting monetized, I think. And then they're very strict on how they monetize people on Twitter now.
Mm-hmm.
He's got, what, 25,000 followers?
Yes.
Oh, it's going to blow up.
And that's why I'm sticking with him. He deserves the attention because of what he's given, the attention that he's given to this community.
Yeah, we do. So if you're
do you have a link to his Twitter? Because I'd like to follow him.
Yeah, hold on just 1 second. Yeah, I just got to minimize. Oh,
it's Nick, N-I-K-T, and it's Hatsy.
Today, but they have.
Hold on, I can get it.
Oh, I see it on the bottom
there.
I wonder how many followers he had prior to this.
What the hell happened to the stream? I'm sorry, y'all.
Busy day.
All right, I'm fixing to drop this link in the chat.
They have the tactical
all right,
teams
so there's, and I'm dropping it in the back chat also, Goodell. All right, so as long as he doesn't have the camera out the window, I can pull it. I can turn the volume up.
So the 30 agents are here. They're in Chester County and they're ready.
Cool. He's got 25,000. It's a solid number after 1 week.
I think when I started following him the other day, he had, I believe, 19 or 20,000. And I started following like 3 or 4 days ago.
Well, there's 13 people that I'm interacted with that are all following him. So
the general area, so people have an idea. So
he's doing a good job.
Given the fact that we're not from here, it's difficult for us to navigate these roads, and unless we were to park, turn off the live feed, and do a bit of research, we're trying to get back too early tomorrow, so we're not going to do that.
Have you heard, Scarlett? Are they limiting drones?
Let's do.
I haven't heard.
Drive by.
I wonder if it's a no-fly for drones.
That post
with helicopters in the air, they would have to have some kind of. They would have to regulate that somehow or another, I would think.
Yeah, I'm gonna look it up right now.
Yeah, but the helicopters are just flying around. They're not like searching.
Yeah, but you can't have a drone fly into an intake on a helicopter. It'll take it right out of the sky.
Above
no, I know that.
Gardens. You're not going to see them very well. There's quite a few. There's 3 drones. Let's go, because I don't want these people to think that.
3 drones.
All right, we just got word that there's activity. We're going to go to the activity. We're 8 minutes away, guys. And this came from a very, very reliable source. We're gonna check it out.
Here we go.
So we're going
Let's hope they caught him.
What is this? Is this Apple Maps? Nice, my bad. Okay, you wanna? She dropped the pin, so we're gonna have to do Apple Maps for this one.
Oh God, I wish you would use Apple Maps.
We're going to see some activity, just in case. Apparently on. There's some it's 5 minutes away. I don't have the exact address, but when we get there, I'll give it to you. Like, I'll give you the area. So we have, it looks like it's in the area of Fairville Road in Chad's Ford. There's some activity there. And there's police, as you can see. So we're not going to go to the post office. We're going to go to this in case it turns out to be something. So we're going to Fairville Road in Chad's Ford. So I'm hearing something's going on over there. We'll see in a second. We're literally 6 minutes away. And can make sure that if there is something, we'll see it. There's activity. I'm not sure. They weren't specific, but I just know there's activity, and it could be related, given the source. So, and now there's a helicopter. It looks like heading that way. There's a helicopter overhead us. Yeah, guys. So this is definitely, it's a call related to the manhunt. I'm not going to be able to go into details. All I can say is there's a call from the command center that is related to the manhunt in Chad's Ford. So that's what I was saying earlier. We want to take you guys on a little cruise, and if something happens, we're going to go there first. And as I said before, I have people texting me left and right, from residents to law enforcement, and this one came from a law enforcement source. So we're just going to look at it and see what's going on. And we don't want to beat them there, obviously, but we're going to see what the presence is like there. And I don't know what it's about. I don't know if it's about the fact that it came from the command center. It's related to the manhunt, but I don't know what the response is. I don't know what the call is about. And since they haven't seen him all day, it's possible he made it down to Chad's Ford. It's only it's a 6-minute drive from Longwood Gardens. So it's just as far from Longwood Gardens as it was Lenape. Slow down a lot. So we're going, for those of you that are just joining us, we got a tip that there is law enforcement activity from the command center heading to this location, which we're going to. So if you're just hearing sirens, so you can see that our sources are pretty solid. Those of you in the area, there's something going on in Chad's Ford in relation to the manhunt. It could be, there's police in front of us, as you can see, with their spotlights on, coming our way. A lot of them. Okay, stop right here. Open your window. So there's police. State police are driving by. You guys can see this in real time. They have their spotlights on. Don't flash them because they're looking for something. You guys see this? It's live. Oh, I'm not from the area, sir. No. Stay safe. So they're asking us for directions. It's 1217 Fairville. 1217 Fairville is where they just got something. All right.
Stay safe, sir.
Yeah, we're not from here, sir.
We're not from here.
We're live streaming right now. We're with Original Media. We're just giving a little tour for the community to understand the. No.
Of course not, sir. Yes, sir.
All right, guys. Sounds good.
Yes, sir.
Stay safe.
All right.
Thank
Stay
you.
safe, sir.
So you guys see that there is a law enforcement presence. I don't know who that was, but as you can see, it's It's dark, and we're obviously not going to follow them. Helicopters are overhead, so there's activity here. Multiple helicopters. Yeah, he was a little bit angry. It's okay. These guys are stressed. They've been working long hours, 18-hour days, some of them. There's something at 12:17. They're asking us for directions, which is a little bit odd. So that's what I mean. A lot of these guys aren't from the area. So they should have more officers from the area for them to ask us for directions. It shows that some of these guys are very lost. And yeah, the officer was tired. He's been here for days on end, 7 days, probably working overtime with 18-hour days. But this is related to the manhunt, guys. There's a lot of police that just drove by, and there are 2 helicopters above us. I don't know why they don't know where to go. That was very odd, in my opinion. That was weird. They Fairville Road. Wow, that was very weird, guys. The officer, for those of you that are just joining us, he asked us for directions to the sighting. It appears that I'm not going to say sighting because I'm not 100% sure. It looks like there is activity and potentially a sighting. They've got spotlights. There are helicopters above us now, and this is becoming an active scene. Again, like I said, it goes from 0 to 100. And there's a creek, guys. There's a creek. So that's what I mean. Everywhere there's a creek, there's a sighting. When there's a creek, there's a sighting. So yeah, I would have helped him out if you guys, the locals, let us know. Now the locals are telling us that it's by the elementary school, but of course we're not gonna go in their direction. This is not part of the perimeter. That is closed, so we're gonna turn around or go. So this is the address that. So if you put in that 1217, it sends you here. Let's turn around. So guys, there are police here. We were giving a tour of the area, and out of nowhere, we got a text from a law enforcement source. It says the command center is responding to this area. Let me actually text another source from the command center and tell him that, and ask him what's going on. Hold on. This is. One second, guys. So let's not go too slow. Let's try to keep it above 15. All right, guys. So we somehow, and there's police in the woods right up there. We somehow stumbled upon, and this is the weirdest luck that we've had. I'm not saying it like we're getting lucky, but for the past few nights, we end up in the middle of a manhunt, and this is now. We thought tonight was the night that we have nothing, and now we finally just ran into something on the way, on our little tour. On our right. So there's the creek. Oh, let me make sure that nobody sees this. This is I don't want to show that. Okay, I can't show the map for a second. So that's the creek. I'm going to get away from the map because it shows up when somebody texts us, and I don't want any law enforcement names popping up. So there's a creek right here. There's a creek. I'm going to be quiet because I don't know if the guy's around. There's a creek that's over here, and there's a potential sighting. We just saw state troopers come by, and they asked us for directions. I got a text from somebody that's with the command center, and they said that there was activity here. And for them to get that from the command center that was established for the manhunt, that means that I'm just going to be quiet for a few minutes, guys. I'm going to put my AirPods on so you guys don't hear the wind. No scanner, guys. I got a text from the command. I'm somebody that's close with the command center. This was a different source, and I just texted my other sources at the command center. So, yeah, I know the high beams aren't, but I'm just yes. On Saturday or Sunday when we were on Lenape Road, we had our lights on and we heard noise in the woods, and the state police went and looked. So, he doesn't seem to care about headlights. No, there was just a lot of troopers that just drove by and asked us for directions to the address that we received. And somebody just texted me back from the command center. Let me see what they said. So we're gonna try to get out of the area. We don't want to get. Let's make a. Where are we? So just make a right. So as you guys can see, it's a very quiet area. We're gonna hit the. It could be a deer. The command center just said it could be a deer. Um, don't be flying. Go slow, just because we don't know where the hell we are.
May I ask a question or should I wait?
So here is the neighborhood,
Just
and
wait
there's state
till
police
Got it.
this live goes down.
that we saw rolling in, and now there's some uh, immediately behind us with their spotlights looking around. I'm on Fairville Road, but we're not going to turn around because that trooper asked us not to remain, I guess, in the area when they're searching something. So we'll know in a little bit what's going on. I don't want to interfere with the investigation. I'm getting texts from the command center, so let me see. Yeah, this is live right now. Let me see what they're saying. So no update. But it's worth noting that there are two stadies that are behind us, and now we're in Kennett Township again. Yeah, we're live, guys, but we're slowly getting away from the area. We don't want to interfere with. That trooper was visibly annoyed, given the fact that he's been here for such long shifts. No, so when we're asked, like I said earlier, if we're asked by law enforcement to stay out of the area, we're gonna listen to that, and we're not gonna interfere. So that was two unmarked cars that are going back that way. So what we're doing is we're gonna go and station up somewhere in case this pans out to be something, and then we'll once they establish a perimeter, then we'll go back and stay outside of the perimeter. We're not going to get in the middle of whatever they're doing. See, there's police in front of us as well. No, because that'd be shady. So the roads to our left and to our right are closed. Yeah, he did. He asked. Some of you guys heard him say, "Stay away while it's active." and we're not going to disobey that during a manhunt for a murderer. I mean, I don't want to be the reason why they don't catch the guy, so we're not going to interfere with that. So what we're going to do is if it's something legitimate and they establish some sort of a perimeter, then we'll go and stay outside of the perimeter. Yeah, I don't want to get into technicalities with this guy. And obviously the source was correct because you guys saw as we were going there, you saw the state police, and then they asked us for the address, like, do you know how to get there? And I told them no. See the helicopter now? There's a helicopter flying very low overhead. There's three helicopters flying rather low. So let's post up somewhere around here for a few minutes, just in case it winds up to be something. If you find like a parking lot, let's just go into it for like a couple of minutes until I hear that it's cleared. Once I hear that it's cleared, we'll go make a right. You guys are saying make a right? Let's make a right. I don't have a clue where we're going, and obviously the state police doesn't either. You guys saw that yourselves. Yeah, let's try this. The state police just asked us for directions and said, "Do you know how to get to 1217 Fairville?" Obviously, we don't. We're not from here. Yeah, we're gonna make a U-turn and just wait at the edge of it. So let's just drive in and wait there for a couple of minutes. And if I don't hear anything in the next 10 minutes, we'll do a quick drive by. And there's some deer just hanging out. Mendenhall. All right, guys, hold on. How far is Mendenhall from that? Okay, look. Let me show you guys this. Let me get out for a second. I'm gonna show you the helicopter. Can you see how far is this? Okay, so we're gonna go to Mendenhall in a second. But look, see how low this guy's flying? So is that the police? Who has flight radar open? Who has flight radar open? We're going to Mendenhall right now. We're going to sit there for a few minutes and see if this develops into anything. And as you guys that are just joining us, we were actually giving a little tour of the area. We finished the tour. We were about to head out for the night. And I got a text from somebody saying that the command center is responding to this area of Fairville in Chad's Ford. So we went to that area and we didn't have an exact address. And as we're going close, three state troopers asked us separately, do you know where 1217 Fairville is? And I said, no, we're not from around here. So that shows that the state police don't know where they are. And that's another question I should pose at tomorrow's press conference. Why do you guys have people that don't know where they're going? How don't they know where they are? That's what's weird. They're asking us, do you guys know how to get to this address? I mean, if they have a GPS, you would think they would know how to get there. But the state police asked us, do you know how to get to this address? And we said no. So they're lost. Yeah, Kendall is right here, guys. Look, that's Kendall. Wow. So we're within a couple of minutes from Kendall, and the suspected sighting. I'm not going to say a sighting. It's a suspected sighting, but the command center is responding, and you guys saw that. Here's Kendall. With each other. That is, it's bizarre that they don't know where they are and they're asking for directions. And now there's troopers driving up and down this road, I guess just in case he pops out. So there's a lot of activity in a very low hovering helicopter. So we're making a left here. Oh, you can't make a left here. Well, let's try anyway. Okay, let's not try. We're gonna make a U. Oh wait, yeah, it's asking to make a U-turn. So we can't. You have to go up here and make a U-turn. The last thing we want is for that angry trooper who's tired to pull us over for that. So there's a helicopter with its lights on, coming at a high rate of speed. It's got a spotlight. Now you can't see the spotlight, but that it's got a spotlight on, guys. And it's hovering rather low. Yeah, we're making a U-turn. As you can see, there are officers here. That's interesting, guys. So there's a potential sighting just 5 minutes or less from Kendall and 4 minutes from Longwood Gardens. Maybe you could have just made it. It doesn't matter about that. You can't go in here. Turn around as soon as you can. Let them know we're making a U-turn. Just make a U-turn. So Hong says that guy has a vest on that says the Border Tactical Unit. I don't want to show this guy's face. So as you can see, there's a response going to the area of Fairville, 1217. The police don't know how to get there. Well, the state police don't, but I've been told that Kennett Square police are responding as well to assist, which is good. That means they're starting to bring them into communication. It's funny how we are ready to go home and then something pops up, and that's been the pattern here. There was some activity today. There was no activity, so we did a tour. And as we finished our tour, I got a text from somebody from the command center, essentially saying that they are responding to that area. And we went rather quickly, and I think we beat the police. That's what I was worried about. That I said I don't want to beat the police to the call. That would be a little bit suspicious, given the fact that it didn't go over the scanner. So there's a sighting, from what I understand, on Fairville. It could be a deer. It could be something, but there is a helicopter hovering. We're going to park up at Mendenhall until I get something a little bit more concrete, or if they, I mean, that's concrete, but I want to know if it's ruled out or if it's taken serious. I'm telling the So this is definitely interesting, guys, how this just turned into something out of nothing. This is actually the most activity today as far as a sighting. I don't believe there were any other sightings right here you can pull in. And let's basically pull in and make a U-turn, and we'll station here until we hear back on any activity. What is this? Is this a hotel? This Mendenhall? It looks like a hotel. Is this a hotel, guys? Oh, cool. So if it's a hotel, I'm just gonna let them know that we're gonna be here for a second, and I'm gonna run in. I'm just gonna hold the phone because we always ask permission just in case the police come and say, "What are you doing here?" Obviously, we can say we have permission from the property owner or the representative. So I'll be back in a minute. It might be better to have it out the window. You said we can park up right here. All right, guys. So we can hang out here for a few minutes, or as long as we need to. Let me. So they gave us coffee as soon as I walked in. They pull up right here. So this is Mendenhall. So we're gonna wait here for a little bit in case we see something pop off. I'm gonna hop out of the car so I can show you guys what's going on. If the police drive by, you'll see it. So we are only. I told the front desk of the potential sighting, and there's a state trooper, and he says that's only 2 minutes away from here. So obviously he's on high alert over here, and it's definitely interesting. So we got Mendenhall. Okay, well, it took me about a week to get Pocopson going, so give me another week. Yeah, they said we can stay here, and they gave us coffee. Hong's guarding the car, guys. We're good, and that's why we ask permission. So in case that irritated trooper, who I don't blame him. I'd be irritated too after working that long of a shift for 7 days. I don't want to annoy him and just show back up, especially if it's an active scene. And then also, if he's irritated enough where he sees us again here and he says something, we have permission to be here. This is private property. And if you guys realize, we've been going to almost everywhere we've been going to is private property for the most part. We haven't been standing on public property with the exception of 1 or 2 times, but it's private property. So we're allowed to stand on private property. We don't have to worry about being told to leave unless the property owner tells us to leave, and that's not the case. So what's happening right now is there's a potential sighting about 2 minutes from here on Fairville Road, 1217 Fairville Road, for the guys that are asking. And if you go back to the stream after it's done, and you, I guess, rewind it about 20 minutes from right now, whatever time it is, you'll see that we beat the police unwittingly. It's not that we had the goal to beat them. That's not what we're here for. We're not night crawlers out here trying to get the guy. We're not bounty hunters. But we beat the police here from Longwood Gardens. And when we got here, the police asked us, do you know how to get to this address? And the second officer in the other car asked us, do you know how to get to the address? And then the third trooper in the car behind him said, do you know how to get to this address? And we said no. And he asked us why we were even in the area. And I explained, and he wasn't too thrilled. But it's not part of the perimeter. So legally, yes, we can be there, but we're not going to be pooling these legal technicalities that might get in the way. Just like legally, the news helicopters can fly. But you guys heard when I told you I overheard the state police, I don't know if they were joking or if they were serious, that they didn't want to execute somebody on live television. So if I wasn't able to, because I've been on with you guys for a while, so I'm sure I can get her on tomorrow, but I don't want to make this into an entertainment thing. So that'll be something if it goes on for like 4 weeks, maybe. So when we got there, and the fact that it might turn into something, we're not going to be the reason why they don't shoot, and we don't want to be put in the middle of a shootout, and we don't want to put the police in a position where they have to aim carefully not to hit us. We want them to hit the guy. If they see him, we want them to shoot him. We don't want to be the reason why he doesn't get shot. You know, this guy is deadly. He is a dangerous guy, and Hong is going to let me know if the phone goes off and if it's an actual sighting or if they leave. We'll know momentarily. I'll find out. But as you guys can see, we're at Mendenhall, which isn't, it's a beautiful hotel. And actually it's worth, I might consider staying here if we stay late one of these days, later than usual. So yeah, guys, there are 4 Blackhawks for you guys that know. Yes, anybody that lives in this area, Mendenhall. There we go. You guys are amazing. Anybody that lives in this area, remain vigilant. So, like I said, if there's bodies of water that lead from Longwood Gardens to your area, watch out. Or if there's a body of water in your area that might cut off and then turn into another body of water, remain vigilant. Keep your lights on. If you hear something, say something. Call the police. And it looks like that's what somebody did. So my primary source from the command center isn't there. So it's a little bit more difficult to get a definitive answer quickly. I do have 2 others who can provide me probably a 10-minute time delay response of what's going on. And tomorrow there are going to be 4 Blackhawks with 30 um, individuals from the Border Patrol Tactical Team. It's called like BORTAC, BORTAC, and they have been deployed to now assist in the manhunt. And they only get involved, according to the Customs and Border Control's website, they only get involved in high stakes, high risk incidents and situations. And now that means that this is a high risk and a high stakes manhunt. They understand how dangerous it is to have this guy out for this long, and they're concerned. There is no. I didn't hear this on a scanner. I got a text message, and for those of you that have been watching from the beginning of this, you guys heard me when I said I just got a text and we're gonna head to this location. And when we got here, you guys saw the police coming, and there were officers that were in the area, but we actually passed the address before them, and that's not what we're here for. We don't want to beat them to a sighting. That wasn't the intention. I didn't know that it was that preliminary, but again, they asked us to just not go into any restricted areas, which we haven't done. I'm not sure what he was talking about. Everybody that, and I don't even know what his rank is. It didn't look like I didn't see any stripes. So everybody that gave us authorization to be where we were, they had stripes. They were sergeants with the Pennsylvania State Police. They weren't just officers. I'm not sure if that guy was a sergeant or not, but at the end of the day, we were never in a restricted area. And if that was considered a restricted area, it's because the state police, the sergeant in charge of that post, said, yes, you can park there. And on that live stream, you guys saw several troopers coming up to us, sergeants, and asking if we need anything, are we okay? But anyway, let's get off of that. So there was a potential spotting of the suspect, apparently, just down the street from here, within the last 30 minutes. We're going to know in a little bit. So I'm at Mendenhall Hall. Everything around here is a tongue twister. Mendenhall. Why do I keep saying Mendenhill? You know, my contacts, I have to replace them, and I'm looking at this sign. It's I gotta get my contacts. I haven't gone. I was gonna go on Thursday, and then this guy escaped, and since then I've been out here. So um, I'll do that when the time's right. Anyway, so there was a potential spotting on Fairville, 1217. And for those of you that are just joining us, we were at Longwood Gardens when I received a text from a source saying that police are responding to that location from the command center, and they're requesting additional assistance. I'm assuming that additional assistance was the helicopter as well. So we went there, and we got there in a matter of minutes before law enforcement. So at first I thought maybe it was a false alarm until I saw the parade of police cars coming from the opposite direction, who then asked us if we can help them find that spot. They said, do you know where 1217 Fairville is? And I said, no. And he said, thank you. And he drove off. The second one pulled up and said, do you know where this address is? I said, no. The third one got a little bit grumpy when we told him we didn't know where it was. But from there, we left the neighborhood, and we saw activity as far as the police driving around with their spotlights and a helicopter. And I didn't realize how close we were to that Kendall community. It was literally a 3 or 4 minute drive. And if they have GPS, it must not work. And that was a point that I brought up about bringing some local law enforcement to assist. And honestly, they should have some high-ranking local law enforcement as part of the command center. You should have high-ranking officers from surrounding local areas, like lieutenants, that can be there to represent that district. And also, if there's a sighting, they can give coordinates and directions rather quickly. That would be a good method, and especially getting everybody on the same channel. Now, that itself would be difficult as far as being on the same channel due to the traffic, but I think that at least one official from every department should be able to have access to the channel in case something like this happens. Like I said, what if an officer lives in that neighborhood and it came through the scanner? He could come out. And I don't know if it came on the scanner. Did it come through the scanner? Anybody hear anything on the scanner? Or did they use the tactical scanner, which was off the grid? Do you guys know if it was the what's it called? Did you guys hear anything on a scanner, or did they use a private channel? So the troopers were in the neighborhood. For those of you that are just joining us, you're going to have to go back. I don't think you can rewind while I'm live, but we were giving a tour of the area to show the routes and how close all of the sightings were. And as we were preparing to leave, I got a text saying that the command center is responding to this address. And we go to that address and we beat the police there. And that's not something we want to do. We don't want to interfere with them. We're not trying to do that. I thought maybe we would see a police presence, but we were the first presence in the neighborhood, which is never good. We don't want to be the ones that spook the guy off. So I didn't realize how premature the tip was. So I'll take that into consideration for next time. So what's interesting is that, and that shows you guys again I mean, I don't have to keep repeating this because the residents of Chester County already understand that our sourcing is airtight. We got a text, we go there, and then apparently some people are saying it went off the scanner. But we were the first ones on location, which is never good. The media or us, we should never be the first ones to show up to a scene like in the movie Nightcrawler. That's not a cool thing to do. And out of respect, we're waiting to see if there's a development. We're not here to hinder the investigation. We're here to make sure that everybody's aware of what's going on. And although the police didn't say leave the area, I am going to use my common sense in this situation, given the fact that the officers were venting earlier in the week about the media getting involved and interfering possibly because they don't want to execute somebody on national television. So we're not going to put ourselves in the same position and interfere with something that's either that could be something or nothing. We'll let the police figure out if it's worth if it's something serious. We're not going to be just sitting around and waiting for something to pop off and maybe distract them, and we don't want them to focus on us when there's a murderer possibly lurking, and we don't want to make noise and have driving around, so it's basically out of respect. We're going to stay away from there until I get a text. If I get a text that says it's been cleared, we're going to head out and be back tomorrow. But like I said, I promised you guys if we heard anything, we were going to stay. And here we are. So instead of us driving home and then making the U-turn, luckily we went on that little tour. And at the end of it, and there's a plane above us, at the end of the tour, we got the text saying, you should go to this location. There's going to be activity. They didn't say you should go there. They just said activity at this area, which is a sign basically saying, go check it out just in case it's something. And it's also a way to keep the residents in this area on high alert and vigilant, knowing that there may be a sighting of the suspect right here, not too far away, just a few minutes away from here, literally 2 or 3 minutes. While we were coming here, there was a state trooper at that gas station. I'm holding the coffee that the hotel gave us at the gas station, refueling. No, I'm not afraid to stand here. And if anything, if the guy comes running, Hong, or Hong's outside of the car, so it's not going to be as easy to run him over. But This is a very well lit area. He's not running toward cameras. He's not running toward spots like this. Hey Hong, you want to pull up a map? Let me see if I can get a map to see where the creek is. When did I get it? I'll let you know the time. I'll give you a time frame. So let's see. Let me just text back and oh, sorry. I'm gonna give Hong this phone because I texted the wrong person and asked them to let me know if it clears. So this came in at 11:04, and at 11:05 we've responded to the area. Grab your phone and go to Google Maps. Let's see if we can see the creek. What the hell was that? They have a radio on. So let's go to put that address in 1217. That. So zoom out. All right, guys. So this is where he was possibly just spotted at. Let me put it on Do Not Disturb. I don't want anybody's names to come up. So this is where I'm going to hold it up higher just in case the Do Not Disturb doesn't work. That's where he was spotted at, apparently. That's a potential spotting. And you can see that there's a creek. And here's where we are from there. We are literally... Well, it looks like they might have closed a road. 1217. So we're about a mile out of here. So we are only a 3-minute drive. And pull that up again and go to our location. Is there a creek that runs behind us? Let me see. Okay, well, this is... Okay, so there actually is a creek that goes from there to where... Just about to where we are. To right there. So there's a creek. If he is using the creeks... turn off Do Not Disturb and see if you got a text. I'm not going to walk in the creek, guys. I'm not crazy. I'll tell you that. I'd have to be a maniac to go walking into anywhere that might lead to this guy, especially if he's desperate. Nah, we're good outside. And we don't want to hinder anything, which is another reason why we're not going to go. I mean, we would light up the woods, but we don't want to scare this guy off. Hold this for a second. Let me tie my shoes and then text. After that. I know we're not going to. Okay, guys, here's an update actually. The law enforcement source that left the command center, like I told you guys, he just told me that they put several. I'm not going to show you the map he sent me because this is not something I would share. They put several cameras in that area today, so if there is a spotting, they're going to see it on camera. They put it. They put cameras throughout that entire area on Fairville, and he sent me a map that shows it. Obviously, I'm not going to share the map. That's something that's not happening. But so they do have cameras there, which is interesting. So they must have see they're following the bodies of water, like we've been saying. Maybe they're putting cameras around all of these bodies of water. So if there is anything, they'll end up checking the cameras. So this is what's interesting, guys. When we were getting ready to leave, we got information about a potential sighting. And it's interesting that that shows you how proactive law enforcement has been in this. They're trying to be proactive and not reactive. So the fact that they're already onto these areas, that means they're onto areas potentially in your backyard too. Areas that aren't in the perimeter, they might have already hit with cameras all around. And we're not just talking about one agency, we're talking about multiple agencies. The game warden, his department put out cameras all day, and we saw that today as we were driving and walking. um, the state police put out cameras, the local police, I'm not sure. The marshals put out cameras. There's a few other agencies that I'm not going to name that put out cameras. So it's definitely possible that cameras are just about um, everywhere. But the problem is with these cameras, I believe you have to go to the camera to get the footage. So I'm trying to be a little bit quiet because there are homes here, and it's a quiet night. It's a quiet area, and they're really, I haven't seen any other troopers coming by, but I haven't gotten the word that anything's clear. I don't want to go too close. So that's a star. It looks like a star. Okay, interesting. So you guys have seen before when law enforcement is quiet, it's actually very, it's good news because they were quiet during all of the sightings. And when we got on FaceTime with a resident, you were able to see in real time how active they were. They weren't very quiet at the scene because of how active it was, but we don't see that activity from where we are, and they're definitely not going to play it on a scanner. I don't want to. If I go to another spot and the grumpy trooper comes by and he asks if we have permission to be there, I'm not going to lie to him. So if that place is closed, there's no way I'm going to just post up unless it turns into an active scene. At that point, um, members of the media are allowed to, if it's something like this, we're allowed to go onto like a shopping center or anything like that, because it's a matter of informing the public and letting them know what's going on. But we're not going to just show up to another area. We have permission to be here right now at this hotel, Mendenhall. So that truck looks like the same truck. It has like that cage in the back, and it was the one that we saw at the Lenape sighting that flew by us. So we're gonna stay places that we have permission to stay. We want to be on properties that we have permission to be on. And if you guys are watching this and you're local, please don't show up to the scene. That's not the purpose of this stream. We don't want people to be showing up there. I know most of you guys won't, but you just never know. For any bounty hunters that are watching, I don't have the scanner on me. Um, so we're going to just stay here for a little bit until I get a text saying that the site or the scene is clear, or I might get a text saying that they're establishing a perimeter. Um, if it's clear, we're going to head out. If they're establishing a perimeter, we'll likely stay. I mean, yeah, we will stay. That's what we're doing now, guys. There's a potential sighting rather close to here. We went to the area for those of you that are just getting on, and upon arrival, we saw troopers in the area. So they are investigating, and they requested some local law enforcement who know the region to assist them, and also a helicopter flew by. Now, notice how the helicopter, what it does, and now we're starting to see this pattern where it shows up and then it disappears, and it's definitely some sort of a strategy because that's happened at all of the sightings so far. And then out of nowhere, several helicopters show up, including the media. But the media helicopters might be asked by law enforcement to come and help. In this case, they might not anymore, given the fact that they have um, the assistance from the Customs and Border Patrol, and also they have 4 Black Hawks that have been deployed to Chester County just for this manhunt. And I'm told that tomorrow is going to be a busy day, and that I don't know what that means, but tomorrow is going to be a busy day in Chester County, in this area, in the Longwood area, in the entire search vicinity. There's going to be It's going to be busy, and I don't know what that means, but they have that's law enforcement that's going by. So as you guys can see, they're still actively going towards that location. And the cargo trains, from what I understand, is what we've seen is helicopters. Every time the cargo train moves, the helicopter follows it a certain distance, and I'm guessing they're using realistic um, time frames. Like they're not going to follow it for an amount of time where he can't realistically get to it. We're going to follow it. They're going to follow it only as far as he can get, and it looks like a marshal just pulled into this property right over here behind us. So you guys saw the headlights. The marshals have been driving pickup trucks, and I don't know what that is. I don't that he's going pretty quick. I don't know if that's related to this. That might not be a marshal. It might be somebody coming to the hotel, or it might be a resident. Anyway, so just understand it's a very, very active scene up the street, about a mile or so up the road. And yeah, I think that's just a resident. So we're waiting for some kind of an update to see if anything happens. And if they establish a perimeter, then we will go back and stay outside of that perimeter. We're not going to go there before they establish the perimeter. So yeah, he's just a hotel, a staff member. So he looks like a manager or something. He has keys for the building, so he just went in. I'm obviously not going to show him. He's a private citizen. Yeah, guys, there's a sighting, a possible sighting, but it was possible enough where the command center asked for local law enforcement and additional resources, including a helicopter. The helicopter flew by and it left, and I'm not sure if it's coming back yet. And look at the moon. It's the moon is. It's always it's creepy. It's been pretty creepy. I don't know if it's just because of my mindset that there's a killer on the loose that it's been looking creepy for the past few nights, but it's very quiet out here. There's also train tracks, Hong is saying. Oh, they're right there. So I don't know if those train tracks lead to the train tracks at the Brandywine. If you guys want to look on Google Maps and check for us, does this nothing yet? Can you check? So the source of mine that went home told me that they have cameras in that area that have been set up. And if the police establish a perimeter, if it becomes an actual scene, we're going to go back and remain outside of the perimeter just to see what's going on without getting close. Cars are flying. I hear them revving their engines, but they're on another road. He told us to just park up here. I mean, I'm sure we can walk down, but I'm going to wait. I want to ask this guy something. And when he stand here, just in case when he comes out, grab the phone because I'm going to talk to the manager, whoever that was that just went in. So you guys see it's quiet. So the DuPont stuff, I actually know Rob Calabrese. He was one of the fighters who lived on the farm, and that's actually right near my house. The DuPont, well, the former DuPont estate. Now it's a development. sounds like something is coming our way. Something weird. All right, it's just a car. Oh no, it's got lights on. So here we go. He took that jump so quickly that it swerved when he got over it. He's not even using his siren, so that shows that they're trying to get there quickly but quietly. Maybe they need the fire truck to light up the area. They might need the fire truck to light up the area. So I'm gonna give in a minute I'm gonna give Hong the phone just for a few minutes because I want to talk to the manager that just went into this location. So that's just I don't think they're driving Mustangs, but then again, you never know because they were arriving yesterday in what was it? An Infinity. So a lot of these guys have hold on one second, guys. I'm just reading something. So it sounds like we're not that far from the Biden residence. About 10 miles or so. That's not very relevant, but I'm just letting you guys know. In case this guy follows the wrong body of water and ends up in his backyard, obviously the Secret Service will take him out, whether it's this guy or another guy if he breaks into the house. So we'll find out. Yeah, the fire truck could be used to go and light everybody up or light the area up. Is there a fire reported in the area? Okay. Okay, that's unrelated. People are saying the fire truck's unrelated. So again, I'm waiting to find out if it clears. And where's this helicopter at, guys? How far out is it? Because it still hasn't showed up. Here, hold this for a second. Go with this guy. All right, guys, I'm back. So I don't see any helicopter coming in. I don't want to show his car because that's just a private resident, which is ironic. He actually lives right up the street, so he's going to keep his eyes peeled just in case he sees something suspicious on the way home to call the police. We're going to be here for about another 10 minutes unless I get something that says they're gone or it's clear. But I'm not sure if this is turning into anything or not. So for those of you that are just joining us, there's a potential sighting of the suspect on Fairville Road, 1217 Fairville Road, and I only know the exact address because the troopers asked us if we know how to get there when we pulled up. We're just waiting to see if it pans out to be anything or if they clear it, and they're pretty quick at clearing stuff if it's nothing. So we should know in a few minutes. Fairville is in Chad's Ford. It's about 5 minutes from Longwood Gardens, 5 minutes from the Kendall community. And there are creeks that lead to this. And there's also train tracks. And we saw train tracks earlier where I showed you guys that there were troopers sitting, like they drove on the tracks and backed into little cutaways. So they were on the tracks. I don't know. Well, yeah, these tracks would have to lead to where we were, I'm assuming, because it's not that far. But that's an assumption. Somebody's going to have to look. And the fire truck is coming back. Is that a fire truck? Yeah, the fire truck is coming back. No, that's not a fire truck. That's a tractor trailer. All right, we'll see if there's any police lights from this angle. So the tracks, okay, so the tracks lead here. That's interesting. So today there was a heavy police presence surrounding those tracks by the Brandywine River and over the bridge. And now there's a possible sighting in this area. And that's why police are taking these sightings a little bit more. They're taking all sightings serious. This one a little more than others because it's connected to a body of water and it's right by the railroad tracks, which could be a pathway. Yeah, if somebody wants to, what we're going to do is if we don't hear anything in the next 5 or 10 minutes, we're going to head out. But the general vicinity is, I don't think we're going to see the place from here, guys. But it's a very lit area, so he's not going to run through here. I'm not alone, just so you guys know. It's not like I'm walking by myself. This is actually a pretty nice hotel. I didn't even know it was a thing. This is a cool place. There's dogs barking. There's dogs barking up that way. So I'm going to stand right here. I'm not going to go any further. Because we're right by the doors to the hotel. There's dogs barking. We're not going any closer than that. That's fine. You guys can pull the tracks up on Google Maps. For those of you guys that know the area, you know they're here. You want to shoot a text over or just say anything to our last person? Just anything question mark. Yeah, Hong is a human weapon. I hear helicopters. Never mind, that was an airplane. So this is a hotel that's nearby a potential sighting. We're waiting to get details on if they cleared it yet. And if they cleared it, we'll head out and then be back tomorrow. And let me see what my... So there's nothing yet. So I'm texting somebody, guys. So there was no news, no update on if it's cleared or not. I mean, it doesn't sound like it's cleared. There's no update. Now, if it was daytime, obviously I would walk further out, but definitely not prepared to encounter anybody that's on the run right now. So what we're doing is just hanging out. And this hotel is great, guys. Just so you guys know, when we got here, they said we can park up, and they gave us coffee. That's what I mean. This county is very welcoming, and it's a beautiful property, and it looks rather large. So if the owner of this property is watching, it's a nice spot you have. It would be funny if this guy just runs by and passes out. That would make it extra easy because we can just hit him in the head with one of the tripods and maybe put the Escalade over his legs to hold him down. Got to add some humor to this. Anyway, so there hasn't been any update. It's very quiet. And the hotel rooms are here. I'm assuming the hotel, obviously, yeah, they have the it's not like one of those old school hotels with the keys. So the doors have the electronic, which every hotel does at this point, key card things. So you can't just slip into a hotel room and sleep, which would be that would be an interesting development if he was to ever do that. Just like the Rita's thing would have been pretty interesting, almost as interesting as the escape. And it's good that everybody in the area knows what this guy looks like. The clerk knows what the guy looks like here at the hotel. So if he was to walk in, he's not going to give him. Oh, he might tell him, "Yeah, grab a cup of coffee. Let me get you a cup," and then call the police. So let's wait for any updates. I mean, I really have nothing else to tell you guys. No, I'm not going to send Matt to get closer to the action. That's a little bit wild for so yeah, we have no updates yet. And that was an unmarked Charger that just drove by. Let me text another source and see if he has any access to the command center from home, any access to the information, just to know if it's something that could pan out. But as you guys see, it's a quiet area, so if he was moving, you'll hear. I mean, not from here, I don't know, but residents would hear some noise, and it could be a sighting because the tracks lead to here, the creeks lead to here. Nothing happened to Matt. And if well, tomorrow there's supposed to be a lot of activity, so we're gonna obviously cover that. And if during the day when we get here, if they don't have that activity initiated yet, obviously I'll see if Matt wants to also do a little tour of Water Glen so he can maybe walk us around the neighborhood a little bit just to show us um, the wooded area that they believed he was in. And obviously now there's no police presence. But you never know. With this guy, if he follows one of these creeks, he might end up back at Water Glen unwittingly. And as far as them not being armed, that was just his opinion. Other residents that I spoke with are heavily armed, very heavily armed, like an arsenal. So there are residents at Water Glen with basically an arsenal of hunting weapons and whatnot. So there are many armed residents, as it's their right. You can choose if you want to be armed or not. So in fact, the resident that took Hong around for a little tour, he was armed as well. And in a situation like this, those that have licenses to carry and whatnot, I'm assuming they are carrying. And a lot of the times, even if there's not a manhunt going on, people just they carry for their safety. But at a time like this, anybody that is able to. Now the SUV was debunked. No update. Yeah, let them know. This place is great. And honestly, we might end up staying here if they don't end up catching him soon. Rather than us going and coming, we might just grab a room to, if it gets fluid enough. The fire truck is returning. So they're going back. That was for an unrelated call. No, so what I'm gonna do is if nothing happens, we're gonna leave for the night so we can be back here earlier tomorrow. I've been saying that for days and we've been trying to come back early, but we never end up leaving early enough. And by the time we get back, it's and go to bed, it's about 5 a.m. So we don't get back here until like noon. So we're trying to make sure we get back here a little bit earlier, but it's good to stay late because this guy moves at night. He's not moving much during the day. I mean, there were sightings where he made a run for it during the day. That was the Lenape one, but I think that was because he was spooked or something. And what I've noticed is we whenever we like the first night we were here and we weren't live, we were just here. I was tweeting about it, and at that time, since I wasn't live streaming, it was much easier for me to hang out with some law enforcement who were giving us updates, and we actually left to get. Let me show you. So on the first night, we actually left together at 12:45. Me, Hong, and our law enforcement friend, and 30 minutes later, he was sighted at Water Glen. So obviously, there was some frustration given the fact that we were rather close to Water Glen that night, and there wasn't a perimeter there yet, and it was only about a half a mile from us where we were. We were at the landing zone for the National Guard helicopter that night, and we left at about 12:45, and at 1:15, he was seen on the ring camera close by to that spot on Water Glen. So I can't speak about the sister. I don't have any knowledge of that. I have some knowledge of people that are not blood relatives, but considered to him family, and they are being monitored. I mean, the government, all the resources they have on this, any connections he would have, they're being monitored. I don't know anything about the sister. From here, we're about 30 minutes, so we're probably gonna, let me see if there's anything. I don't know if we're gonna go back that way. So he's got municipal plates. That's law enforcement. That guy has blue municipal plates, and he's heading towards that Fairview, whatever the road is. He's heading that way right now. No, that was a Suburban with municipal plates. Fairville. Yeah, so that was a Suburban with municipal plates. I didn't hear about Walmart. I saw the lieutenant colonel at Walmart, and he had his I don't want to call him his assistant, um, or bodyguard. I don't know what this guy is, but he's a state trooper who follows the lieutenant colonel around in full uniform, and basically carries his stuff. But he's in full uniform, so I'm assuming he's a state trooper that's kind of on desk duty. I don't know. Maybe that's a really good position to have. That's his aide. Okay. Yeah, he was like pushing his cart at the Walmart and grabbing his stuff, and I saw him today carrying his bags at the press conference. And the two of them are fairly nice in person, like very nice guys, and they answer just about anything you ask them. If they'll tell you if they can answer or not. And those guys can not those guys, the lieutenant colonel, he can answer stuff and speak on behalf of the Pennsylvania State Police. So he has to be careful sometimes because his statements are official statements from the department. So we have more law enforcement going towards that potential sighting. There's law enforcement. So in the past 2 minutes, there were 2 more law enforcement vehicles that went towards that sighting. On Fairville, 1217 Fairville. we were there earlier. So for those of you that are just joining us, like I said, we're not going to, and right now we're definitely not going to pull in. If we're seeing cars headed that way, I don't want to be approached by the grumpy guy. Um, so unless they establish a perimeter, and then we go, because right now it could be a very active scene, and everything has to be taken very serious at this point. Whether it's maybe a deer, or maybe an actual sighting, and we don't want to roll up and get in the middle of a maybe a standoff or something. We don't want to be the ones that interfere with law enforcement not pulling the trigger if they have to. We want to make sure that they do what they need to do to put this community at ease, and put the county at ease, and honestly, even the state of Delaware at this point at ease, because it's so close. So we're just going to stay at a safe distance away from them, so they don't have any reason not to engage with the suspect. No, so the thing is we ask permission of property owners before we use their property, and I don't think anything else is open past here. Um, I can, maybe the Sunoco is open, but that's right there, so it's not worth it. It's This is the same side of the road, at least, where Fairville is. So unless if it is a sighting, and if it is him, hypothetically speaking, if it is him, um, I doubt he would cross the road as law enforcement is driving towards that location. So if anything, he would probably move from there through the back. We are about a mile and a half, I'd say, from where they're going. But there really weren't any businesses on the way there, especially none that are 24/7. Um, I didn't know this was a hotel. I thought it was a some kind of a hall or something that was closed. So if it was closed, we wouldn't be staged here. We would have gone somewhere else. But since they're open, I asked their permission if we can stay here just for a little while, in case there's anything that happens up the road. And they said yes. So we want to have permission from property owners before we go anywhere. No. So typically they don't use their lights when they're responding to stuff like this, unless they're going in like a, I guess I would call it like a tactical mode, where the sighting has been confirmed, and then you'll see police vehicles with their lights on. You'll see undercovers with their lights on. Very rarely you'll hear sirens. I've only heard a sirens twice, and the first time we heard it was for the sighting at, I believe it was Water Glen, and the second time was unmarked cars rolling up to Lenape Road and Parkersville, and they while we were streaming, they put their siren on just to see if the state trooper was okay, because he wasn't outside of his car, and they didn't see him, so they stopped at his car and blared the siren for him to come out and make sure he was okay. So that was the only time we heard sirens in this, and the second time was the checking on the officer. So that wasn't really a response to a scene. And when we heard sirens for Water Glen, they shut the sirens off rather far, because we heard them in the distance, and then they turned off. And within about 2 or 3 minutes, we saw the officers on the stream zoom by with their lights still activated. And when they have their lights on, that means that they are bringing out the cert team. They're bringing out everybody, and they're going to go through that area. That's what the lights have indicated so far. Every time we've seen the police lights, it was always responding to a confirmed sighting. Yeah, right. So let me see if there's an update, because if not, we're gonna slowly head out. Yeah, that was a fire department truck. Looks like the chief. So there was another. And this area is very well lit. So if he does make a move in this way, I'm sure it'll be picked up on surveillance, which this place obviously is equipped with. I can see the cameras. They're everywhere. There's one there above the door. They have cameras all over the property. So if he's dumb enough to walk through a lit area like this, these cameras will definitely capture him. Yeah, foxes are definitely freaky when they scream. No, I don't want. I'm not gonna do that. I don't want people. I don't. I'm not asking for any money or anything. So, thank you guys. I know. Thank you for the offer, but I thought I heard a helicopter, but I could be wrong. Yeah, it's just an airplane. Or no, it's the air conditioner. I know J. I know. I know JLR is coming tomorrow. He says he's flying in, so I'm sure he'll be covering it from another angle somewhere. But I'm not going to be. Like we're not going to be driving around together or anything. I do know JLR, so he's. Hold on, I think I have a little update. Let me see, because Hong's calling me over. Or maybe it's nothing. So somebody from the command center, or who's not at the command center right now, um, says he doesn't really know much about what's going on over here. He says it sounds as false as him winning the lottery, as far as a sighting. But yeah, so That's what he says. Yeah, JLR probably will be walking down. He's a little bit of a wild guy. He's like, I don't even know who to compare him to. But knowing him, he'll walk the tracks and probably swim through the creek. He'll be joining the families that were swimming, and he'll swim down the river. He's a funny guy, but we're going to be staying the way we're going to be doing what we've been doing. We're not changing anything up. No, the source that told me to go here was legit because it's in the backpack. The source that told me to go here is legit because when we got here, you guys saw the police presence, at least the ones that were watching from the beginning. Yeah, guys, nobody's joining me. It's just us two as far as this is concerned. JLR is a good guy. I'm cool with him. And he's obviously free to do any reporting that he wants. But I'm not. Anyway. So it looks like it might have died down. So we're going to head out in about 5 minutes. All right, so it looks like law enforcement is going back. If we see one more car drive up, going in this direction, up this way, we're out. Let me see if the route takes us by there. I'm gonna check right now if the route would take us by there. Can you check the GPS and see if it'll be up? Check the GPS and see from here back to where we're going if it passes Fairville, or maybe like add that street as a stop and see if it takes us in that direction. Here, I'll do it. Let me check and see. I'll check and see if this takes us in the same direction, and if it does, we will hit it on the way home. We're not going to go on the street though. We're not going to go on the street just in case. The command center is at Pomarlin. There was something, either a sighting or it's something related to this. Let me check. It's about 40 minutes. there's Kyle. All right, let's see. Yeah, so a plane from Harrisburg is actually coming straight for us. I think. We'll find out in a little bit. It's a police plane coming in our way. Let me know when he gets close. So a police plane is coming. The app is called Flight Radar, one word. I mean, I wouldn't be able to scale a wall either, but if I was a convicted murderer and I guess escaping, the adrenaline rush would obviously give you the wild boost of energy to be able to jump like Spider-Man. And like we said last week that he got out from the roof, and people were saying that's a rumor. And today we saw the video of how he got on the roof. Obviously, he didn't use a ladder. All right, guys, I'm hearing that plane. Let me see which direction it's coming in. Let me see. So it's not coming our way, is it? Yeah, guys, that PC. Oh, no, that's another one. This is coming our way. All right, so I hear it approaching. I'll show you guys the sky once I see it. And you guys can probably hear it right now. He has no lights on. He's above us with no lights. Wow. So you see stars. I can't see the plane. I just heard it. So he's completely blacked out. I've never seen that. As far as I've never seen it. Like, usually they have some kind of a light. There's no light. That's a star. That thing just flew right over us, and I heard it. And the skies are clear. Wow. So it's yeah, but there would be a little bit of a there would be a strobe or something typically, even if it's the planes that are 30,000 feet up, you can see them when they fly by. This is it's not it wasn't visible at all. That was weird. So here's has it? Usually I've seen it with the lights on. Is it coming back? It's almost he's kind of let me zoom out. Let me zoom out. So it's coming right back at us. You guys see that? It's coming like literally. I can hear it. So hold on, let me see the radar. So I'll show you guys when it gets close. You can hear it, but you can't see it. Let me see where's Fairville? Okay, so look at this. So he's flying basically over so there's Fairville. So he did 2 loops directly over. All right, that's an undercover. And you know why what they do is sometimes these sightings they might have a time delay, which means that it might have happened 20 minutes before somebody alerted somebody, or we don't know the specifics of what's going on tonight. I'll know more tomorrow. But if the sighting was 20 minutes ago, they want to check the surrounding area as well, which is probably why they're doing a larger loop. No, so I did see just another undercover going that way, but then I saw one going this way. No news on the canine. I don't know. It's hotter than it has been other nights. Yeah, I'm live. We don't know anything about the sighting. We just know that there is something. I don't know if it's a sighting or what, but it's related to the manhunt because the command center is the one that told individuals to respond to it. The request for the response was from the command center. So for them to request a police response, that's the command center was established solely for the manhunt. So here he is again. And maybe they're using planes instead of the helicopter because he might think it's a commercial airliner flying by and you can't see it. So I mean, without the flight radar app. Okay, so there's a drone in the air. Is that a drone or is that a plane coming? That's not the same plane that we just heard. Is that a? You guys see a plane on the radar? Let me check. That's the same plane. Well, it has those lights on now. That doesn't look like a plane because it's is it hovering? Let me check and see if it's the same plane. That's not the same plane. That's a larger. That's UPS. So UPS is flying right above us. Yeah, see, guys, UPS. But then see how he's focusing kind of on the creek or on the river. So the noise you're hearing right now isn't the police plane. That's the UPS like jumbo jet that just flew by. But so the plane is right here. The police plane. I hear it. No, so what we're gonna do is, I mean, we're gonna drive by the area and not pull in and we're gonna end up going home from there. So we're probably gonna do that from now. Um, if something develops, we'll make a U-turn. We'll just double check. Call here. Call them back. We're gonna head out. So guys, what we're gonna do is we're gonna drive by the property. Not on the street. We're not gonna go back down that street because we had that grumpy trooper, and I haven't seen him leave. So we're gonna drive past the street and call it a night unless something pops off. So if I go live again after we wrap it up, obviously that means I'm going back. But we'll know tomorrow more information on what happened when I have somebody that's at least at the scene or whatnot when they get here in the morning. So I'll ask them if this panned out to be anything. While we're leaving, if we see anything, we'll stick around. But pretty much call it a night after we leave. Now, if we get close to home and cert responds, we're going to turn around, obviously. But we're going to go out and head down. Did you say yeah? All right, cool. So we're going to take the drive by, because it's only a minute away, and call it a night. But let me just let the clerk know we're leaving and thank him for letting us use the area. No, we're gonna drive by and then it looks like the same truck as earlier. So vigilant residents checking out their neighborhood, making sure they don't see anything suspicious. And that's what our goal here is to get the residents, make them aware if there's something going on in their area related to this case. And maybe they drive around and you never know. Obviously, they're not encouraged to go near the scene, but driving by and going around never hurts anybody to see if you see something. Um, you never know. So that just shows how vigilant and nervous these neighbors are in this community. They want to bring an end to this. It's like a horror story that came too close to home for some people, and whatever they can do, they're doing. And it doesn't seem to be much about their reward money. They just want to put an end to this and go to bed. You know. Because so the plane doesn't. I mean, they circle all the time, and helicopters circle all the time. And the later we stay, the less you guys are going to see tomorrow, because we're going to end up getting here at this. I mean, at this rate, later than we expected. So it's not going to be as early as we wanted to. We planned on leaving at around 10:30 after the tour, but then this came in, so we stayed. It's lagging. Huh? I'm on there. Okay, so yeah, we're gonna head out, but we're gonna drive by the street just in case. We're not gonna go on it, but we're just gonna drive by to see if they have anything if there's some, if they put a roadblock up. Obviously, there's activity going on, but we'll know in a minute. We are 6 minutes away from the sighting, the potential sighting. So we're gonna drive by the sighting, not on the street. We're gonna drive by the street, and if it's a legitimate sighting or a suspected sighting, I'm sure they'll have a police officer at the end of the road. If they don't, then it's safe to call it a night. Did you hit start? Cool. Yeah, everybody's Twitter crashed. That's bizarre. Here, pull over here for a second, so we can fix the GPS. Oh, here we go. One second, we gotta fix the GPS settings. I just hit your high beams. Let me see. Yeah, it's the humidity. We just got new brakes last week, so it's the humidity that's like, I guess, doing that. And this place has like developments, and that's what this guy's known to do. What's interesting is all of the sightings, for the most part, are in areas that there's only one way in and one way out. So we can go. We're gonna go like by the street, but we're not gonna go on the street. Now look at the area. It's like his signature area at this point, the kind of place that he goes down. So we are on Crossart Road, I believe it's called. Crossart Road. Don't turn onto Fairfield or Fairville. Don't turn on it. Just yeah, we're gonna. So there's no police presence that's visible, at least, and that might be part of their tactic. So we're not gonna intervene with whatever they're doing. So we just passed the street where he was, where the activity is. It's to our left. I guess you can hit end for that stop at this stop sign. Because that's taking you back to the road, so you're gonna want to change it. So what we're gonna do is head back to the area, or not to the area. We're gonna head out for the night. We'll keep it on until we get out of the area. So right now we are on Stockford Road. Actually, let me put that other address over so we can't go that way. Oh, this is going to be interesting. Let me find out. All right, so we're on Fairville Road. That's the only way out. So this is the road he was spotted on. Here you guys go. We weren't expecting this. Um, so the roadblock forced us to come to the sighting. So he was sighted or spotted on this road apparently. I don't see any police presence unless that's what they're doing. But like, look how dark it is. And if you live in this neighborhood, or if you know somebody that lives in this neighborhood, um, tell them to turn on their lights at their houses. Have their lights on. It's very dark. I can't even see the houses in the neighborhood, if there are any actually. So there are. I see mailboxes. Wow, there's little bridges and stuff. So there's a lot of places to hide. Wait, this is this Saint? This isn't that Saintonsville place, is it? Does anybody here local know about Saintonsville? Anybody know where Saintonsville is? This isn't that. Can you, is this Saintonsville? Years ago when I was in high school. This is a bad spot for him to go. I mean, this place is like, this is freaky. I'll tell you that right now. Um, Holy crap. I didn't know we were at Saintonsville. For those of you that aren't from the area, go online and Google Saintonsville, and that is bizarre. This is like the most haunted road. This is freaky. I can't believe that I didn't think we were here. I used to come here in high school, and we had some wild experiences. One night, a Klansman came running out at us from the woods, and we were in high school, freaked out, and we took off. But um, so Cossart Road was Saintonsville. A legit Klansman popped out, and we took off like a bat out of hell. I don't know what he was doing. I mean, he wasn't dressed like a ghost. I'll tell you that. So this is bizarre. Legit. I was at Saintonsville, and we were making a U-turn. And as we were making the U-turn, we looked in the the rear view camera that comes on, and as we're backing up, a dude in full clan regalia comes like darting from behind us, so we gunned it. This is it, I think. Yeah, this is Satansville. Wow. This place is creepy, 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 like as it gets. If he's out here, he's wow. It's just bizarre. Ever since that Klansman popped out, we never came back, and that was in like 2009. Yeah, we are definitely not going to stay in that area. I don't know how they feel about the Brazilians, but I could tell you that you got to turn here. Um, that was my first, or that was my second time there, and my last time there. Never again. I said, well, until tonight, we just wound up here. Jesus, that's just, I'm kind of speechless. I didn't know that's where we were. I'm like scarred for life from that place. But look how dark it is, and then there's so much brush. Now I know why the police asked us if we know how to get there. I mean, nobody drives down that. Nobody drives down that way. It is a freaky. I mean, like you come here in high school or in like college as like a thrill, just to drive down. It's like very creepy road, and yeah, like I told you guys, both times we had the weirdest experience. The first one, I don't recall what it was, but it wasn't bad enough to make me not want to come back. But when I made the U turn and I looked at my rear view, the camera, and I saw this dude or woman, I don't know what it was, lunging like out of this. There was like a gate kind of thing, and it came running. And I'm calling it a Nick because I don't know what it was, a woman or a man, dressed up in all white with the hood. We were gone, and never again did we come back. And here we are. Yeah, well, this road is like infamous. The trees would like they were bent in a certain way, kind of facing the road. It was really weird. Yeah, we're heading out for the night. We'll be back tomorrow. Oh, good. So neighbors have their lights on out here. Um, yeah, this place is freaky. I'll tell you that. I mean, and here comes a stay. Oh, okay. We're not going to go that way, guys, but it's lit up. Just pull up a little bit and let me get it on camera. Okay, we can't see it anymore. There are police cars on this road, and we are on Hillendale Road. All right, let's go straight. Let's get out of here. Anyway, um, there's police over here. That's Hillendale, but it's at like what 3 a.m. Is that the witch's hour or whatever it's called? I love Halloween and all, but I'm not into the 3D four dimensional experience that I had last time, and definitely not trying to make a U-turn and that was yeah. So um, the the place is definitely a freaky place. So yeah, guys, we're gonna head out. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll keep it on for a little bit so you guys can see the area, uh, and until we get off to a main road. Once we make it over to Baltimore Pike in half a mile, by then we'll cut probably, or a little bit after that. But this is funny that we were just in Satansville. My friends are gonna get a kick of this in the morning when I tell them. I have to let them know. especially the ones that were with me when we got chased by the crazed Klanman. I don't know if we disrupted his little ritual or what, but the guy was wild, and it was just that was enough to make me never come back. You have to like experience it in person. The sighting was at around. I think I got the text at 11. What time? 11:03. Hung says we got here at. No, we couldn't have gotten here that quick. It took us So we were here within like 5 minutes. So we got the text at 11:03, and we arrived before the police, which wasn't the intent. It was 1217 Fairville. Fairville. 1217. So we are now on Baltimore Pike. And we'll see tomorrow if that pans out to be anything. And that's a trooper right there. Yeah, anybody that's local, let people know that there's a possibility that he's in that area. If you know anybody in that area, just to keep their eyes open, check their surveillance. As the police ask, keep their lights on, report suspicious activity, call 911. Don't chase the guy, don't apprehend him. Um, Stay safe. They don't want anything to happen to anybody, and this guy's dangerous. He's killed several times, and he'll kill again. No, it wasn't confirmed. It was it was from the command center. They needed police to respond to that location, so it's in connection to the fugitive, and they asked for local law enforcement too because they don't know the area, and it was evident they don't know the area because they were asking us for directions on the live stream. So we didn't know where we were, let alone where they should go. So when we got here, we just had a general idea of the intersection. It was like a Fairville and that Hillendale area. And the trooper actually told us, "Do you know how to get to 1217 Fairville?" I don't think he understood that we were obviously in the area to see if there was any action. Um, he thought we were local, I guess, but all three of them asked us for directions, so we don't know where to go. So tomorrow we'll know if it was a sighting or not. Um, but it's always possible. There was a response by police, and I'll ask tomorrow. And if by the time we get here, if tomorrow, if there's no activity yet, what we'll do is if there's a press conference, we'll swing through and ask the lieutenant colonel about this. But if it's anything, I'm sure he'll update the public anyway. And if there's activity, we're going to be at the activity. Now there's police lights in front of us. We're approaching. We're on Baltimore Pike, and I'll let you know where we are. Oh, so this is still Chad's Ford. So we're on Baltimore Pike, and there's a lot of activity, guys. There's police here and Fairville. So we're on Baltimore Pike and Fairville, and there's police activity, and it looks like they are. Oh, this is the museum. This is where we were earlier. This is that Brandywine. And there's police back there. This is that Brandywine River that we were at earlier. You're going slow, and there's I think it's a stadium. But you see the sign, stay vigilant, report suspicious activity, call 911. They can't emphasize it enough. If you see something, say something. And the police are pretty thorough. Like, um, I'm sure that, so there's a lot of new troopers. The past few days we had more luck where we got to know these guys. So tonight we actually got followed a few times by troopers. Like there's one behind us right now, probably just running the plate to make sure that we're not related to the guy. But these ones haven't seen us enough to have any sort of uh, knowledge of who we are. Some of them already know the car that we're in and the license plate and whatnot, but not all of them. So, see, there's a trooper driving by undercover, or maybe it's just local police. So, um, yeah, that's basically it. I'll do a little recap tweet, just like I've been doing, to let everybody know what happened tonight, um, and throughout the day, and we will go from there. No, I'm just saying they run plates just to see who people are, if they're from the area or if they're from far out. Like if my plate comes back for, I don't know, some farther out part where you're not really from around here, or I don't know. I just know that they are running plates. That's a fact. A trooper told me that days ago, that they've been, like, any cars that are in the immediate area, they'll run their plates, just I guess to have a record as well. And I'm sure they keep track of how many times they run a plate, so it'll come up in the system. So they've seen us here now for 7 nights straight. So obviously, we're not transporting the fugitive to and from the points of interest. And again, tomorrow should be interesting. They have four Black Hawks, 30 members of the border patrol, uh, a task force that deals only with high stakes, high risk situations, according to the customs website. That division, it's called, like, BORCAT or something. It's like a tactical team for the border patrol, and they're here, and they arrived to Chester County hours ago, but they are likely just getting rest and getting ready for tomorrow. Because from what I understand, is tomorrow is going to be a very busy day. I don't know what that means, but that came from uh, one of my law enforcement sources. And since this whole thing started, I've amassed several more. But the original one says tomorrow is a very busy day, and he confirmed the four Black Hawks are in town, and the 30 members of that task force are in town. So the federal government is really ramping up their um, uh, participation in this. Sorry, guys, my brain is lagging. We've been here for quite some time. So the feds are gearing up even heavier. First, it was only the U.S. Marshals, now, and ICE. ICE had a few people here, and they told me that in an email on Saturday when I asked about his status as a citizen. So, since from the outset, it sounds like Homeland Security had a few of their individuals here assisting, and now we know that 30 members of a task force are here, and they're going to be on the ground tomorrow, and there are four Black Hawks that'll be here. So we're in Concordville. And if this guy manages to slip away. They might be bringing in the Blackhawks just because they want to see if this guy's here anymore. You know, that's a pretty crazy um, move for them to bring in Blackhawks, 4 of them. So they might be just doing this to make sure that he's here. And obviously, the feds are getting more involved because it's crossing into Delaware potentially. The U.S. Marshals have been involved since Thursday. From the as soon as the escape was announced to the district attorney's office, emergency notifications were made to law enforcement agencies, and the U.S. Marshals are usually on the first one of the first calls you make. So they were involved in this since Thursday at about 11:30 a.m. I believe they got to the area. So the U.S. Marshals have been here, but now that they're bringing in tactical teams from Customs and Border Patrol, that's definitely an interesting move. They want to see, is he still here or is he in Delaware? And it's certainly a federal issue when you have somebody that might be going into another state. Oh, there's a hotel. Maybe they'll let him stay here. I wonder if they accept cash. I doubt he has any, but yeah, last Thursday. Today's the 7th day. I should have clarified. So this now it's we're in the second week. It's 1:40 in the morning, so we are in week number 2 of the manhunt for the escaped murderer. Officially, this is the second week, so that'll be the headlines tomorrow that week 2 has initiated. Yeah, so it's the second week. It's the beginning of the second week. No confirmed sightings. Happy birthday to whose birthday it is. Maroon 2472. Happy birthday. She said, roll down your window. I'm going to yell. Tell me if you hear it. Where are you? And I'm about to call it a night in a few minutes. So I've been telling you guys I'll be here at like 10. That hasn't been the case because of how late we end up staying. So every time we get ready to leave, something happens and we stick it out just in case, you know? So I would say at the latest, noon, at the earliest, 10. No, I won't think about that right before bed. Sounds good, guys. Yeah, I feel like we're all becoming like a a little family here. Maybe we'll have a party when they catch the guy. I'm sure one of you guys own a bar. I mean, I've got people here that own all kinds of stuff. We've had lawyers reach out to us, doctors, um, just about all uh, real real estate developers, just about everything. So I'm sure one of you guys tomorrow. I'll ask when we have a bunch of people on who here owns a bar. A few people actually, I believe, did hit me up, and they own some bars in Westchester. So maybe we can have a shindig. There's the state police barracks. So there's the local state police barracks. Um, so I'm sure we'll be able to have a little shindig at one of these bars in Westchester that's owned by one of the guys that was following. He reached out. I'm sorry, I'm not remembering names. All right, guys, I'm starting to yawn because of everybody's mentioning the word yawn earlier. As soon as somebody said it, that's when I started. I was able to manage until that. All right, guys, good night. Stay safe. If you're in the area, remember, call the police. If you hear anything, keep your lights on. Check your surveillance. And definitely check your surveillance for the night time, like around, I would say from 8 p.m. to 1 a.m. ish, because there's a possible sighting on that Fairville road. So if you live in the area, definitely keep a lookout. And like we've been telling the officers and everybody else, stay safe, stay vigilant. Make sure you guys are keeping an eye out. If you see anything, say something. And we'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay, y'all. Hold on, let me get this off my screen. And I'm going to stay for about another 20 minutes or so. Let me grab the link and throw it back in chat. Whoopie and Big Al, are y'all still up here with me?
I'm still here.
All right.
I'm here. I'm trying to relearn the software that apparently.
Okay, wait, Big Al, we can barely understand you.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
I'm trying to relearn the software that was completely updated since the last time I used it, and it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen for aircraft information. It's really neat.
Oh, that's the one that, like the radar thing that you were talking
Sky
about?
Glass, yeah, it's super cool. I don't even know if I want to share it just because I'm going to look stupid because I don't know how to use it yet. It's so different, but so involved. It does show a military.
What's the name of it, Al?
Sky Glass. It shows an E6 right over the area right now at 15,000 feet. That's been flying in a pattern for like 4 hours.
Okay, because all we're seeing on the flight radar is this PC-12.
It doesn't show military aircraft on flight radar or government aircraft. It'll show like local PD, some Homeland Security, but it doesn't. If they're hiding, you won't see it on Sky Glass. You see it because it's crowdsourced.
Okay, yeah, because I've seen them down in Florida, like the military aircraft. I've seen them down there flying. This other plane, though, it's still circling between Pocomson and Chadds Ford.
I'm seeing like 11 aircraft in that area that are just flying patterns. Like at high altitude, not low altitude. They wouldn't even hear them on the ground.
This one here is at 3,600 feet and 133 knots.
Yeah, the one that I'm looking at is at 256 knots at 17,000 feet.
Damn. And it's flying in a pattern?
Yeah, it's flying in squares over the same area, just over and over and over again.
Wow. You think they're running, what is it?
Well, an E6 is a surveillance aircraft, so I mean, it can read it can read the letters on a soccer ball at 13 miles. You know, it can read a name tag on someone's shirt from like 30,000 feet. That's pretty. I mean, that's pretty complicated. I'm sure Riddler knows. He was in the Air Force. They got cameras on those freaking planes that can literally tell you what kind of pen you're using.
Riddler, how are you?
Doing just fine. Yeah, they can read car tags from way up high.
Oh yeah, and there's a lot of airplanes. I've never seen this. You'd probably be interested in this, Riddler. It's called Skyglass. It's free. They have subscription services too, but there's a free version. It's really neat. It's gonna take me a week to figure out how to use it again, but
King Scarlet in chat says she knows how to use it.
Skyglass?
Yeah,
it's super complicated. I'm impressed, King Scarlet, because this is way different than the last version I used.
Gina Marie, it's an app.
It's an app. It's a crowdsource app, but there's different subscriptions you can get it for like farming and whatever. There's all kinds of different shit you can use it for, I suppose.
So tomorrow we have the federal guys. What is it? The border.
Border Patrol.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're not that far from the Canadian border there as a crow flies.
No, that is true.
Not really that far at all. And I just saw a Border Patrol guy here in north central Minnesota the other day. Tripped me out. I haven't seen one in years. Usually you only see him right next to the border.
Seems to me they got to get a sighting on that guy tomorrow, or they got to be super concerned he's broke the perimeter.
Yeah, something's got to turn up. Like I was saying in chat, if I had anything to do with those guys, there'd be cell-based game cameras everywhere.
Well, they were putting them out today, or putting more out today.
Yeah.
The game wardens was putting them out. I believe the marshals had some out. Local PD had some out.
They got some pretty nice ones these days.
Yeah.
You get a text within like 10 seconds.
Yeah, I've got a friend that is a hunter, and he owns about 40 or 50 acres, and on the back side of his property, he has 2 or 3 of them, and he sits in his office, and when it pops up, and he gets to see what it is.
Oh, good Lord. Rofa, did I kick you again? Jeez.
No, I'm here.
Okay, because I went to type in because I wasn't in the right spot, and you disappeared and then popped right back up.
I don't know.
I did that last night. I accidentally knocked her off real quick.
Are you scanner crazy yet, Fofa? Are you scanner crazy yet?
I was. I had to turn it off.
Yeah.
I couldn't listen to any more of the beeping.
Yeah, the beeping is what drives you crazy.
Fire dispatch. I was like, I can't do this anymore. My husband was like, what is that? Turn it off. I was like, all right, so we can maintain our marriage.
Well, while she was out earlier, Vinny in chat was keeping us up to date on what the scanner was saying, which was very nice of him.
Yeah, I don't think he got out of there. I highly doubt it. I mean, it seems to me like they've had a pretty solid perimeter setup since this all started. I mean, am I mistaken? Is that what everybody else kind of gets out of it?
Mm-hmm.
I think the same thing, but at some point they're going to have to go in the fix stuff and walk him out.
I'm just so confused by the lack of use of thermal. I don't get it.
I think that's what your grid search that's going on. Those are what those drones are doing.
Hopefully
those are different. I mean, different ones, but yeah, they're definitely using it. There's
hopefully they'll narrow down where he's at, and then send a group to walk in there and drag his ass out.
Yeah,
I mean, if he's only 5 feet tall, he probably looks like a small deer on thermal.
Somebody said earlier he could be hiding under a mushroom.
I said he found the Smurf village. He's done moved in.
Huh.
I don't know. I hope they catch him, like you said earlier, Scarlett. I hope he gets thumped.
I mean, like, he needs to be caught, and he needs to be thrown in prison and in the hole, and he needs to stay there because of all this shit that he's done the last 7 days. Put this community on edge.
Think about the money.
Oh,
yeah,
it's
that
millions
too.
already. Gotta be.
And the victim, his last victim in Pennsylvania, her kids, like he did this in front of her kids. They're scared. That whole family has got to be scared with this guy running loose.
Well, hopefully they just got the hell out of there.
I hope that they have somebody wherever they live at. I hope they have somebody posted outside of their house.
I can imagine his whole idea is just get away from going to prison for the rest of his life.
Right. Jen with 2 N's said he can be a yard gnome.
Yeah, he'd have to be real still.
I got a yard gnome that holds an AR-15. Yeah, Max Smith says 1 to 2 million a day. I would believe that.
Yeah, by the time the fuel, just
overtime,
the fuel and the helicopters and the planes and the cop cars, like all of that.
Wonder what an hour's worth of helicopter fuel.
There was just a guy, one of the YouTube guys just bought one of those Blackhawks, and he was saying it's astronomical.
Heavy D Sparks.
Yep. He just bought a Blackhawk.
He's a pretty cool guy.
Yeah, I like him.
I'm not sure how old her kids were, but it said that it happened in front of her young kids. Hey, Pagan Ways, how are you? So I'm not sure how old they are, but either way, the victim's family has got to be scared right now.
Hell, if I lived in that community, I'd be a little freaked out.
Yeah.
I'd have a gun in my hand for sure.
Yeah.
Big Al, did you hear about the guy that the man that heard something in his basement and went to the top of the stairs and opened it and flipped the light switch down in the basement, and before he could flip it, there was somebody in the basement and they flipped it 2 or 3 times?
What?
Yeah, he flipped it 5 times and then the guy flipped it 5 times back at him.
Yeah.
Oh, good Lord.
And it had to be, what's his name? I can't even think of Delano or...
They're thinking this guy was in his basement?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're pretty sure from what I
He'd have never made it out of my basement, I'll tell you that.
No, if he'd have flipped that thing one time, I'd say...
Yeah, apparently they had a broken sliding door.
Well, after 7 days,
they
no
didn't
food.
know he was in the area yet either. It was
He's got to
before
be
they
getting
realized.
desperate as shit after 7 days with no real food and no real water and no real rest.
Yeah, I made a
I
comment
mean, he's
in the
definitely
chat
broken in since, because he all of a sudden had a duffel bag.
Right.
that he will walk out of the woods at some point and just surrender.
Okay, let me find.
Well, we've got locals in here from PA, right? Are the mosquitoes real bad out there right now?
Yeah, there's actually people. Philly's not far from there. Gray. Oh shit! What is her last name? I forgot her last name now. She's not far from there. We've got several people in here.
He's got to be getting chewed up out there in the woods.
Good for him.
Well, I know, but I mean, it's after a while that takes its toll on your body too.
Right. And Jay, yes, there was a video today, and let me play the video real quick because there may be some that hasn't seen it.
I haven't seen it.
You hadn't seen the video of him escaping?
Nope.
Oh, okay. Hold on just a second. Let me go. And then I've got to find the video of the press conference today.
Air Force USA is also, he's in the chat and he's right by there. Yeah, he said it's bad with the mosquitoes.
Good, I hope they eat him up.
Well, I know they're bad up here this year. We've had one of the worst years we've ever had.
I hope the mosquitoes eat him up. I hope the leeches get on him.
Yeah. What has been the high temperature during the day up there?
They're high 90s, aren't they?
Yeah, it's been hot.
Yeah.
From what
They're getting slammed with the heat wave that hit us.
He's got to be about dehydrated. And
you would think so. And if he drinks the wrong water, he's in big trouble.
Dysentery.
Well, that'll kill you quick.
Well, maybe you'll catch it too. Okay, let me pull up the video of him escaping today. All right. Now watch how this little dude goes up this wall. 'Cause 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 And boom, he's gone. And just watch through the glass on the door, and you'll see him jump out the other side. And he's out.
Yep.
And this little guy down here in the corner, don't know if he's standing there being the lookout or if he's there because they did say that there was a basketball game going on at the time. He literally just scaled it and was gone.
Took him all of about 15, 20 seconds, maybe.
I've seen some parkour videos. Some of these guys are freaking magicians.
That's what I said. Hardcore parkour.
Yeah, that's hardcore parkour right there. Because to get down from that high, that couldn't have been not painful. Lucky
Yeah, and he had to
didn't run
go
his
through
ankle.
razor wire.
Oh, there's razor wire at the top of where he went up right here?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
There's like
but
2 layers of it that he had to go through.
And
And then on the other side is freedom.
Yeah, and see, he's got something wrapped around his waist, which more than likely was for the razor wire.
Probably, yeah. That makes sense.
He just tied
That's
it
what I
around
thought
him.
at first, but wouldn't that snag him up?
Well, no, you lay it over the top. It's just like going over a barbed wire fence. You try to lay something over it so you don't get hung up on the barbs. Because that razor
He's the third
wire.
person to escape. And how long has it been? Just in the last...
Like a couple of months?
I'm sorry, but that just looks way too fucking easy right there.
It doesn't look very complicated at all.
He
And
got
I don't
out
understand-
the same way that another inmate got out in May.
Oh, same method?
Yeah, except
God.
they
That
had
is
come
crazy.
in and done a whole they had the security consultants come in, and that's why they added the extra layers of the razor wire.
Oh my God. Somebody's fired.
Well, they've got an
And
internal
the
investigation.
watchtower guy obviously wasn't watching.
I know my friend that works at a prison up here just told me today that they have like turrets around the wall where the little rooms are where they sit.
Mm-hmm.
He said there's a guy in one, and then there's 2 empty ones, and a guy in the next one, and 2 empty ones, and a guy in the next one. They haven't had staff for like 5 years for all the watchtowers. You can't see in them to tell which one has someone in it.
Right.
Well,
But-
they did say today there was someone in there.
Well, then somebody was either snoozing on TikTok.
Yeah, I mean, they said they don't know. Yeah, they couldn't confirm what he was doing or why they said he didn't see him go out.
Yeah, that there is
Didn't
an
say
internal
why.
investigation going on into it as well. And did they
I mean-
say
And
that the
he's
guy
on
was on leave?
administrative leave. Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on administrative
If the guy in the tower turned his head for literally 10 seconds, he would have missed him.
Yeah, he didn't see it. That is crazy.
But I still wonder how long he had to, once he got over that part, how far did he have to sprint?
Well, he had what was it, an hour and a half before they realized that he was gone? I believe is what it was said.
It was about an hour. They went through the timeline. And it was about an hour before. I believe it was an hour. Now
Let me see if I can
I
find.
did that math a while ago.
I gotta
No,
see if
I'm
I
not
can
sure.
find the whole press conference because I haven't got to see the whole thing. And I know that someone else in chat was wanting to watch it. Let's just read the 6th.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, it was.
No, they don't have it. What the hell? I bet Chester County. I don't have my notes in front of me.
Yeah.
One thing that can't be easy for law enforcement is the logistics of coordinating all these different agencies that are probably coming in and, maybe from different towns to relieve the locals. I don't know who all's there, who's not, but They obviously have more than just the local force, I would think, and that's not easy sometimes.
Scarlett, I'm sending you a link in the back chat.
Okay, thank you. Okay, back over to StreamYard.
Oh no, I'm sorry. I messed up. That's not the right one.
Okay.
I think this is the right one.
Alright.
No. This one.
Okay, let me do.
Okay. Here we go. I got the right one now.
Yeah, I'm sitting here just clicking on stuff.
The second I just sent you, the second link is the correct one.
Okay, the Big L. Okay, did I kick you out, Big L?
I don't know what happened. I was just poof. I was gone.
Okay, if I did, I didn't mean to.
No, that's all good. I can take a shot to the nuts once in a while.
Alright, let's see if this is going to work without me having to exit out of or click off of StreamYard. Okay.
You can fast, yeah, you can jump ahead a little bit because they're not talking yet.
Is this the latest presser?
Yeah, this is the one from today.
Okay.
And might help if I turn the volume
It's kind of
up on
funny
it.
the way they were talking about the prison and the breakouts.
Good afternoon. My name is Lieutenant Colonel George Bivens, Deputy Commissioner of Operations for the Pennsylvania State Police. Joining me today is District Attorney Deb Ryan, Chief County Detective David Sassa, Rob Clark from the U.S. Marshal's Office, Chester County Commissioner and Prison Board President Josh Maxwell, and Acting Chester County Prison Warden Howard Holland. As you know, on the morning of Thursday, August 31st, inmate Danelo Cavalcante escaped from the Chester County Prison. In a few minutes, I'll provide an update on where we stand with the status of the manhunt for Cavalcante. But first, I know you all and the public have had a number of questions about the actual escape made by Cavalcante. I'm going to turn this over to Acting Warden Holland to talk about that. I'd ask that following his remarks, you hold any questions until the end of our briefing, and we will be happy to take questions at that time.
I just want to ensure that we know the gravity of the situation and how it's impacted our community negatively. Moreover, to the victims of this individual, I want to make sure that they know that we are consistently and consciously thinking of what they're going through and give out the fact that they continually are in our thoughts and prayers to make sure we bring Mr. Cavalcante to justice. So good afternoon. I am Howard Holland, the Acting Warden of the Chester County Prison. I'm here today to provide preliminary details of the escape of Danelo Cavalcante. Let me begin by addressing the escape of Igor Bolt, which the media has been reporting on. Igor Bolt, which escaped on May 19th of this year. This escape was similar to the methodology of the escape by Cavalcante, and the escape by Igor Bolt allowed the prison to identify a deficiency in the exterior exercise yard where the escape occurred. This is also the same area, the escape yard, where Cavalcante was located prior to his escape. The exercise yard improvements undertaken after Bolt's escape were intended to address the escape route from the yard to the roof area. Security consultants were brought in, and improvements were based on the consultant's findings by a contracted security service. The improvement consisted of additional razor wire being placed in the yard area at the wall where the escape occurred to block access to the roof. The escape of Cavalcante is not just being internally investigated. Because it is in criminal nature, it is also being investigated by the State Attorney General's office. The video of Cavalcante's escape has been turned over to the criminal investigators. I will review the exact timeline and show a video of Cavalcante's escape from the exercise yard at the end of my remarks, but can confirm that it does show that Cavalcante escaped at the same location as Igor Bolt, but for Cavalcante, there was razor wire to contend with before reaching the roof. Secondly, Chester County Prison uses proven countermeasure security that are an industry standard. For example, high fencing, razor or barbed wire, secure doors or gates with salad ports to control movement, video cameras, and most importantly, correctional officers, all of which were in place and remain in place. One of the issues brought to light as we conduct our internal investigations on Cavalcante's escape is that once the additional razor wire had been added to the escape route, Following Igor Bolt's escape in May, it was determined by our security advisors that this one level of security was sufficient. In fact, what was perhaps overlooked was the fact that addressing the single point of physical countermeasure should have been bolstered by additional means. We are addressing that. On Tuesday afternoon, yesterday, we had engineers from Trans Systems, a company which was selected by Lancaster County to design their new prison, brought on site. They are developing proposals for the prison board to fully enclose all outside exercise yards. While we believe the security measures we had in place were sufficient, they've proven otherwise, and we move quickly to enhance our security measures. Finally, I'd like to cover the human element of the escape. One key difference in the escape by Igor Bolt as compared with the escape of Cavalcante is the role of the tower officer, whose primary responsibility is to oversee the inmates in the exercise yard. In Bolt's escape, the tower officer observed the subject leaving the yard area and contacted control immediately. That is why Bolt was apprehended within 5 minutes. In the escape of Cavalcante, the tower officer did not observe nor report the escape. The escape was discovered as part of the inmate counts that occurs when inmates come in from the exercise yard. As I previously noted, the Pennsylvania Attorney General's office will be conducting a thorough criminal investigation into the escape, which includes this element of the incident. This investigation is both necessary and welcome. The action of the tower officer present at the time of Cavalcante's escape are a key part of our internal investigation, and we'll be taking appropriate action against personnel based on the results of that investigation. Here is the timeline of the events. At 8:33 a.m., Cavalcante's block entered the exercise yard. At 8:51 a.m., Cavalcante escapes from the prison, having crab walked up a wall, push his way through a razor wire, run across the roof, scale another fence, and push his way through more razor wire. At 9:35 a.m., Cavalcante's block returned to the unit from the yard. At 9:45 a.m., officers on Cavalcante's block notify Central Control of the missing inmate, and they conduct a special count. At 9:48 a.m., officers informed Central Control that Cavalcante was not there. There was a belief that he may have been in a phone visiting room, which was checked with negative results. At 9:50 a.m., the prison was locked down and the special count was conducted. By 10:01 a.m., the public escape siren had sounded and the 911 center had been notified. Just as we do in any security-related incident, we will thoroughly review all of our practices, policies, and procedures and make improvements as appropriate. We are currently formulating plans to enhance security to include, as previously mentioned, fully enclosing all outside exercise yards, installing additional security cameras, adjusting officers' positions when inmates are in exercise yards, and additional security assets which would enhance overall security of the prison. As I close, I would definitely like to thank my local, federal, state, and law enforcement representatives who quickly responded to the scene once the escape was there. I know they have been diligently working to take Mr. Cavalcante back into custody, and we are very appreciative of their efforts. At this time, due to the nature of the investigations that are ongoing, I cannot comment on any individual investigation, including internal investigations. With that, I'd like to turn it over back to Colonel Booth. So, I'm not sure where
Seems to me with about $100 worth of fencing, they could have prevented this from happening by putting a lid on that fucking thing.
Did you guys hear all the description though of what when he climbed up there, he ran across the roof and he did this and he did that?
My update, and again, we'll come back.
From the video, it just seemed like he.
Last evening, we had another sighting of Cavalcante by a resident in the area of Chandler Road, Pennsbury Township. Teams searched the area for hours, but were unable to locate him. An issue we did experience during that search illustrates some of the challenges our people are dealing with. In spite of precautions, one of our tactical search dogs suffered a heat-related and emergency.
Sorry, can everyone go on mute? There's background sound.
As a result of that reported.
My bad.
Sighting, residents likely observed a significant increase in police activity. We did have a reverse 911 message sent out during the incident in an effort to inform residents of the issue. Additionally, as a result of that activity, we slightly expanded the eastern edge of our perimeter to include Creek Road. The district attorney and I have continued a regular dialogue with school districts in the area, updating them with changes in our operations that might impact schools. As this operation unfolded late last night, the Unionville, Chadsford, and Kennett consolidated school districts made a decision to close schools. We continue to use hundreds of state, local, and federal law enforcement officers, canines, aviation assets, and various types of technology in an effort to keep the community safe and to bring this to as swift a conclusion as possible. Excuse me. We continue to increase the number of personnel assigned as conditions dictate. Residents can expect to continue to see large numbers of law enforcement officers in their communities and traveling to and from assigned locations. We continue to ask for the public's help by familiarizing themselves with the photograph and description of Cavalcante, to check security cameras they have, and to call us immediately if they believe they may have seen Cavalcante. Again, we ask residents to please secure homes, outbuildings, and vehicles. Cavalcante has clearly already obtained some clothing and unknown other supplies, and we want to minimize any opportunity to obtain anything more. It is important that we keep pressure on him as we continue the hunt. I am also announcing that Pennsylvania Crime Stoppers has offered up to a $10,000 reward for information leading to the capture of Cavalcante. This brings the reward total to $20,000. Anyone with information is asked to call our tip line at 717-562-2987. 717-562-2987. Lastly, I want to recognize and thank the community for all of their support through this trying time in their lives. I and all of us working this manhunt understand the tremendous stress this puts on families and even businesses. In spite of that stress and unsolicited, we have had individuals, businesses, and scouting, church, and other organizations show up at our command post with cases of water, food, and well wishes for all of our people. They are very kind, and I can't thank them enough for their support. And now we will be happy to take any questions that you may have.
Lieutenant Colonel, do you think he has more ability to hide from you than you thought he did when this thing started, since it's 7 days now?
No, I don't think he has any more ability than we initially gave him credit for. I think that it's a very challenging area. I think we've had a number of these types of searches in the past. Some take hours, some take days, some take weeks, and some take months. We're committed to the search, and we will find him. We will bring him back and into the criminal justice system.
The DA or the acting warden, you guys had access to this video. You saw this. Why did it take so long to alert the public of how he escaped?
You said it's for the warden?
DA or the acting warden?
Well, I can address that. That matter was referred to the Attorney General's office immediately. We are engaged in a thorough investigation. As I've stated before, our main focus is bringing this man to custody. We were putting all of our efforts to try to locate him. There was a simultaneous investigation into the prison escape, and today was the day that we believed we needed to bring in the acting warden to address the public about how he escaped.
What you do ahead of time, you still didn't want to release that information to the public.
Is the Attorney General's investigation supplanting the Chester County Detective's investigation?
That's correct.
How was it possible that this person was able to take the same escape route as someone just months previous, and really nothing was done to prevent that? Obviously, someone didn't do their job in instituting those measures.
So as I said earlier, according to the document, we did have a consulting firm come out, identify how the individual escaped, and we thought we took appropriate measures to prevent that with a razor wire. Again, the one thing we didn't take into account was a failure on the human element side. We only focused on the physical infrastructure and not necessarily human element.
So was there nobody in the tower? Was there no one in the tower? Is that why you didn't get the call, or was he asleep?
Someone was in the tower at the time.
Should he have seen this? Should the person in the tower have seen him leave?
The position of the towers are for observation posts, which overlook the yards.
Just 1 minute.
I'm hearing from state police, local law enforcement, and marshals that you guys have multiple channels. Last night I witnessed this. There was an officer from Penn Square. There was activity. That officer didn't hear anything. He asked the trooper what's going on. They said we're on a different channel. He was left in the dark, and I'm hearing now from it was at least 12 officers in the past 6 days that told me they are not able to communicate in concert with you guys. Are there multiple channels that you guys are operating?
No, I would have to look into that specific concern, and I'd be happy to do that. Maybe we can talk afterward, and you can supply me a name that we can look into it. What I would tell you is that we've spent a lot of time and effort making sure that we do have solid communications. We've got a lot of agencies working there. Most have representation in our command post, and we would know immediately if we had a communication issue. So if there is something that's isolated to a certain agency or something, we certainly want to take a look at that, but that's not a widespread concern.
Has he obtained a weapon? If so, what kind of weapon?
We have not determined that he has obtained a weapon.
When was the consultant brought in, and what was the name of the consultant again?
So I don't have the exact date nor name of the consulting firm.
Why?
I can get that for you. Because
Lieutenant Colonel Bill, is any infrared or heat-seeking device used to track him at least at night?
There are a number of types of technology. I think it's certainly reasonable to believe something like that would be included in the array of technology that we would bring to bear.
Hold on. In either boat case, the inmates were distracting the guards. There was a fight on the basketball court, as the criminal complaint says. In this case, too, we had heard that there was also some sort of group of inmates or a line of inmates on that yard. Is that obstructing, or is it just that the inmates also figured out how to do this as well? So what is being taken to address that concern that you have an inmate standing there in that video? Is that guy a lookout? Are they all talking about how to do this? What are you doing there on the human side with the inmates to make sure nobody tries to get?
So as I said, for the investigation of how or why this occurred, including the investigation and questioning of the inmates that were there, that's done by the Attorney General's office. So I don't have the exact answer. Moreover, as we develop information into this, we're certainly going to look at what the actions of that tower officer were, why he did observe what was occurring in that yard. I'm not sure as to how or why, He didn't address it at this point.
Why not share that video early on if you knew how he escaped? That's the question that everyone had.
Again, as part of the investigation, certainly, I'm sorry. As part of the investigation, that would have been up to the Attorney General's office to release that and when it was to be released. At this point, we thought it was prudent and had permission to release it. He is on administrative leave.
This is for the district attorney or the warden. Can you confirm or deny that the escapee had a map of the area that was hand-drawn detailing the route from the prison to the Chester County Courthouse? Is that anything or is that anything?
No, I have no evidence to suggest they did a map of the area.
This individual was listed as an escape risk. This was known that he was looking to do something like this prior. Why was he, and also, he's here on a murder charge, being held here waiting to be sent to state prison. He knows he's wanted in Brazil. Why is he roaming around the yard like this and not in a more secure location? And is that something you'll do as the administrator of the prison later, is to reevaluate how high-risk offenders have free access around the prison?
So to answer your question, we will certainly evaluate how we're handling inmates of that level, especially murder suspects. But we also have to understand that these individuals have certain rights. So it's not a question of will we let them out again. It's certainly a question of would I put him back out there with a group of other individuals, or it would be a one-on-one, and it would be a one-on-one from this point on.
Do you believe the Brandywine Creek is a possible escape route? Do you believe the Brandywine Creek is a possible escape route? Officers are monitoring it on Route 1.
I would say that we are open to anything being a possibility as far as an escape route, and we're actively working to keep that area secure. I wouldn't comment on the viability of one versus another escape route.
Do you think he's out of your perimeter?
I do not.
He's flipped your perimeter?
I do not.
What makes you believe that?
Everything that I'm able to see, the various sightings that we've had, other aspects of this investigation lead me to believe that he is still there in that area. Sure. So on the northern end, Route 921, on the east.
921 or 926?
I'm sorry, 926. On the eastern side, 100 or Creek Road. On the southern side, Hillendale. And on the western side, 52.
How big is this compared
And
to what your perimeter was in days past?
offhand, I don't know what the square mileage is. It is slightly larger than the perimeter that we had in the past. Quite frankly, it was enlarged for two reasons. One, because of one of the sightings, and two, because we were also very cognizant of inconveniencing the public. Quite frankly, we probably could have kept that southern perimeter a little further north, but we probably would have interfered with traffic on Route 1 and would have caused even more headaches for local residents and those passing through as well. And so we took the option that we believe is equally secure and yet doesn't inconvenience residents nearly as much.
Cavalcante was in custody since 2021. He would have been in jail at the same time as you were both. Is there any indication of the two of them at any contact?
We have no information at this time connecting that, but again, that is not up for me to determine. It's up to the Attorney General's office in the investigation.
Had the lieutenant chosen to share this information today, have the similarities between Igor Bolt's release not been made public?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Would you have chosen to share the details of Cavalcante's escape, the similarities to Igor's, had the information not come to light yesterday?
So I don't really think it's a decision of me releasing. I think it was appropriate with the coordination of the Attorney General's office to release it when they deemed it appropriate. So that's why we're here.
Lieutenant Colonel, is lethal force authorized only in the perimeter, or is it authorized statewide in the next state if he does not surrender clearly to?
I have no authority in the next state. I have authority in Pennsylvania with the Pennsylvania State Police.
Statewide, lethal force be seen anywhere in the state, or is it around?
No, the directive pertains to this particular search.
And the backpack, for the sighting today that was reported, I believe, by approximately 9, where he might have been getting into a dark green car, did that come to any fruition, or is that?
I'm sorry, I missed the first part of your question.
There was a dispatch this morning that said that an individual with a backpack matched the description of the escapee got into a dark green car.
No, that was not related to this.
Was the photo of Mr. Cavalcante that we see here, was that taken just before the escape?
I believe it was, yes, sir.
Are you getting a lot of sightings throughout the region outside the perimeter, other parts of Chester County, other counties where people are thinking that they're seeing him? And what kind of stress does that put on your resources?
We are not getting a lot of sightings outside of the perimeter. In fact, very few. They are being fully investigated. Nothing has led me to believe that any of them were actually him. And we have the ability to do this operation and follow up outside of the area as well.
Any idea where he thinks he might be trying to get to?
I do have some ideas of where he thinks he might be trying to get to, but I'm not prepared to discuss that.
You said last week he's trying to head south. You said last week he's trying to head south, maybe Mexico, Brazil. You still believe?
I believe he's trying to head south. In terms of his final destination, again, I'm not prepared to discuss
Are
that.
family members cooperating, or has it been determined that they may have eating?
We're not going to discuss any parts of the investigation involving the family.
I wanted to ask about the, if you take it back to the escape. Could you give an approximate width from
one wall to the next?
So I would say approximately maybe 5 feet, maybe less.
Acting word, you said you're looking to fully enclose the yard.
Yes, sir.
What does that mean that there's not a fence around it already?
So the yards are block wall with an exterior fence with an open top. Along that line are razor wires so someone physically can't climb the fence. Moreover, there's a smaller mesh fence on the second half, so the fence is probably 10 to 15 feet high. What the proposal is actually to cap that whole thing in basically like as a cage, so no one can physically climb out.
All the way from the fence to the building.
All the way and all 8 yards that we have.
You hearing any other video that shows him practicing this? I mean, did he just boldly do this on a whim, figuring out that he could crap go up this wall?
So we have no supportive evidence as far as video that shows him trying to do this, no other inference of him attempting it from any other inmate.
Which yard is this? Is this yard A, yard B, yard C? You said 8 yards.
So this is C yard.
You talked about the control tower and there being a guard in there that did not observe the escape. Is there any corrections officer that is physically present with the inmates when they're in that recreation area? And if not, why not?
So there was physically no correctional officer in with the inmates. For the observation tower, it's to observe the inmates, one, obviously, for any type of injury, any type of fight that's gone away, and any escape attempt.
Why wouldn't there be someone just outside there? Not inside?
So typically, the other thing we have is a video monitor in that area. So we don't put 2 staff in there. As part of the upgraded system that we're putting in, we are putting additional personnel, not only in the tower, but on the ground to observe anybody in the yard.
Assistant Warden, was nobody monitoring this camera that you showed us that had video of him grab walking up?
So we have approximately 160 cameras at any one time that's monitored all over the facility, also inside to control door movements as he was coming and going. So with the time it took him to go up, and we all saw the video, it wasn't very long. So in an instance, if it wasn't observed and the camera didn't pick it up because either we weren't focused on that or we're focused on other things, it's feasible that, yeah, we didn't see it because we just weren't focused on it. There were no posts that were vacant that day.
Lieutenant Colonel, you've said that you think he's heading south, Lieutenant Colonel, but you've also said you do have an idea where you think he's heading, but you won't tell us that. But you do believe he's heading south. So you believe that he has more specific goals in mind that are closer to this location that he might be heading
Yes,
to?
my reference to heading south is more so in our area that we're searching. What his final destination and the pathway to get there, I have some ideas, but again, I'm not prepared to share those at this point.
But is he going east? I mean, he went from Longwood Gardens now to Chandler Road. That's east, not south.
Yes.
So why do you think he's going south?
Again, I'm not going to theorize or share theories in here, but yes, there was one sighting east.
Can you tell us more about the sighting? What was he doing? What did it look like?
Who's talking?
It was a resident of the area that observed him in a creek bed near the rear of their property and called us. He was already traveling into the woods when that individual called us.
Does he have family or friends in this area?
He has some family and some associates and in the general area.
What kind of family?
Again, I'm not going to.
Was there anything that he's lost?
I guess we'll know that when we find him and interview him for sure. I do suspect he's probably having trouble
Have you
navigating.
discovered any items he may have used?
We have not recovered anything from him out in the field. We have discovered through the photograph that you saw that, you know, he has a backpack, a duffel bag, and a hoodie, but we have not recovered any of those items.
Any items found yesterday by some troopers, any relation to him or anybody else that was out there, wallet, phone, anything like that?
Items that have been recovered are being tested, but I don't have anything to confirm that any item we have discovered.
Can you tell us
is
what the
from him.
search actually looks like? Are you literally beating bushes? Is it mostly electronic? Is it driving? Are you putting up cameras? What does this look like?
Well, again, I'm not going to describe every step of it because in the event that he does have access to media, I certainly wouldn't want to disclose all of that. I would tell you it's some of all of the above. It is a very intensive search involving hundreds of law enforcement officers, involving state-of-the-art technology, but we are not sitting in a room someplace waiting for technology to solve this. In my experience, it'll be solved one of a number of ways. And so you've got to approach it with the physical searches. And so when I mentioned about the dog going down last night, that's because our people are out there, hundreds of them last night, pushing through the woods, holding perimeters, checking on possible sightings. But it's very hot, humid weather, and they're working in that around the clock in order to keep the pressure on. That's part of that side of it. At the same time, there is a strong use of technology of a variety of types to allow us to try and capture him that way, should we not be successful in finding him through the physical search.
The canine officer, what department is the canine officer from?
State Police.
When he played his mother's message, what did it say?
I'm paraphrasing, but it's asking him to surrender. She doesn't want to see any harm come to him, and she wants him to come out peacefully and surrender to the police.
Is it always the same message?
Yes.
Residents up.
No, we don't have her approval to do that.
Residents are wondering, at any point, will you slow down, back off of the man, whether it's 3 weeks, 4 weeks, will you keep a large presence, an active manhunt with the manpower you have until he's captured?
We are not going anyplace until we have him in custody. We will continue the manhunt. Yes, we are aware of that. We're in contact with emergency management and law enforcement authorities to make sure that we don't have any additional concerns there. And at this point, there's no reason to believe that that festival would be impacted by this search.
Is there any indication that he's had a phone or any communication device has or had at any point during this?
I'm not prepared to discuss that aspect at this point.
Question for the board, please. Did Cavalcante have any sort of disciplinary record, any infractions that you showed us while inmate of the prison?
To be honest with you, not that I'm aware of. Like as I walked into this thing 18 hours onto the job, I haven't gathered all his back history. I had the deputy warden put that all together and get it ready for the detectives to look at.
Was he living legally here and was he working before he killed his ex-girlfriend?
He was not legally here, and I can't answer the working part.
Lieutenant Colonel, you think you're wearing him down in any way? There's at least this conversation out there that because he's sort of emanating from Brazil, that maybe he is comfortable in hot settings, that he's comfortable in this kind of environment. You have any sense you're wearing him down? He seems like he's pretty elusive here.
I'm quite confident that we're wearing him down, regardless of the location, the background that a person comes from. These are hot, humid temperatures. He's not living in shelter, has no regular means of obtaining food other than if he's able to break in someplace or find something, scavenge something. So it's a difficult existence out there for somebody that's trying to do this. That will definitely take its toll. I would also add that it's hard enough as one of the law enforcement officers out there. It's hard enough for them navigating in this terrain in this hot, humid weather. But imagine if you're being hunted. It adds a whole different level of stress as opposed to you're out there trying to find somebody. That level of stress has to be wearing on him.
Have you searched local railroads, railroad tracks, trains passing through? Some video that
Yes.
So what does that yield?
It has not, but what we are attempting to do again is keep that secure perimeter and ensure that he does not have an opportunity to escape on a train.
Given the condition of the canine, does he face charges in connection to
No, there was no mishandling of the dog. They were monitoring the dog's temperature and they realized it started to elevate. Unfortunately, and they sought medical treatment for the dog immediately. Unfortunately, the dog's condition continued to worsen even with medical treatment until he was eventually stabilized. And now I'm told is doing somewhat better. We'll have to wait and see what the final outcome is.
How many reports of thefts or break-ins you've had since this day?
We have had a number. I'm not going to put a number on it, but a small number of break-ins reported. I cannot specifically attribute any of those to him.
Does Cavalcante have any history of survivalism, or you know that he has any specific skills related to his current thefts?
He's not had any formal training. I am aware that, again, coming from Brazil, that some of his practices, he did go out quite a bit into the woods and things down there. So has some experience navigating and lasting in the woods, but not any serious formal training or anything.
Since the escape, there's been several sightings. There's all the hundreds of officers there looking for it now. He's only been spotted by a law enforcement officer one time he was seen and the officer being chased. Is that accurate?
I would have to go back and review it. That's probably accurate. Off the top of my head, I'd have to look at each one of the sightings, but I believe that's probably accurate.
Apologies if this was asked already, but is there any indication he's receiving help from anyone?
Again, as part of the investigation, we're not going to disclose that, but that is something that we are constantly looking at. Even if he hadn't received it to this point, there's always a concern that he will start to receive it. And so that's something we're constantly looking at.
Bradford, is Brandywine there, that all encompassed in that township area, or is it all Cavalcante Township?
No, it's moved over into, is that Pennsbury? Yeah.
Pennsbury?
Yes.
Has a decision been made, or is tried to school it out tomorrow and Friday again?
We will be having a discussion with the superintendents, I'm sure, at some point yet today. That has not occurred. What I would tell you is that those discussions are intended to give the superintendents as much information as possible so that they can make an informed decision. At some point, that information also changes, as it did last night, and that necessitated another call. So, we'll provide them an update, and then we will give them anything else that may develop.
Question for the warden: when somebody's sentenced to life in prison, are they treated differently than other people in the facility? Once you've taken everything you can from them, are you more on alert for that person?
So I can tell you that they have the same rights as everybody else, but given this complication what happened, we are certainly going to revisit how we're handling that in the future, as far as one-on-one in the yard versus going out with a bunch of different individuals.
So just so we're clear, Acting Warden, you're going to be adding an extra officer in the tower to join the one that's already in the observation tower?
No, for a point of clarification, we will have one person in the tower and physically somebody on the ground walking the yard.
Any additional people who are to monitor those video feeds?
So we haven't at this time established who is going to monitor inside specifically video feeds from the yard, but I can tell you we are certainly taking that and revisiting completely how we're handling all that video visualization to make sure that we're not missing things.
As Deanna mentioned, there was a little bit of commotion that you could see in that video with one of the gentlemen who showed us running away from where Cavalcante was climbing up. Do you think that there was a distraction in place at that time to possibly throw off the officer that was in the observation tower?
So I can't comment as to what people were doing or why. I can tell you at that time for recreational activity, there was a basketball net in that area and there was an active basketball game going on. So I'm going to assume at this point that he was involved in that game.
At the time of the escape, how many people were watching the monitors? And how many monitors are there?
For security reasons, I'm not going to develop how many monitors we have and how many people we have viewing it.
Does Cavalcante speak both English and Spanish?
Portuguese and some Spanish, very little English.
Very little English. The next follow-up question is, what percentage of inmates at Chester County Prison speak only Portuguese or Spanish?
I don't have the breakdown of demographics as far as who speaks what language, and because we don't sector them off based on their language or what languages they speak.
Is there a policy on cell phone use when guards are on duty? Are they allowed to have them out?
There are no cell phones allowed inside the prison area at all.
And as far as we were talking about that dome structure that you guys are planning on, when can we see that actually?
So yesterday, we actually met with the contractors. It has been going to be forwarded to the commissioners for their review for possible acquisition and installation.
Was it not obvious that should have been something in place before?
So I really don't want to get into what should have happened prior to without me actually being in charge of that facility. So I can't really question as to why it was or wasn't there. I'm not sure if that's true or not.
All right, I want to thank you all, and again, we appreciate your help in getting this message out, keeping this front and center with the public. We need their support, and we appreciate your role in bringing that support. Thank you.
Okay.
They were pretty annoyed with those direct questions, that's for sure.
Oh yeah. They didn't.
But what jailer wants to admit that they got a problem in their jail? I can't believe there's a dead zone like that where that door is.
Yeah, it's just kind of open
How
on the
many
other
fights
side.
happen there? How many drugs exchange hands? And I mean, it looks like a total blind spot to me if somebody's not watching the camera.
Yeah.
And it does look like him on the other side of that door, but the way they described it was
the video and the description are not.
They don't match.
Up. I mean, they act like he ran across.
He said that he ran across the roof,
jumped over something, and then jumped off the top of the roof.
I mean, he had to be jumping from 15, 20 feet. That, I mean, even though he's a little guy and doesn't weigh shit, that's still real hard on your ankles, your knees, your hips.
In the video we saw, it was like he went over one thing and walked about 10 feet and jumped off about 12 feet.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, Sally Mae. I wasn't yelling at you. Apparently, sometimes my mic works really good and sometimes it doesn't. I don't know.
And allowing, was it 2 or 3, 2 guys before this guy to escape before you do anything? Somebody's gonna. That's not. That guy that's suspended is probably going to be fired.
Well, it's not my fault. Everybody had their volume turned up because no one could hear the questions. All right. Jump off my ass. There's only so much room there.
I don't know what is wrong with the audio here lately on all these press conferences and all that. I had it all the way up, and I could barely I couldn't hear none of the questions. And the other 2 guys up there talking, and even the lady, I couldn't hear hardly anything of what they were saying. Oh, I just saw Riddler's message in the back chat. I'm behind.
Somebody asked if you can play the video of the guy with the lights flicking in his house.
Where's that video at?
I have no idea. I didn't even know it existed until about 20 minutes ago.
I didn't know there was a video of it. I just read the article about it. Somewhere.
I didn't read an article, but I forgot where I'd seen it. It might have been on Twitter that I had heard about it. Hey Ashes, how are you? Supposedly the previous warden was suspended prior to this. I thought the previous warden retired. Oh,
yeah,
wait.
That guy wasn't on the job for more than a couple days, though, I heard.
King Scarlet says she sent me the video. Let me go look. King Scarlet, where did you send it at? Let me go to Twitter and see if she sent it in there, and I just don't know it.
It's a video of him telling what happened. She said yesterday on. She sent it to you yesterday on Twitter.
Okay, this must be it then. Hold on, let me look. Is it the 6 ABC Philadelphia video, King Scarlet? Okay, this must be it. Yes, okay.
Somebody's got some crazy background noise going on.
Where is... Okay, here we go. Alright. Hold on, let me put this back on normal. And make sure the volume is up on it.
I wish we could tell from this picture where this all went down.
Yeah. That would be nice.
Got several updates today on the intense manhunt for an escaped prisoner in Chester County. Authorities said there have now been 4 credible sightings of Danelo Cavalcante since he broke out on Thursday, leading them to believe he's still in that area. Residents today being told to stay vigilant. Action News reporter Maggie Kent joining us now live in Pocopson Township once again. Maggie, you spoke with a man today who says he saw Cavalcante on Friday.
Absolutely terrifying experience, Brian. Ryan Drummond says that he was inside his home on Friday night. Now, Drummond lives here within this 2-mile search radius, closed to through traffic. All of the neighbors here in this wooded area, 2-mile search area, have been basically locked down since then as U.S. Marshals and state police continue their search.
My wife, I said, hey, I think there might be somebody downstairs. Get on the phone.
Ryan Drummond claims he saw Danelo Cavalcante, convicted killer, on the run from Chester County Prison for 5 days now, inside of his home on Friday night around 11:45. After hearing rustling downstairs, Drummond says he rushed to his upstairs landing.
What I decided to do was flip the light switch on and off, 3 or 4 or 5 times, pause, and then he flipped the light switch from downstairs 3 or 4 times, which was the moment of like, oh my God, this guy is down there.
After making sure his children were sleeping in their beds, Drummond says he watched Cavalcante walk out of his home.
I saw him walk out of the kitchen and through our living room, kind of along the side, opened up that door, walked out. He was wearing a white shirt, had a bag.
Police arrived, but the man escaped back into the thick wood and brush after taking some food.
Peaches, apples, green snap peas had been missing. We have a bunch of little steak knives. It's possible that he could have also taken one of those.
State police leading this manhunt say there have been 4 confirmed sightings of Danelo Cavalcante within this 2-mile search area around Chester County Prison, with 2 break-ins recorded.
We can confirm that we have investigated actually 2 burglaries.
When asked about Drummond's account, state police remained intentionally vague.
That's within the search area, and yes, we have investigated a number of things within that search area. I don't want to get any more specific.
Again, Cavalcante was convicted of murder and sentenced to life in prison just 2 weeks ago. He's convicted of murdering his ex-girlfriend in 2021, and he's also wanted in his home country of Brazil for a 2017 murder. All that to say, investigators say this man is extremely dangerous. You should not approach him, and they say they are here out in force. So if you do give them a call, if you do have a sighting, they'll be there within moments. We're live in Pocopson Township. Maggie Kent, Channel 6, Action News. Brian.
I can't believe a boy made it out of that house.
He wouldn't have made it out of mine.
He wouldn't have made it out of mine either.
Hell no.
Wouldn't have been
He'd
no
have flipped
light,
that light switch, and all you would have
flipping.
heard was a round getting racked.
Bam, 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 bam.
Wow, that's great. Why would you taunt a killer with the light switch while your kids are in the house? My first thought would be barricade the door and keep this guy away from my kids.
Exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't be messing with the freaking light switch. That sounds really stupid.
Game requested the insurance pay for buckshot and house walls. I wouldn't have worried about the insurance, honestly.
Hell no.
That would have been the least.
I would have fixed the wall myself.
That's mind numbing that he did that with the light switch. Why would you do that?
I'd have had a gun and a backup.
I mean, when you're on edge because this is happening in your neighborhood already,
That's crazy.
that makes no sense to me.
That was a very dangerous thing. I'm glad that him and his family were not hurt.
Yeah, me too. Whoever said play that video, thank you, because I hadn't seen
Yes,
that. And that just won the Idiot of the Day trophy.
I had never seen it. And King Scarlett sent it to me yesterday and said if I wanted to show everybody, I could. And I didn't even, I completely forgot about it because me and her was talking and I was talking to Fofa. And I completely forgot about the video and never watched it. So I didn't know that that's what it was about.
And it was slightly different than the way I thought I heard the story. I thought it was like he was down in the basement. But the way they describe it, when he left, he saw him walk back out through the kitchen.
Yeah.
That's what he said, yeah.
Out the kitchen, out the door. But I had heard that the basement story too.
So it must have been just the first level, and he was upstairs.
Could have been.
And someone in the chat said, "Well, he probably didn't have a gun." I don't. You don't need a gun. You need something because you got your family there. I mean, I'm grabbing a broomstick if that's all I can grab.
Anything heavy.
Anything. I mean, but I'm barricading that door so he can't get to my kids.
Hey, Rain, how are you?
I'm not playing with the freaking light switch.
That was.
I'm not going to watch him walk out through my kitchen
Oh,
and
hell no.
out the door.
No. All right, and y'all, real quick, I'm going to be ending it in about 5 minutes. So if y'all have not hit the thumbs up, please do so. For everybody who has joined us tonight, if you're not subbed up, please do that as well. I am usually live every night at this time. Usually start about 10:45 Central. I'm just going early the last few nights. Merv said, especially with my food. So I'm saying food is expensive nowadays.
Right? Oh. He stole them peaches. That had to be like $9 for that can of peaches.
So was it canned food that he took, or was it like fresh fruit?
It sounded like canned.
Okay, because I've heard both
I could
different.
be wrong.
Because I've heard canned fruit, and then I've heard like fresh fruit. So I didn't know, which one it was.
Probably grabbed whatever he could get his hands on.
Yeah.
If
it was fresh and he took it as hot as it has been, it wouldn't last very long. He'd have to eat it all the first day.
Right.
Out there 100 degrees.
And that's what I was saying earlier. If it's canned food, and somebody did remind me, there are some canned products that you can get that you can like pull the lid off the top.
Yeah.
But if it's not that type of can, only other way to open it besides with a rock, which is going to be very messy and waste a lot of the food, would be a knife to open it.
Actually, you'd be surprised. If you get the right rock, you can open a can pretty easy.
Oh, yeah. If you're hungry, you'll get it open.
You can get it open.
I'm just thinking about the wasting part of it.
You wouldn't even make a mess. I've opened cans of chili with a rock before.
I bet there are a lot of gardens in that area.
Yeah. Who was it in here last night that was from that area? Was talking about that there's a lot of gardens, and I believe they said fruit trees. There's a lot of fruit trees and stuff like that around there as well. Yeah.
Any house with a hose outside, I mean, you can get water. But that means he's got to get close to a house.
Right.
And those were some pretty nice looking houses he was driving around when he ran into those troopers.
Very.
Really
nice. They were pretty nice houses. I mean, yeah, when your front yard is 2 acres,
yeah,
you got some space.
And I'm thinking nice houses, security systems, cameras all around.
lots of outbuildings though where he might have access to.
Yeah.
Yep.
I just try to put myself in his shoes, and I mean, he had from the way Fofa laid it out in the back chat, he had an whole hour. You can go a long way in an hour. What the hell was he doing anywhere near that place?
I mean, he literally got a mile and a half in like how many days? He should have been way out of the state by then.
He should have been 3 miles away before they even knew he was gone.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean,
maybe,
and that's walking.
Maybe because he's got family close to there. Maybe that's the reason why.
If the woods are thick enough, and I mean really thick and heavy brush, and you don't have any trails, basically,
you can get turned around quick.
You can get turned around. I've been in a situation if I told you the whole story, you'd laugh, but literally walked around for about an hour and a half, and came around this corner, and the guy I was with said, "Hey, I think it's over here," and turned right around. We come right around, and we were right where we started from.
I've done that too in the woods. It happens. Well, thanks for running this live tonight. I'm going to jump down so you can say goodnight.
All right. Well, thank you for coming up and hanging out.
See you tomorrow night, probably.
Yeah, I should be. If Nick goes live early tomorrow, then I'll go live right after he does. And did you see the comments that I put in the chat that he sent back?
Yeah, I did. He's a solid dude, for
Right.
sure.
He's
If he
done a
changes
heck
his
of a
mind, you
job.
got to let us know.
Yeah, I did tell him that. I sent him a message back and told him, well, if you decided to do so, please let me know. I will be happy to post it in my chat. I mean, there's people asking, they're wanting to help, so.
Yeah, I'd throw the guy $20 to help with his hotel expenses or gas. I mean, geez.
Yeah, he did say something about if he decided to, for gas or something like that, if it turns into like a 4-week gig, then.
Think about, mainstream media is not really throwing us any bones on this, so sounds like they're only reporting what they have to. Like I said, they're not reporting on stories when it comes to violence and illegal aliens right now, just because of the problems they have with fighting about the border.
Right.
So they're just not reporting it, and there's been all kinds of crazy stuff
It have
happening all
not
over the
been
country.
for a long time.
Yeah, it's been a long time. I mean, but it's getting worse now.
Right.
So
don't
all right,
get
well,
me
have a great
started.
night, y'all.
All right, enjoyed it, Al.
You guys be good. Stay out of trouble.
All right. Have a good night.
Will
Thanks
do.
for coming up.
Scarlett,
bye.
enjoyed it.
Wilby, thank you so much for coming up as well.
Yeah. I'll see you guys tomorrow sometime, and hopefully, let's pray to God that this guy gets caught and doesn't harm anybody, and
I will hope not.
And this nightmare will be over. Can you imagine living in that area?
No, I know them poor people are they're scared
And
to death.
there's probably some older people, and the intensity, you'd be hearing something every 2 seconds at night.
Right. But I'm pretty sure they're just hyper focused on sounds outside.
I would too. I wouldn't be surprised if some of those people in that area actually left and maybe went and got a room somewhere just to get away till all this is over.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I can't blame them if they did that.
I mean, my mom or dad, my mom's still alive, but my mom and dad were, extremely old and isolated, like some of those houses look to be on those back roads. Well, first of all, I'd probably go stay with them and do it myself, but if that were an option, I'd want them to get somewhere where I knew they were safe other than...
Yeah, I think with like older people, I would want them to be at a hotel.
Exactly.
Just so if I was at home and they were at home with me and something happened, and they're not there, you don't have to worry about them at that point.
That's right. Because if you are there, you're going to be literally hard to sleep. You're going to hear everything that makes a little noise.
Yeah.
It's just a lot for a person to take. All right, well, I'm going to jump off here, and everybody have a good one. I enjoyed it.
All right, thanks for coming up. You have a good night.
All right, bye-bye.
Bye. Both of you still up here with me? Okay, y'all. I think Fofa has maybe fallen out on us for the night. Jessica Lynn, you have a good night as well. You got the link and it says it failed. Ashes, did you click on the latest post that I did? Because there's two different links and the first one doesn't work. If not, if you had Twitter, send me a DM or an email and I'll send the link to you that way. Because I know a lot of people were having issues with the links the other day. All right, y'all. Well, I'm about to get out of here. I'm about to kick Fofa from the thing because I know she has fallen asleep on us. All right. Well, I love you all. Thank you all so much for coming and hanging out. If you haven't hit the thumbs up, please do so on your way out. Andrew, have a good night. I hope your power comes back on soon. Glowbug, have a good night as well. Thank you to everyone who did super chats and super stickers. All the new members, thank you so much. And like I said, any of the members who want to join the Discord for the channel, just go to my community page. I did post a link on there. I love you all. I hope you all have a good night. And if Nick goes live tomorrow covering this, I will be back with a live. So I will see y'all later.